Who is Lou Baldin? Lou Baldin has reached the public through threads opened on the American website above Top Secret, ATS. He has written several books, most of them are about UFOs and extraterrestrials. Under the username Sleeper, he opened those threads in order to voluntarily answer questions from internet users who had read his first books, A Day with an Extraterrestrial and In League with the UFO, and to widely develop the information of his alien contact that Lou baptized Milton. His two major threads are ETs as real as the nose on your face, and I'm coming clean on extraterrestrials met certain success on ATS, also attracting many skeptics who vainly persisted to debunk his words and tried to make a crook out of him. His various threads and blogs exceeded 2,000 pages of questions and answers to this day. This guide is an attempt to concentrate the vast majority of his answers and revelations under themes. Happy reading. Note: this guide only contains about 50% of all Lou Baldin's answers that can be found on threads and blogs, and nothing from his books. It will be completed over time by other answers but already contains the bulk of it. Summary / Introduction. About me. My life. ETs and me. Milton. My family. My story and mission. About A Day with an ET. About the truth. About skeptics. / Universe, time and dimensions. Universe. Our solar system. The Sun. The Moon. Jupiter. Saturn. Mars. Uranus. Pluto. Venus. Mercury. Big Bang. Black holes. Black matter. Time. Time travel. Dimensions. / Earth, human condition and meaning of life. Good and evil. Integrity. Hate, envy and ego. Destiny. Déjà-vu. Guardian angels. Animals and wilderness. / Soul and afterlife. NDE. V. Life in the universe. VI. Extraterrestrials and UFOs. Extraterrestrials, aliens. Alien conflicts and renegades. Hybrids. UFOs. About the book In League with a UFO. Alien bases. Area 51 and Roswell. Dulles. Army, government and aliens. Men in Black. Crop circles. 7. Abductions and extraterrestrial encounters. 8. Disclosure. / Mind, dreams and subconscious. Subconscious. Meditation and enlightenment. Dreams. Psychics and channelers. X. Religion and spirituality. Magic, witchcraft, esoteric. 11. Sciences and technology. Human science. NASA. Ufology. Alien technology. 12. Conspiracies. 9/11 and Middle East. New World Order and secret societies. Secret societies. Black Ops and Secret Ops. 13. Paranormal creatures. 1. Ghosts and poltergeist. 14. History and civilizations. Monuments and ancient sites. Dinosaurs. Wars. 15. The future. Prophecies. Planet X, Nibiru 3. 2012. End of the world. Future of mankind. Climate changes and natural disasters. 16. Medicine and health. DNA and blood. Drugs. 17. Opinions on movies, books, people, events. Lou Baldin's books. Introduction. About me. Why the username Sleeper? When I signed up I entered many words and names. The one I have is the one that took. I don't consider myself psychic, I don't meditate or go into a trance or use chicken bones, nor do I read the star charts to predict the future. I have a political slant. I am the opposite of aliens. I am very political in my views. I'm not straight-line conservative politically speaking, mostly in the common-sense issues like personal responsibility, standing on your own 2 feet, and things that count for the long term, like eternity, because life is forever and we carry our baggage with us wherever we go. That's why some of us sink into the bottomless quagmire of hopelessness. Know any people like that? This world is filled with them. I'm not a religious person, so that's not where I'm going with this. I was a Catholic, and when I married I changed my religion to one of the Protestant ones, the one my wife and children belong to. I even thought my children to be good Christians. Yet I do not adhere to any religion or secular beliefs. My mother was very Catholic in her beliefs and I did believe in Christianity, but I never was good at it. I went to church as a child but stopped when I became a teenager. I started back up when I had children just to give them something to chew on. I was never afraid of going to hell. It never made sense to me that a loving Father, God, would send his children to eternal damnation. I never discussed religion with my parents. They had their beliefs and I had mine. I respect Christians, my family is Christians, I raised 2 children in the Christian beliefs. They go to church every Sunday. I would say my Christian beliefs have been upgraded to a higher operating version. I did 3 or 4 years in Catholic grade school, the best education I ever received. Discipline goes a long way in the learning department, lol. I was raised a Catholic and my Christian confirmation name is Michael. I did go to the church while my children were growing up to give them a sense of community and love for others. I am not a Scientologist, nor do I prescribe to any earth religions or beliefs, but I'm also not against most of them. I'm not Scientology, they have attacked me many times as have others. I did not dabble in the occult. I don't meditate. While in college I did some biofeedback that helped me relax, but I don't have the patience to meditate anymore. If you are asking if I take drugs, I do, an aspirin once in a while, and I have a glass of wine with my meals, 1 glass. I am not allowed to take drugs. I don't know my IQ. I'm not concerned about the army tracking me down and putting me out of commission. I'm a veteran, and not in hiding. They know where to find me if they want me. I have experienced aliens many times since my army days. If the military or anyone else is watching me, I am not aware of it. Maybe after this they will. I have never been regressed, and personally I know it would be pointless, since they can place whatever they wish in our minds. I have been shown a few things, of what is to come, but for the most part one have to take one day at a time. I will not return to this planet for a long time, unless I am sent back or certain other circumstances pull me back. I am planning a long vacation before deciding on my next assignment. I have no concern about dying, that would be the end of my exile. I came from a truly cool place to this planet, not that I have it bad, but it's a whole lot less than what I had. In my previous existence I have seen much but nothing as I have been shown while in this life. Forgive me if I don't give details, I don't have the time. I have to make a living like everyone else. I have an optimistic outlook on existence and my life. Life to me is like school. There are good times and bad, but overall I enjoy the learning curve and look forward to graduation. The only thing I worship is a good cup of coffee in the morning. I'm not a Scientologist. I'm a contactee. Perhaps I should see it that qualifies as a tax-exempt religion. I don't share this stuff with those in my social circles. I have normal dreams, find myself in crowded places in my underwear, so embarrassing. My health is great, I'm not concerned about anything, implants and other objects inside of me. I'm going back to that uninhabitable planet I came from, but I will take a break first and hang out in a very bright spot near the center of this galaxy, in spirit form, for as long as they allow me. I was going to be taken at the age of 50 but asked for an extension because I didn't want to put my children and wife through the anguish. At the very last minute they extended my stay. Don't know for how long, but I can go anytime I want. My family is what is keeping me here. I'm not going to take my family with me, They are on different paths and we are not due to cross paths again for some time, so they cannot go with me. I did know the date of my original departure, which was a few years ago, but it got extended for reasons I'm not complete sure about. Don't know my next departure window yet. I don't know when I'll be departing from this earth. I have my occasional cup of java, and a drink of wine at dinner. That's about all my head can take, lol. As far as raising my vibrations, I used to do it with regular coffee, and have since switched to decaf. I don't like the higher vibrations. I love nature and spend many hours walking in it, preferably alone. I like non-fiction and history books. I never liked sci-fi books, and may have read one or two my whole life. I like true stories and history books. I buy all my books and literally have hundreds of them. Many I have yet to read, very few are fiction. My source is me and Milton, and I hold the copyright. Once everyone gets their cut, there isn't much left over for the writer. Only those that make it to the top of the sellers list make a living doing it, but I'm not complaining. I didn't get into writing for the money because I have been doing it for many years and have yet to make any. I write because I was asked to write, not told, and I enjoy writing. About my soul category, I'm in voluntary exile, lol. I have a shop in my basement. It's filled with old radios. Something about vacuum tubes and old circuitry gives me goosebumps, lol. I love crusty bread and eat it all the time. I used to be in construction, built houses, and those glasses and several other pairs have saved my eyes from flying nails out of nail guns and wood splinters and other shrapnel in the heat of battle at construction sites. The pair I have now are much smaller, but they too have been marred by molten copper when I was doing some rewiring in my basement and I cut into a live wire. So my eyeglasses have served me well. What question do I most want the answer to? Why do any of us merit being born into this magical universe? Milton tried to explain it to me once and my mind went blank from overload. It's such a strange deal, the brain locks up. Milton said I had to upgrade my spiritware before I could run that advanced program concept. It's no secret that there are people who don't like me, lol. There are a couple of possibilities for my next hangout, but they will not tell me until the last minute. I'm on borrowed time since my stay here was extended a few years ago by my request. Therefore my options have changed, and now my time of departure will determine where I go from here. Don't let my lack of enthusiasm and casual sentence demeanor fool you. I write this way so as not to appear hyperbole in my descriptions because I'm already way out of there for most people's taste. I have no collaborators, or links to substantiate my claims, experiences, or points of view. My info is from my perspective and no one needs believe any of it. I'm not here to change the world, lol. I am emotionally comfortable in my life and I don't have anxieties. I have to get out and earn a living. Milty is no help in that department. I'm 54, and my last human physical was in 1973 by the military when my stint was up. I don't have a physician, never have other than when I was in the service. As a teenager and a young adult I smoked and drank with the best and worst of them, but 2 years before my first daughter was born ETs told me to stop smoking and reduce my drinking. I did. Now a glass of wine or two is all I do. I don't want to write fiction, and I'm working on how to get way out there while remaining within a degree of respectable reality, if there even is such a thing. I have lots of trees on my property. My neighbors on both sides of me have none. They told me it's because they don't like raking the leaves in the fall, yet they end up raking more leaves than I do because most of my leaves end up in their yards. Yet they still talk to me, lol. I'm not coming back here on Earth to live, but I will visit now and then in one of those UFO gizmos. I expect nothing from people to believe in me. I don't have the time to read every book out there. I'm doing good if I can read 2 or 3 books a year. I'm not a speed reader and it takes me a while to get through a book. Besides, I don't read books about ET and UFOs because I have first-hand knowledge. I read plenty, just not as much as I would like. I have hundreds of books, but books are only one avenue for the printed word. We have this thing called the internet, journals, newspapers and a host of other media to keep people like me busy. On top of that, I have written and published books, have written countless manuscripts that are still first drafts, dozens of other half-completed manuscripts, and a first draft screenplay which is my ATS blog. I have sold hundreds of books, all from word of mouth. I have never advertised, or did seminars or talk shows, therefore very few people know me. I self-published and the libraries in my state bought many of my books. That was the only time I actually made a profit because they paid list price and they ordered directly from me. One of my books has been on Amazon.com for 10 years regardless of the sales numbers, and I often find my books in bookstores. There is also something called pod print on demand, which is the way many books are going in the future. I sell quite a few of my other books that way through Barnes & Noble and other bookstores. I have shipped books around the world and I'm not concerned about them making me immortal. I'm already immortal, so are you BTW. I have never made a penny on a book yet. I have sold thousands of them. Making money from selling books is a myth. Only 3% of writers make a living selling books. The rest like me have to earn a living so that we have the money to spend on publishing our books. I'm human, with a 30-year mortgage, who fills up his gas tank with the same expensive fuel as everyone else. I raise 2 children that are grown up now. I have a sweet wife, and the extended family on both sides. I mow the lawn once a week and take frequent walks at the local park. This morning after typing this I will get my car inspected and renew my license tags. Afterward I might meet their wife for lunch, if she's lucky, lol. I have no obligation to tell my experiences or answer questions. I can stop anytime I want. Truthfully, I don't look forward to finishing all those books I have started, or writing more. This is hard work, especially since I don't have to do any of it. I'm not the poster child of integrity. I am human and have to deal with all those things humans have to deal with, and I sure peddle that integrity thing a lot on this thread, don't I? Anyway, I do the best I can when it comes to integrity, even though I was only a Boy Scout for about a week when I was 10, until they arrested our Scoutmaster for racketeering and shut the whole thing down, and we ended up roaming the streets, looking for trouble, and found plenty of it. Sorry for that side anecdote. Where was I? Oh yeah, not only have I told the truth but I haven't even scratched the surface of most of the truth that remains hidden from most humans. Scouts honor. Me personally, I like hot weather but I'm sure glad that the gods created air conditioning for us monkeys down here. What level of human am I? I'm many notches below the janitorial crew, or more appropriately known as maintenance engineers. Do I know who or what I will be when I expire here on Earth? I'm still negotiating that, so are you. I have been around a few and then some. I have been on this planet more than once. My serenity doesn't perturb easily, but my serenity certainly perturbs others. I'm neither a psychiatrist nor physician, therefore not qualified to speak on such matters. Why were I picked to be enlightened about this true reality that I speak of? Certainly not for my peachy personality. My uncle Guido got hold of one of them flying saucers that landed in his backyard, back in Italy when I was still a kid, and when E.T. came out of the ship and asked, "Take me to your leader," he took him to the local Don, who made the 2 E.T.s in the ship an offer they couldn't refuse, and the rest is history. Some of them, like Uncle Guido, have a purpose and a job. It takes a special kind of guy to be able to stuff a bloody body into the back of a car trunk still alive and then sit down to a huge plate of pasta and bottle of wine, and then a noon nap before finishing the job of disposing the body later that night. Why do I think their brains were hardwired with cruelty in the first place? To entice others to cruelty. Notice that movies and shows like The Sopranos are number one. All of us crave blood and power. All we need do is delve deep into hate and envy and we can have it all, right? Lots of sting operations going on as we speak. Were my construction skills and writing talents from previous existences? I got them while here. You know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, what awaits after death. You have the knowledge to keep yourself on track. I do have that unfair advantage. That's why I do what I do, even knowing that most will laugh at me and think me a kook. I was born with my eyes wide open, which is both benefit and burden. I'm not vegetarian, although I like vegetables too. I'm Libra. I remember my trip to Earth in a ship as if it happened yesterday. I have always known to one degree or other about the other side, and there are many other sides to the galactic coin. Do Black Ops still keep tabs on me? Oh yeah. I'm allowed some info on my own family. I'm not ready for prime time, or perhaps prime time is not ready for me. Prime time is not ready for a broad-brushed drip, nor does anyone really want it, or need it for that matter. I'm not very good at making money and have only lost several thousands of US dollars since I got in this crazy get-rich-quick money-making scheme, back in 1997 when my first book came out. I wish I could do it for free, or at least break even, but apparently nothing is free, and it is costing me plenty to get this free info out. I still have dreams, not much but yes. Are you untouchable since you know Milton and retribution would follow? Hey, I'm Italian, we don't believe in retribution. I'm discouraged from taking any drugs, even prescriptions. And my wife and children do the same for the most part. Do I fear the unknown? Well, if it's unknown, then what is to fear? I know some about my past but not all. There is a lot to know, but I don't need to know it all. Let's say you work for a big company and have several bosses. How would you look at them knowing what you know? I have worked for bosses and I did the job I was paid to do. I don't feel superior for the simple fact that I know I'm not. I'm actually a regular Joe and not the sleeper guy that I am on this thread. We can change gender, but it never occurred to me to do so. I don't recall ever being female in the few lives that I do remember. I'm human and I have to roll with the punches, which is not easy since Milton is short and hits below the belt. I'm not much of a psychic. When you lived in ancient Roman, maybe you were taken to visit places in our solar system and beyond, is that right? Yes. These planets were related at the Roman-style living? The Roman-style living, as was true with Greek and Egyptian, was far superior than most realize today. My name is not Sleeper or Lou, those are temporary names. Earth names are temporary. I would never do regression and I never have. How many past lives can you recall? A couple, can't say any more. What do you consider yourself? I'm simply one soul out of endless bazillions of other souls, and I go by Lou or Luigi for now. Is this your first time in America? If it's not, when were you the last time? It's not my first time in America, that's all. How does it feel to remember all those things? Do you recognize yourself, or do you feel that they are completely different people altogether? I'm only allowed a few peeks. My dad had a wine press in the house and grapevines in the backyard. We were poor but we had wine, lol. I visited Italy in 2001, the first and last time since we moved to America, and got the grand family tour. Wine, fantastic food and more wine and more fantastic food day and night for a month. It took me a year or more to recoup and reacclimate when I came back. They certainly know how to live over there, but considering how reckless they drive, must be all that wine they drink. My first language is Italian, and was so up into my teens. I still speak Italian but my dreams are in English. Apparently English is a universal language. Can you name 3 politicians, past or present, that you really respect? Truman, Kennedy, Reagan. What do you enjoy the most here in 3D? The 4 seasons are really cool. Have you ever been to England? Technically number. My life. I was born in 1952 and I did a 3-year stint in the US Army, not sure if that qualifies as ex-civil servant. I am Italian, born in Italy, grew up in the States. US citizen. I was born at the end of the Korean War. This should stir the pot, I was dropped off on this planet on October 7, 1952, in a small Italian village, where I lived in dirt-poor poverty for several years. Wasn't I special? More like punishment. I was born in Italy. My parents moved to America a few years after WW2 and became citizens. I was a U.S. citizen through them and eligible for the draft. I choose to enlist. I have some college. Those hands have not had it easy. I have been in construction for 35 years as a carpenter and have built many houses in freezing winter weather and roasted during the hot summer months. I have also built lots of free houses for Habitat for Humanity. Those were the hardest on me. Working with amateurs can age you before your time. Once upon a time I was in the United States Army and I not only seen alien spaceships UFOs, but I was in one. The military never told me why they gave me access to the ship. My guess they didn't know. My military rank and clearance had nothing to do with my involvement with the aliens. It came about because of my previous contact with aliens from childhood. My clearance to enter the ships was from the aliens, not the military. I was not a military experiment taking drugs and having hallucinations. The military was curious of my involvement with the aliens. They know aliens are real. The military brass never gave me permission to enter the ship even when it was on a military installation. It wasn't theirs to give, they accepted it. The military knows more than I do. They also know how helpless they are in comparison to the aliens. The worst part, they only have contact with a few of the visitors to this planet. While in Italy during my early years of life, post-WW2, I was in ships that flew into space in a blink of an eye and I saw Earth and the other planets from these ships, looking through portals. Those were my first experiences. Italy was like a third world country at the time, devastated by war. The village I lived in had no radios, televisions, or any concepts of space travel. Bicycles and horses were the main form of transportation. Years later in America, I was in the military in the early 70s. I was privy to much of the leading-edge technology we had. The SR-71 spy plane used for reconnaissance over Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, China, and the USSR was secret and leading-edge technology at the time. The general public wouldn't know of it for many years after the war was over. The SR-71 was a toy in comparison to what I was flying in back in the early 1950s, many years before the SR-71 was even on the drawing board. I never made it into Vietnam. While in the military overseas, I was in a severe car accident. ET stepped in and fixed me and the other occupant up and left before the police and ambulances came. We were in perfect condition without a scratch. The car was a mangled, twisted pile of metal. I was the driver and it was my fault. The passenger didn't remember anything that happened but couldn't believe we were alive and unhurt. I lived in a small village with no modern conveniences. Televisions and radios and books of fiction didn't exist for us. There is no way my mind could have created what I experience without having some reference, like TV, books and stories. My parents didn't and don't believe in ET, so they didn't tell me stories. And how would they have described a fantastical ship when the bicycle was our main form of transportation? I never had a near-death experience. I experienced it while alive, in a ship, those things called UFOs. I was involved with some secret military stuff. Many of us were during that war, but it had nothing to do with the aliens that I was aware of. I was in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos wars. I never said where I was sent to, or what I did, for reason I would rather not elaborate on. I was never debriefed by the military because I never entered the ships on behalf of the military or the government. Besides, they didn't trust me to tell them what they wanted to know. There is nothing spectacular about my military service. I enlisted in January of 1970 and my tour ended 3 years later in 1973. My rank was Spec 4, primary MOS was tank crewman, secondary MOS was supply. My basic training was in Fort Leonard Wood, Mo. I was stationed in Fort Knox, Kentucky, Fort Ord, California, Fort Hood, Texas, and did a tour in Okinawa. I was stationed at several military installations. I received my joyrides more than once and at more than one base. I was able to observe the exterior of the ship on a military base, not going to mention which one for obvious reasons. But entering the alien ship took place mostly away from military bases, and I found myself inside them. In other words, I didn't walk into them, I was taken into them. The ship I remember the most about its corridors. There was a main corridor that circled around the main compartment like a hallway separating the portholes or viewing area from the interior of the ship. I was able to walk around the interior circumference and look out of the ship from the many portholes. Never noticed it, they were tinted. The view was crystal clear. The ship was not a large open space. There were rooms or compartments. I never seen the engine or propulsion system. I'm guessing that it was magnetic because in certain parts of the ship I could feel a strong energy force around my body, electrical or something like it, difficult to put into words. During my military days I was involved in a near-fatal accident. Someone ran me off the road while stationed somewhere overseas. My car was a mangled heap of junk with the doors crumpled shut. By the time the authorities arrived I was standing outside of the car without a scratch. Before the local authorities could question me, the military showed up and took me away, without any questions, and returned me to my off-base apartment. I've had a hard life, but overall I have been blessed big time. Lucky bugger works for me, lol. Back in 1957 we moved to America and Patterson, NJ was the first place we lived, moved away 2 years later. I was very young when we lived there, but I remember a convent behind our apartment. My brother, cousin and I spent many days driving the nuns crazy. We got into their flower gardens and they didn't like it. There was also a waterfall near us because I could hear it even from inside our house. We hunted for frogs and turtles at the lake. I have many good memories of Patterson and a place called Midville. The preacher that married my wife and I is named Patterson. He retired afterward. Come on, there is some mysterious meaning here, lol. Patterson is only reserved for those badasses I talked about earlier. In 1970 I was in the Army training for combat, not for Vietnam but here in the US. Thousands of us were on the tarmac in Fort Hood, Texas, waiting orders to load up on military cargo planes and be shipped off to Chicago. Those orders never came and they sent us overseas instead. When I lived in post-war Italy, food was hard to come by and we ate pigeons now and then. People actually came around selling them. Chickens were for the wealthy and rare in our part of town. I grew up in poverty in Italy, and when he came to America my dad's business failed and we were back to square one. I had to join the army to get 3 meals and some shoes without holes in them. Until I joined the army I went to bed hungry for 17 straight years. I've had 2 of my own business fail, but overall I still consider my life a blessing. My point, a lot of us get dragged through the hot coals of life. I didn't think I was sent here for punishment or to learn a lesson, yet I got both. I missed out on the age of Aquarius back in the 60s due to poverty and the rough neighborhood I grew up in. I joined the army as a way out of it. Didn't do the hippie thing, pure survival was my goal. I was never much of a dreamer because life was hard and real. But unlike many of my friends, and later army buddies, I never feared death, and ironically I outlived most of them. I have always been aware on one level or other of extraterrestrial beings in my life but didn't quite understand why until later in my years. I've never been regressed, never needed to, because my experiences have been clear and memorable, the few they allowed me at the beginning. As I got older more memories were left intact and that's why I decided to write about them. Still, I'm not a new ager trying to bring enlightenment to the world. I tell my real story, and answer some questions that I'm privy to. I find it curious how many people can't make the mental leap that souls, extraterrestrials, afterlife and what we see as magic, as real. To me it's so obvious, and I'm as straight and level-headed as they come with 0 flights of fantasy. I'm not sure that I'm here to learn anything, but I definitely had to endure plenty. I came down to earth from Utopiaville. What more could they do to me? I should have read the fine print. I was dropped off in war-ravaged Italy after the Second World War. We moved to the States where I grew up in poverty in a part of town that the police feared coming into, where people were shot and stuffed into car trunks over unpaid gambling debts. Where on more than one occasion walking home from school I found myself dodging bullets from gunfights between gangsters. My first job I was 9 years old and whatever I made I gave to my mother. I have worked ever since. I joined the army at 17 to avoid going to jail because of the thugs I hung out with, and for a pair of shoes that didn't have holes in them, lol. I had a hard life, and some of my friends were the spawn of Satan, criminals looking to outdo each other just for kicks. It was in those days that I received my first assignments. Because I was on the inside of the gang I was able to keep certain crimes against individuals from taking place. I did the same while in the army. The hate and evil that swirled all around me never rubbed off on me and I remained above it while in the midst of it, but I had plenty of reason to fall. I was always hungry, always cold in the winter. In grade school I was made fun of because of my language differential, and my clothes were shabby. There was no shortage of people trying to hurt me or bring me down to their level. I trudged through plenty of darkness, the real stuff, because my memory of who I was blocked. I spent a year at a Jesuit college, but moved on to one that wasn't so expensive. I had veterans benefits that paid for my schooling but I still couldn't afford to pay that tuition. I have regretted it. The teaching was superb. When our bakery went under, all our utilities were turned off except for the water. We lived on stale bread and coffee heated with a candle for more than a month. We were poor in Italy but we had family for backup over there, but here in the US we had no friends after we lost everything, not even welfare because we were not citizens yet, nor the money to go back to Italy. I lived in poverty until I joined the army. I was raised by clueless parents, clueless teachers, in a clueless society that views anyone who has invisible associates as a menace to society. My life has never been a cakewalk. In Europe, starvation and sickness was an affliction of the aftermath of the First World War. Germany suffered more because they lost that war, and were cut off economically by the other countries, which was the seed planted for the Second World War. Both my parents lost all of their teeth shortly after they moved to America from Italy because of malnutrition and hardship that was rampant in Europe after the Second War. On your Vietnam stint, were you Black Op? I was regular army with a side order of the cover. Black Ops like the Mafia doesn't exist. Any chance you could tell us about some of the things you did in there? Or is it above top secret? Let's put it this way. They don't give out medals nor punishment for those involved, because they don't exist. My parents were very smart but neither of them picked up the English language until their latter years. Not soon enough to be helpful to me. Many in the neighborhood spoke Italian so the need was not immediate. Although my dad was given a book by immigration so that he could learn enough English to take the citizenship test, and he would sit at the dinner table reciting "How now brown cow" over and over again that I had nightmares about brown cows even though I didn't quite know what a brown cow was at the time. When I lived in Italy as a young boy, my dad devised a way to keep me out of the basement, where he had his tools. He had me follow him to the basement door, and he would open it and a hand reached out and grabbed him and pulled him down the stairs. He would yell and beg for help. I was 5 at the time and ran to the kitchen and grabbed a broom and hit the hand that was holding my father until it let go of him. Years later he told me that the hand was his, and they used to get some good laughs with me, even inviting the neighbors over to watch. But at the time I was horrified by that beast in the basement, and the hairs on the back of my neck still stand up whenever I think about it. Dreams are real places, just as real as the stunt my dad pulled on me. He did it to make a point and leave an impression, and the ETs do likewise. My kids are grown up and on their own for the most part. When I was a young lad of 10 to 14 years of age, my dad dug a basement under our house and he had me carry buckets of dirt out into the yard. He always told me just 10 buckets and then you can go play. After the 10 buckets there was 10 more, and by the end of the night I ended up carrying more than $100 of dirt, 2 5-gallon buckets at a time. In grade school, my arms looked like those of Popeye the Sailor Man. ETs and me. I have no idea why I am involved with the aliens, but it began from the first day I was born, and possibly before. I have vivid memories of my early contacts, not sure what I can talk about. The military did not select me, they knew about me, before I knew about them. My experience began before I was born on this planet. I don't know if I came from another planet or if they took me out of my mother's womb during her abduction. No one in my family believes in aliens, including my mother. My mental awareness was not that of a child but near to that of an adult. The ship I was in was all over the place, like I was being given a tour of the solar system before they dropped me off or returned me to my mother's belly. I remember leaving this solar system and then returning. It was like a train ride. I could see planets in the distance, some shrouded in the haze of the sun as we made our approach to the Earth. At that time I did not know that the planet I was looking at was Earth and my new home. The glare of the sun did not bother my eyes, presumably the glass or whatever it was blocked out harmful radiation. I haven't had any bad experiences while I was young. I played with others my age inside the ship. Sometimes it was parked above Earth, other times it flew around the solar system and we got to look out through the portals. My ET knowledge came mostly while out of the military. In other words, my military service didn't interfere with my ET contacts. English is not my native language, but that's the medium ETs use with me. I saw Earth from space more than once, not a dream, not an illusion. When I was very young, some 50 years ago, before the USSR and the US put people into orbit, before any television shows like Star Trek, and many alien movies, and books, I was running around a spaceship with other children. I often looked out the ship and saw huge globes hanging in the darkness of space. My experience that I described while in the military happened 35 years ago. I have advanced a tad since then. A few more privileges have been made available to me. I have been aware of ET for all of my life. I even remember them dropping me off on this planet. Nevertheless, for the first 4 decades of my life I didn't want to know about them, and I did my best to block them out of my life. Totally impossible. They have literally taken me kicking and screaming into a life I didn't want. In short, they forced me to clean up my act. I wasn't always the nice guy I am today. Evil beings wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to make me respectable. Or would they? What these ETs have shown me leaves no doubt in my mind that they are on the same level as deities. They are not out there trying to figure things out. Their cities are beyond fantastic. Everything is magic, and love radiates from everything, including them, when they don't have their bad face on, which they only put on while on Earth. I didn't want to divulge this, but here goes. I get their communications from my bowl of cereal every morning, just like Gonzo did in Muppets from Space. Well, maybe not. We are in the same place when they give me the info. Maybe I am a mixture of whatever concoction the aliens implanted in my mother's womb and taken on several test runs around the solar system before being let loose on this planet, and they bring me in for an occasional tweak, or checkup, or perhaps to clean the bathrooms on the ships. I don't know. Once it was over, we were split up and sent to new units. Names were aliases, but it didn't matter. I had no desire to get back in touch. I'd be surprised if anyone came forward to collaborate, if they are still alive. They were a rough bunch anyway. Doubt that they cared about anything. Aliens can hypnotize anyone, any place, at any time. Those soldiers on the ship were being trained for other things, not sure what. Others that have seen the ships, one would presume, would be a few select scientists, government officials, and certain military people. When I entered the ship, there were a few people standing behind what was a protective glass partition. No guards near the ship, they were posted outside the building. Everything is on a need-to-know basis. If it didn't concern me, I wasn't told. It's the best way to keep secrets. I'm not visited by only one race. But I don't know much about the others yet. Other entities have the fun jobs and my interaction with them remains obscured. I don't have all the details on them, but when they drop in, it's party time and we are off to some exclusive and mysterious destination. I hope they open up to me with more details someday. They come mostly in the early morning hours, usually between 2-6 a.m. I am usually awake in bed. When they enter the room, my whole brain becomes electrically aware, similar to a fluorescent bulb when placed in the vicinity of a high-energy field. It picks up the energy and lights up, and a loud sound fills my ears. No one hears it but the intended. My wife sleeps right through it. They keep her sleeping. I have met them during daytime and they were garbed as humans, and their energy field affects me, sometimes causing stomach cramps. They affect certain electrical things including my car when I took them places. There is no preparing that I am aware of. I have known them my whole life and they still scare the heck out of me, although I also have comfortable encounters. I don't have details, but when I have a question in my head they give me roundabout answers. The way they do certain things makes it obvious they are bound by rules and policies. Those I have contact with are not a band of outlaws. However, alien outlaws probably are out there. Humans are not shooting down alien ships. I don't know which aliens are dealing with me. I do know that nice friendly ones have, and some very ugly personality types too. Overall, I don't feel they are malicious, even the ugly ones, because I believe I leave with a bit more of something after each encounter. I have experienced more than one alien, don't know how many. For some reason I cannot retain what they look like. Most of the time they are not near me but at a distance, and they communicate with me. I don't ask them questions, they know what is on my mind and sometimes they answer. It faded, but I was always aware of my extraterrestrial rides. When I was young my mental state was not altered while in the ship. I was not a prodigy child. I hated school, did bad in all my subjects. I never ask or know when Milton or others stop by. They come day or night, always unannounced, as if this was some kind of clandestine program. Lol. My visits are fairly frequent, and they usually end up off Earth. I can ask but don't always get answers. I have asked about others and only received vague replies on a few. Privacy issues. Lol. They can make things happen at a faster rate if they want to. I think it's still up in the air what they will do. They give it to me and others to put out there. They definitely have a spaced-out sense of humor, which is a good thing, believe me. You would not like them if they were mad. Lol. I've been off-planet recently, yes, and every so often, some places are still blanked out. If I did saw Mars, it remains blocked, but I did a flyby. I assumed most people understood that ET fixed me. I didn't fix myself. At that time I was not aware that I was repaired by ET. That fact was revealed to me many years after. I have all my human memories, and overall I have been blessed with 2 fantastic children and wife, and fantastic times with them, all intact, and many ET memories. The ET ones are equally as real. What else do we have to go on? When I was young, about 1 billion years ago, lol, a hole opened in my bedroom wall and they came out of it, talked with me a bit, and they took me into the hole, which led into a ship, and then we flew into space, and I wasn't even allowed to cross the street on my own, lol. I have always been aware of ETs on some level, but they started getting busy with me around 1995, and then again in 2004 at the age of 50. Every time we meet they open up more stuff. The human brain has limits, and that's not where they put the bulk of the info. A lot of it is in the ship, and I have access to some of it via some kind of telepathic hookup, kind of like Dish Network, lol. I don't remember ever asking for physical contact. They happen out of the blue, day or night. Sometimes I'm directed to go for a walk at a park, or nature trail, like in my screenplay. 2 blue beings came over one morning and rushed me out of my house in a big hurry, put me into their vehicle, ship, and took me to a city I was not familiar with, blanked me out, and an hour later returned me home. One of my most enjoyable abductions, but I don't remember why. I'm a little familiar with them. There are blue entities. They were small, less than 2 feet tall, with reptilian and human features, and radiate blissful energy. They move rapidly like hummingbirds, and when there were two of them that visited, took my hand, I moved at the same rate they did. They took me and brought me back 2 hours later. I don't know who or what they are, or why or where they took me. Blue entities are shy and very hesitant to enter anyone's private space if they detect the slightest bit of resistance for an encounter. Even though many don't believe this stuff, they asked me to clam up on certain things they are involved in. Their heads are large in proportion to their bodies, their eyes are smaller than that of greys. Skin is blue with iridescent white spots. The blue beings ooze magic and joy, and they are still around, really short, not like the tall ones in Vegas. I have never seen a dark figure. In the beginning they were small and playful beings that simply appeared in my room. As I got older and I tried to block them out of my mind, but they would hit me over the head with a beehive, and take me away. They then started meeting me in human form, and we often had lunch at a local restaurant, or met at other public places, or at my home. Now anything goes. Personally, I never look for them, and have in the past tried to avoid contact. It is them that intrude into my life. But I'm not complaining now, especially since they opened up things like they did in my blog. Helping me is secondary, for ETs. The relationship is extremely complex and becomes more so the more they open up to me. When I was young and even while in the military, I knew just enough about ET to scare me. They were doing things I didn't quite understand, and then they blocked things from me. I tried to drown them out by partying and drinking, then they warned me to cut back. I didn't listen and they took me behind the shed, so to speak, and it took me a few years to get over that one experience. However, I had changed my reckless behavior soon after that encounter. I see both worlds, ET's world and humans' world. Which would I choose? Hands down ET, baby. Me and Milton are not Illuminati, Satanist, wife beaters, or child molesters, etc. Milton and I do not belong to any secret society or empire or whatever else. Have the ETs in involvement with me, looking back, only been a positive force in my life, or are they still at times disruptive? They have been 100% positive. Even the ones I perceived as negative turned out positive. I'm positive, lol. Most of the time ETs are specific with things I need to do. They sometimes speak in parables when they want an element to remain ambiguous. That's what I love about them. But I find myself doing the same thing too. Will it ever end? ETs talk in parables because a lot of info is transmitted in small bites, for those astute to read between the lines, that is. So I do the same. Some abductions have been very strange and difficult to relay, as I did the one in the blog. That's why the next one isn't written yet. The rest of the encounters remain mostly blocked except for a few moments at the beginning. There are many people going on similar trips, yet so few talk about them. Cowards. Lol. There is no rhyme or reason on when they stop by, but they do frequently. All the ones I have seen are small, below 4 feet. The story I wrote today with an extraterrestrial is a fraction of the experience that happened to me. The tinfoil hats are to keep aliens from reading our minds and influencing our thoughts. Granted, they will keep microwaves out, and tinfoil is cool for roasting corn in, and it has a million other uses. But believe me, it don't stop ETs from reading our thoughts. Okay, I have tried it once. I wanted to block Milton out for a short time just to see if I could, but the burger appeared next to me, mocking me and wearing a tinfoil hat too, both of us in tinfoil hats, and he still talked to me telepathically while drinking a glass of water. Shot those theories all to heck. The ETs I know about don't eat food unless they are in human form, and then they only do it to be sociable and not stick out. I get more tours with Milton and ETs, but I don't remember all the details other than they are more mind-blowing fantastic each time, and my little human brain can't handle it all. I've had some hairy scary encounters, plenty. I get unwelcomed visits, comes with the territory. Unwelcome visits can get hairy, raises a few hairs, and seldom cordial. Also, there are some that have tried to discourage my big yap. I don't have any implants in me. I did, but Milton took them out. Nevertheless, They still keep an eye on me. If only I could get them to mow my lawn. I was always aware of the ET critters on some level, and then around 1995 they dropped a bunch of info in my lap and told me to make sense of it. I put what I could down on paper and then into a box in my closet where it remained for 2 years. I forgot about it, then got a call on the phone from some dude and he wanted to meet with me at a restaurant. Normally I might have hung up the phone. Instead I got in the car and met him and we talked over lunch about my writing. I had written a few things but nothing anyone knew about. I went home, took down the box that had the first draft of my manuscript in it and rewrote it a dozen times, then had it published in 1997. What a waste of time and money, my money and my time. My advice: if some weirdo stranger calls and tells you to write a book, tell him or her where to stake it. This thread is about extraterrestrials. I know that many people can't get their minds around that possibility. I don't contact aliens if I can help it. They seem to know where to find me even though I have moved often. Milton tells me things even if I don't want them, and I can share them if I wish. Do you get all your information from Milton and the ETs directly, or is some of what you say your own personal beliefs? Some of it is what I remember and know. If you go for a walk or a drive, are you able to see cloaked UFOs? No, but I know they are there. Do you have contact with any other ETs? Where are the ETs from that you are communicating with? It's kind of a we will call you, don't call us deal. I don't know where Milton is from. I don't think he knows either. He looks lost most of the time. I have lived with the knowledge of these beings from before I came to this planet. Those memories were not erased or implanted. I have always been aware of them on some level. Time is an illusion, as is much of this life. But those things are peeled away on the other side of the curtain where there is no illusion, time, or memory implants. Yes, you can claim that too is an implant. In that case, believe what you will. Milton. Milton is not his real name. I gave him that name. I have access to Milton now as I did in the blog, but he is not always available. He contacts me telepathically every other day more or less. His real name is N.R. It sounds way too silly, so I'm not going to say it. Trust me, Milton is much better. All perceived sarcasm is unintentional. My contacts usually take place both physically and telepathically. He is not my only contact, can't yet go into the rest of them. He has some sense of humor. Many of them do, they love their work. We go way back, me and him. Connected since a long time. He involved me in disclosure, that's his job, and at a late stage, not sure why. Entities like Milton can do it at will. I was taken out of my body and then put back in. I felt an inexpressible freedom coming out and the reverse going back in. I immediately felt the burden and weight of my body. The body is truly a ball and chain, at least the ones we have to wear here on Earth. I didn't call Milton my guide, he is a slave driver, lol. We talk in person and telepathic. I can't describe telepathic other than words and concepts appear in my mind. I don't think Milton is helping me, heck, I'm the one doing all the work. Lol, I'm not sure what his range is, or how many people he has under his charge. Milton knows, that's his problem. He is a know-it-all, lol, but Milton doesn't share much. Also, he can't interfere outside his domain, sort of like the mods talking between themselves and not stepping on each other's toes, lol. I don't think Milton controls me much because I sometimes don't listen to his advice. For instance, my wife and youngest daughter took a vacation to Denver 2 years ago and my wife wanted to go to Colorado Springs since it was nearby. We had been there when our children were younger and climbed Pikes Peak, and visited the Garden of the Gods. I was told to enjoy my vacation in Denver and to stay away from Colorado Springs. My wife insisted that we should go because it might be a long time before we came back there as a family. I didn't tell her about Milton or his advice because at the time I didn't know it was Milton giving me certain info. We spent 2 days in Denver and I decided we would spend the rest of the vacation in Colorado Springs, about 3 days. No sooner did I enter the city I was pulled over by a traffic cop and he wrote me up with 5 violations. I had a perfect driving record for 30 years until that day. Needless to say, that ruined the vacation. My wife and daughter were crying and could not believe what had just happened. They both lost a lot of respect for the law that day because I had done nothing wrong. We headed home. Once home I contacted the city and the prosecutor dropped the charges. My wife has a high security clearance. She is a civilian who works for a company that deals heavily with the military, and she travels to many military bases, and often to those located in Colorado Springs, so I thought we would be fine. Not so for me. Milton will not tell me why the military is uneasy with my being there. The police officer was only following orders. When I didn't take the hint from Milton to stay out of that town, they took evasive action. I had been to Colorado Springs twice before in earlier years and we always had an escort. The first time I was not sure why 2 Air Force officers had a room next to ours, and then they happened to be at all the attractions we went to. My wife has been to the base many times. She works for a medical company that supplies most military bases. She also has been to CIA headquarters. She has a high-up security clearance, not easy to attain. They not only investigate the person but also the spouse, me, and they still gave her the clearance, lol. Also, my female cousin is married to one of the officers on that base. My cousin does not know about me and my off-world connections. We were going to visit them until we got run out of town by the cops. The reason they dismissed the trumped-up charges so easily was because they had achieved their objective. They didn't want me near their Air Force Academy. I have no idea why. Was Milton created as is, by some even loftier being, at a certain point in time? Did he evolve gradually to its lofty position? Or did he simply always exist as it is now, neither evolving nor having been created? Milton has yet to reveal that to me, but he is middle management right now and can ascend to higher realms. He does not drink coffee nor does he swear. That's one thing about Milton. He is so clear on things that it completely confuses me at times, if that makes any sense. The pebble thing is what I believe Milton has in mind. Who are the employers of the Miltons and what is their role and nature? I report to Milton. That's all I know for now. Milton is lower management. He doesn't get invited to those highfalutin parties at the center of the universe, so he is kind of out of the loop about the big guy that plays with the pearly dice, should there be one. Milton is occupied by genres not of this earth, not like sci-fi. How many of us would be entertained by reading material suited for 3-year-olds? Milton has yet to put fear in me as the nuns at my school did. I still have ruler marks on the palms of my hands. I guess I was no angel. You can say there are similarities minus the fire and brimstone, and no worship is required. Milton has a message for you: take good care of yourself. Milton is much older than a few hundred Earth years, way older. But he looks really good for his age. His bodysuit doesn't age. He is from many planets and a few other dimensions. He has been around the block quite a few times. At his level, goals have no meaning. He has assignments for lack of a better definition. Don't know what exactly he does. I assume he has a cadre of people like me he works with. I'm not aware if Milton listens to music. If he does, it's nothing like what we have. Nothing, except Milton knows how much I like to walk through forests. He highly recommends it, but he has not given me the time or means to do it. If he has, it remains blocked. Much of everything with him is business-oriented, and if he can't write it off, he doesn't let me do it, lol. Milton's mode of communication, it is given to me as instantaneous knowledge, verbal sentences, mental pictures, subconscious feelings, morning memories, and in person. Milton is a lot of things but not a linear Time Lord, lol. Milton, in ET form, I wouldn't say he was naked. We don't consider our dogs and cats naked. Nevertheless, he wasn't wearing anything other than his skin that I could tell, yet there was no sense of nakedness about him. There are male and female facial characteristics, but I was not aware of things below the waistline, especially while in the fluid kind of reality inside an alien ship. Milton rarely spills the beans on others, mainly because if I opened that door there would be no way for me to handle all the requests. I have made plenty mistakes while on this planet, so if he is my guide, he has dropped the ball several times. He insists that I dropped the ball, lol. I see Milton often enough, and class trip maybe, but if so it will be early in the morning between 3 and 4 a.m. And only those that pay attention will remember. Milton is pretty scary. Milton is a free agent. Milton is not Lucifer. Milton doesn't have any teeth. I did take 6 hours of art in college, but my painting and drawing skills would do no justice to what Milton looks like nor anything else I recreate through that medium. And for some reason I hate to draw, I would rather chew on nails. Milton is high up the food chain, and is free to go anywhere he wishes inside this galaxy. He still takes me places but blocks out some of it because he doesn't want me talking about it. Milton knows there is right and wrong in human hearts. Milton is not me from the future. We are individual entities, and the future and past is not Play-Doh that can be molded or manipulated by mortals, or even those at Milton's level. So Milton's creative abbreviated process is an idea ... boom ... there it is? Instantaneously? He wishes, lol, those higher up than him, yes. Milton and those higher up only indulge in one emotion, joy. Milton has my home phone number. I never give out my cell phone number, especially to Milton, otherwise I would never get any rest. I'm tempted to talk more, but Milton could pull the rug out from under me and turn the eggshells I'm walking on into hot coals. He's a character that goads me to push the envelope of believability, the things dreams are made of, yet those are the things that get scoffed. So until I get things packaged properly, tone things down, or Milton backs some of it with a bit of substance, I will continue walking and talking like I'm on eggshells. Milty lets me fall when he thinks I'm telling too much or hanging with the wrong crowd. This is a collaborative effort, and although Milty keeps the lid on some stuff, he many times insists that I reveal more, in other words, stick my neck way out there. I don't want to, lol. Does Milton have anyone else he watches over? Yup, but specifics are lacking. Milton is one of the members of the board of directors overseeing planet Earth, and he is in the minority concerning certain operations taking place here and perhaps even a bit on the rebellious side with some of his ideas. If I believed for a second that Milton, E.T., is just as much a pawn, actor or involved in our polarity, dual, right, wrong movie as we humans are, I wouldn't waste my time doing this. Milton and those in his league neither gain nor lose doing what they do here on Earth. Earth is not about them and all about us. How they or others continued to rise into the hierarchy is way beyond this thread. Milton is not messing with us, neither he's being messed with us also. Milton shows me way more than I want to know, believe it or not, lol. He is more of a friend, slave driver kind of E.T. Milton can take on human form at any time and does while on Earth sometimes. Does he want to be human? Do we want to be Neanderthals? Same difference. I did ask Milton for a glossy. They can take their own pictures even though we can't. But he said his picture would be worth millions to the tabloids, and he doesn't think I'm worth that kind of money. Besides, he thinks that money would go to my head. I can't believe I put up with him. Money would not go to my head, silly alien, it would go to my bank account, lol. It's those little things they just don't understand about us humans. Anyway, I will keep pestering him for a picture, but certainly not for the fame, strictly for the fortune. Does Milton read this? That slave driver does pop in every now and then unannounced to check up on me, but I'm a step ahead of him. I have a Word document screensaver I click to when I'm goofing off like this stuff. I'm supposed to do the reading and give him a report of any interesting materials that might surface, concerning anyone getting too close to sensitive ET stuff that the cleanup guys didn't get to fast enough. Milton doesn't do much abducting. I don't know who else he associates with. He answers my questions by telepathy or in person over lunch. He still uses the freaky alien costume in many of his visits. I can't refer people to Milton to get taken. Did you pick the name Milton because it was William Cooper's real name? I picked the name Milton out of a hat, but Milton could have filled the hat with that name. Lol. What would I call my communications with Milton? Nothing like channeling or voices in my head. The only voice in my head is me. Not even telepathy. Our communication method is a secret. I don't hear voices in my head, nor is it telepathy. It's something humans haven't yet heard about, and I have no way of describing it or comparing. Well, maybe I do, but I don't want to reveal it. My bad. Milton takes lots of time off. Over several franchises, planets, and mostly lives out of a suitcase, his ship. Milton is without a home planet. He simply exists and goes wherever he wishes when he wishes. That is the reality of countless billions of entities, and a reality that beckons all of us. Milton is not political. I am, and we disagree all the time, but I usually give in because I learned long ago to never piss off a space alien. They have the temperament and strength of Chewbacca. Milton keeps carping about I don't have insurance, the same thing my dad used on me when I was 16 and wanted to borrow the car to take my friends out for joyrides. Who knows why Milton does what he does? He is not on any diplomatic duty. Milton's alien form is not related to the Zeta aliens in any way. Milton and his Garda have no subconscious thingy, it's below them highbrow types. He loves Mexican food. He shows up every now and then and we have lunch or some other activity, in human form, and we talk normally. Milton is a straight arrow. He wanted me to point that out. He is not homophobic. Matter of fact, he doesn't have any equipment at all. He is a eunuch. His body was designed without the family jewels. They don't need them because they don't procreate like humans do. He don't need to log on to ATS and create an account. He has me doing it for him. Is he enjoying this thread as much as we are? Perhaps more so. He is not sexual in the human sense, but they have a higher version of what we might associate as sex, and like birds of a feather, higher entities stick with their own kind. ALF, Milton's favorite show. He looks about 60, claims he is 30. But I know he is much older than those two figures, perhaps as old as dirt, but that kind of talk can put you on his bad side. Why does he get to communicate with me? I had written some profound reason, but he made me erase it and insisted I write his streak of bad luck in its place. Which is totally untrue. He is the luckiest funny-looking thing from outer space I have ever seen. Milton said he is no genie and no way is anyone going to stuff him into a bottle. Thought I would throw that out there. Milton knows a whole lot more than he is telling. He keeps telling me I'm not ready. He is so condescending. Milton is both physical and ethereal, and he comes and goes without ever saying goodbye. He thinks we need more coffee breaks. I think he watched the movie Office Space 1 too many times. He thinks food is our biggest weakness and we don't get enough exercise. Does he think your thread is having a positive influence on those of us who read it? He's beginning to wonder. Is there ever going to be a point where he would like to ask some of us questions via you? That's not on his agenda. What are his curiosities? That brings out the snobbishness in him. He has none. His appearance could undo change for a situation. He thinks I'm too ugly, so he would never use my appearance. Would he make an appearance to a child as another child? I remember very small beings when I was a child, perhaps 2 feet tall, much shorter than Milton. He goes invisible a lot, so I never know if he is coming or going. He has a very tight schedule. Milton is pretty fearless for a small fry, and he can be a tad intimidating even at a tea party. He puts on a human suit now and then. He said he was something like a human once upon a time, but never a human. He has always been in the background of my life, and made his appearance a few years ago. Now it seems I can't get rid of him. Others have come and gone, mostly remaining hidden. He says they threw away the mold after they made him, and he defies description. He is pretty proud of the word defies. I told him maybe they should have kept the mold and threw him away. He's trying to figure out what I meant by that. What dimension is Milt from? The freeloader's dimension. Every time I go into my kitchen the fridge door is wide open and he's rummaging through it like a shark having tasted blood. Yet he never gains any weight. Put Milton in front of a television and give him the remote control and there is no need for a babysitter. He likes every movie, every sitcom, every commercial. Then he makes a long list of things I need to go out and buy to keep the refrigerator well stocked. But he hates football. The way they handle that pigskin gives him the willies. You would think his voice was squeaky, but he sounds more like Lurch Adams in the monster shows. My family don't get to see my imaginary friend, and they have no desire to. Is Milton helping with this thread because he wants humans to learn and grow and the higher-ups are loosening the strings for him to do that? He likes that. His family is huge, as is true with all of us humans here on Earth. The difference is he is always aware of them where we humans are barely aware of the ones right in front of us. How sad. Milton is family. Milton doesn't like his human dude body? Does it just suck, kind of like driving a Geo Metro compared to a super comfortable standard class Ford Crown Victoria taxi? I'm sure a Crown Victoria is a fine car, but it doesn't work for comparison. More like going from a Lamborghini to a Geo. But there is more to it than that. His fuzzy ball of energy, appearance, can't be beat. It's his favorite, and he spends most of his time in that state. He only puts on his alien suit when he wants to raid my refrigerator. What is Milton's favorite Earth dessert? It was ice cream until he watched that My Favorite Martian movie with Christopher Lloyd playing the Martian, and saw what ice cream did to him. Milton doesn't need clothing. There are no private parts to hide, nor is he affected by temperature and perspiration, and he doesn't have any human-type bodily functions. I don't know where the heck all that food and drink goes. He certainly doesn't burn it off, the lazy bum. Milton has no sense of smell, nor much of a sense of humor because he never gets my best jokes. Come to think of it, few terrestrials do either. I know it's not me. Government know about Milton, but they haven't met him, nor will they according to him. Milton can stop a bullet, stop time in a localized area. I don't think he could do the whole world, but sometimes he acts like he can. Entities like Milton are not from anywhere specific, they just are. He kind of reminds me of that angel in the movie Michael starring John Travolta, good movie BTW. Milton enjoys the questions and the people, he even will visit with some in their dreams. It will be real but they will think it a dream. It's not lonely at the top, nevertheless Milton likes working alone. He is luminescent, like a light coming into a dark room in our mind. Could Milton, for example, create a table in your room just by thinking about it? He can do many things including creating a table, but he is best at making things disappear, especially in my kitchen. He's also not good at creating money for me. Milton types are formidable to say the very least, like Superman times 1,000. But they have an almost childlike quality like Clark Kent. Milton is extremely comical and laid back because he can be. He has no human type hang-ups to weigh him down. Milton never was at our stage, he came from a different angle. He didn't intern on Earth. He won't say how many Earth years more advanced he is to us. What percentage would run and what percentage would stay and or attempt to make contact with Milton? 100% would freak out completely, some would run, others would be too paralyzed with fear to run or move. If we were as highly evolved as Milton on another level we wouldn't be here, not even the vacationers. Since Milton is giving you your info, is his race more advanced than the other ETs that are involved with Earth? Perhaps. Milton likes all animals including the human ones. How many times a week on average does Milton appear to me? One too many? He is not a Pleiadian. Milton is able to travel to the other universes quite easily. Do Milton and Ra know each other? Perhaps. How do you view him? Usually. He tries to make himself presentable and not freaky, but it doesn't work. He sometimes takes on the appearance of a small quirky-looking Albert Einstein. Milton originates from a place near the center of the galaxy, but he will not say. He is not alone, there are many more like him. Milton loves The Wizard of Oz, especially at the end where they trade the broomstick for the human qualities that they already had deep inside of them. Milton happens to be gregarious, more so than most higher entities. Milton doesn't follow any human concept of spiritualism, and neither do I. Milton doesn't talk about himself much. Milton-type entities can access higher dimensions. Milton is not from Uranus nor from this solar system, he only works here. Well, work is a relative term, distant relative. Yes, Milton is on the side that wants us to progress technologically. He is a capitalist at heart. Sorry, I know most people have been misled about capitalism and that it is a very dirty word around here, but that is how it swings. Milton's ship moves through time and space as if it didn't exist. How he does it he will not tell me. Milton doesn't drink booze of any kind. Milton and entities of his stature are more real than both you and me and the rest of the human race on this third rock from the sun. He will continue to be on Earth and other places when most of us are far away from this planet and doing hard time on other rocks or taking vacations across the Milky Way galaxy, enjoying the good life. He likes Pat Metheny. I think he lifted that CD from John Lear's collection. Milton be real. The real deal in a world filled with confusion and illusion, but he is not available for signing autographs or making personal appearances to prove himself. He could care less about the skeptics and what they think because they live in illusion and they only understand illusion-type things. Milton can't sustain damage of any kind, the dude is unbreakable. Has Milton ever been to prison in a human life form? If so, why? Milton is perfect in every way like Mary Poppins, and doesn't admit to being in prison or in human bondage, so I'm not sure. He has been to Earth many times in the past but not as a student or prisoner. Milton is not a god. He hangs around this star system a lot. He doesn't belong to any particular race. He is a free agent, or perhaps he meant freeloader. Milton will upgrade at some point. The galaxy and a bunch more stuff he has seen and tasted, a mere grain in the scheme of things. How many Earth years has Milton been visiting this rock? Millions. Milton is millions of years old. He can wad up 1,000,000 years and get 2 points hitting the basket every time, the show off. Time is tricky stuff for 3D land. He liked this place when it was a real zoo, the Dino era. Now he has to go to another star system to see them. Are we not to know the true name of Milton, or are we not to know the true name of God? As far as names go, as Shakespeare once said, a rose by any other name is still a rose. I suppose that goes for Milton or God or Joe Blow down the street for that matter. Milton is not androgynous. Is there any special reason you give him the name Milton on the boards? No reason at all. Though he's blue, is he with you in human form a lot? Not that much anymore. When you decide to leave this prison planet and go back home to Utopia, what will Milton do? What he always does, not much. Is Milton one of your spirit guide? Yes and no, mostly number. Milton does seem to make his own rules, a rebel searching for a cause. You describe Milton as a very strong, powerful entity. Is he messing with us through your messages in order to wake us up? Kind of. Are you one and the same as Milton? Not really. When you drive by one of those road construction sites and 15 well-dressed people are standing around drinking coffee, eating donuts and trying to look important while 1 or 2 guys sweating and smelly are in the ditch doing the work. I'm one of the guys in the ditch. Milton is drinking coffee snickering down at me, woe is me. Milton doesn't negotiate terms of the visit, should he make a house call. Milton is not a guide, he is more of a freeloader. Did Milton ever being a child? He never stopped being a child. This kind of ETs develop themselves the same as us, babies, child, adolescents, etc. He never would say. Milton has many dimensions under his hat and he doesn't even wear a hat. The higher dimension rules and those dimensions under fall easily into place. It's really cool to see them on one page. Would there be a source of intel that is above even Milton's level that he wouldn't know about? More than likely, but he says I wouldn't understand. Do you think it is possible that we all have our own Miltons who cater to our personal situations? Yes, they are known as our guides and know our heart's desires. The factions Milton represents wishes, a more progressive approach to conditions on our little prison planet. This beneficent approach requires a covert approach. Can he consider Milton's faction the good guys? Yup, Milton is the good guys. He don't wear a white hat though. My family. Has anyone in your family ever seen this unquestionable evidence that you claim to have? They have, but they are not aware of it now. My dad, while he was still alive, never believed in extraterrestrials but told me that when he was a boy he saw huge flying discs, had no explanation for them but adamantly did not believe they were aliens. He didn't know it, but he was being abducted. So there is evidence that many abductions run in the family. No one in my family believes in ETs. My family likes terra firma. They don't like it when I occasionally bring up the subject around them, so I don't. It took me a long time to come out of the closet. My wife knew, she believes. There's been a few things she was able to see to convince her, but I never told my offspring until they were older. My wife wants to believe, she has seen things that have no explanation yet she is not allowed to know. Same with my children, they are involved yet they don't know nor do they want to know. My family knows about my connection with ET. My wife was curious like most people about ETs. I told her they will scare the hell out of you. She didn't believe me, and was positive she could handle it. She got her wish and caught a glimpse of one in our living room one night. They were there for me and they decided to let her see one of them. Knowing about her wish they granted it. She's been a firm believer since and does not want to meet any of them again. I never seen the woman so frightened in my life. I thought she was going to have a heart attack. Debunkers are going to say I played a thick on her. I didn't. One day my daughter came home from school. She was in the 4th grade and rode the school bus. We lived in the typical neighborhood in one of the suburbs that were sprouting up all over the place. While on the bus ride to school, a boy older than her came over to her seat and told her that he saw a UFO hovering over our house the night before. He lived 3 houses up on the other side of the street and had a clear view of our house. She didn't know what a UFO was, but she was in shock that an older boy spoke to her. She didn't respond to him and he returned to his seat without saying anything else. She asked me what a UFO was and why was it over our house. I told her it was an unidentified flying object. I didn't elaborate it and she shrugged it off. I was tempted to get her to ask that boy more about it, but not wanting to put her into a position of talking about those kind of things I decided not to. I don't regret my decision. Stigmatizing young children with strange phenomena can be detrimental. High school and above is a different story. My children are much older now and I have mentioned a few things about ETs to them. However, they don't seem that interested. If and when they become curious, I will tell them whatever they wish to know. I have 2 adult children and they have no such stories. Their memories remain blocked. My children, both of them, are part of the program, but they have no idea any memories of their contact with ET. I have several brothers and sisters. None of them are involved, that I know of. None have shown the least bit of interest in the ET phenomenon. There is a notable difference between myself and my siblings. We get along very well, yet I see the world differently than they do. I often wonder if I am related to them. They, as most people, are fixated on this planet and can't imagine the existence of extraterrestrials. They are absorbed in the 9-to-5 everyday existence that makes up the grand illusion many live out their lives in. My wife thinks I'm an ET, but I'm not. Does your wife believe you? She tries. My wife likes fiction, thrillers, and romance novels, but I hardly ever touch the stuff. What did your wife say about the sperm donations? She is fine with it, as long as I don't stay out too late. Lol, I'm kidding. I'm not sure she believes it completely or at all. My daughters when they were young would come into our room at any hour of the night when they got scared and stand by our bed, not wanting to wake us up but hoping we would wake up. I usually sensed them and woke up with no problem, but my wife jumped out of her skin every single time, especially if they touched her. She walked in on ET once and nearly died of a heart attack, so they don't do that to her anymore. When my wife walked in on my meeting with ET, she didn't get a chance to talk to them. They left and I calmed her down. She remembers the fear but not them. My mother is a saint and I'm not the one who said it. Everyone who knows her say it, yet she believes she is not worthy of heaven. She is a devout Catholic and nearly goes to church every day because she believes herself a sinner, yet she has never had a bad word for anyone. She doesn't even know the meaning of hate, ego, or envy. Hate, envy and ego were issues she resolves in a previous life. She in fact is not here to learn anything, she is here to assist others whose lives she touched, certainly family members but mostly people who she remains in constant contact by phone as they languish in nursing homes now. I have taken her to visit them and they light up and come to life when she enters their rooms and nearly drop to her feet. When we moved to the city in America that I grew up in, we were looked down on by most of the people in the community because of our poverty. There goes the neighborhood was often heard. The parish priest did the beckoning of the community, tried to get us to move out of the area and into public housing. We rented a house that was due for demolition but my dad fixed it up and eventually bought it. People continued to treat us like dirt for many years after. But things changed and many of the people whose noses were turned up began treating my parents like royalty. My father has long passed away but my mother still gets that treatment, and she still lives in that old house but not able to get around as much. She is a saint. My mother believes she failed because some of her children are not practicing Catholics. The steadfast Catholics in my family believe the rest of us lost souls. I don't speak much about this subject with them because they are not ready for it. I have told my stuff to my wife, but like many people she gets a chuckle. This info is not for everyone. The extramarital sex too is justified. There are some benefits that offset the laughing we have to put up with, but hey, someone has to do it. There is no greater joy than having dinner and discussions with our children. I've had many of those blessings while they were growing up, and still do. The good memories are keepers and we take them with us forever, glazed eyes and all. I was one of the lucky parents that never had to tell my children who to hang out with. They made those calls on their own, and as far as them shunning anyone they never did, but some of the other kids did shun them. As they got older they were appreciated more, or should I say used, as designated drivers for their friends who did smoke and drink. I guess we all have a purpose in this life. My mother is still alive and I visit with both of my parents. I warned my father when he was alive about his anger problems but he was unable to resolve them while here. He is now working on them elsewhere. My wife will not read my thread because she doesn't want to have nightmares. My mother is very much into Christianity, and so are all her friends. They know nothing else and every time they hear about an apparition of the Virgin Mary they are on cloud 9 with excitement. There are millions of people in the same boat, and that boat will be kept afloat. Why would Milton show himself to your wife? She walked in on him one late night, and he let it happen. My mother believes in the Virgin Mary, and so do many in my family. I would never take that away from them and is not in my power to do so, thank God. Was your wife jealous after reading your book? She doesn't want to have anything to do with space, go figure. Was your wife jealous about the nurse? If she was, she didn't say anything. My story and mission. This thread is for those curious souls who want a peek behind the stage doors. I tell what I know to be the truth: free will, reward and punishment, a galaxy filled with Earth-type intelligent life, extraterrestrial visitors and overseers, and eternal life. Most have difficulty seeing the little picture. The big picture is out of our reach completely. But we can see bits and pieces of it if we dare to look. I'm not selling anything and I'm not interested in making ET believers of anyone. I'm telling it because I was told to tell it, regardless of whether people believe or not. Information is being put out there. People talked about flight way before it became a reality. I take my orders from ET, they decide if and when. ETs told me to write about all this, about 8 years ago. What do they achieve by having me do it? They can handle just about anything but rejection and ridicule. Obviously that stuff doesn't bother me or I would have abandoned this thread long ago. I could have said they chose me because of my superior intellect, but that probably wouldn't go over very well. My answers are sincere and from a higher source than myself. When my connection cuts me off, I hang. I don't post to change anyone's mind about the subject, but to tell what I have experienced. I don't write fiction, I get my information from the horse's mouth, e.t. My experiences are genuine. My material equals dozens of manuscripts. I'm not much of a New Age follower, even though many accuse me of being one. Lol, it may sound strange, but I have little desire to read spiritualistic books. I know because I have seen it. Believing me or anyone with those kinds of claims is simply a choice each of us have to make, if they have nothing else to go on. ETs know that I'm writing all this, it's their way of communicating information to those able to hear it. I don't intend to mess with people's belief, that's not my job. But I think I am free to express my opinions and share with those who might be interested, some of my experiences. I have no problem with people believe in hell, or Jesus, I only tell what I believe. I don't meditate, everything that I write that inspires readers is from ET, they refuse to claim the rest. No intentional paradox in my story, however I'm only human, and humans are the essence of paradox. You can presume what I write is fiction, no law against that. I don't speculate or do wishful thinking, I write what I have experienced and seen with my own eyes. I can talk about my experiences and nothing more, at least for now. I continually ask them to let me show a few things. I've even had the nerve to ask that they let me land a craft in a large city. They thought that it was cute. If the aliens were concerned about this story getting out, they would stop it. Perhaps they know most people will not believe it and are unconcerned. Things on my thread can be hazardous to the beliefs which are standard issue from our learning institutions. Unfortunately, we can't have it both ways. You either believe in one or the other. It's soil and water, they don't mix well. I don't know what my role is. Perhaps I'm the dishwasher on the ship and when I leave they blank that part out. Maybe to tell this story. I have read books, magazines, and the internet, hoping to find something like my experience. I haven't yet. I put off telling my story for 52 years, that's how old I am. I had alien contact from day one. I haven't talked about it because of the stigma placed on those who have. At my age, I have decided that what people think doesn't matter anymore. I know what's out there. My account, all true, and those of others are harmless because the vast majority will remain unconvinced, as it should be. After all, it's only my word, it's not in my power to provide proof. I'm not blowing smoke for the simple reason that where there is smoke there are firefighters to put it out before anyone discovers the fire. I'm telling my story and will be allowed to tell some of it as long as I keep with the no smoking rules. There are lots of hints dropped in my stories and those of other contactees, but for now no fire, no proof, and no smoking. No psychiatrist, no hallucinations, or mental issues. The strongest drug I take is an aspirin now and then. I am married, have 2 children, started 2 businesses, live in a nice neighborhood, own 4 cars, and several rental properties. I know the difference between a dream and real life. I suppose there are those who don't. Which is tragic. Everything I have written is mine, my experiences. If not, I put quotes on it. If it is similar to someone else's experiences, then I can't help that. This is not a run-of-the-mill tale, it's to say the least very complex phenomena. There is a reason people like me don't tell their stories. Much cannot be told, and what is told has to be done delicately. I visited a star system much further than Alpha Centauri, don't know which one, and it didn't take more than a few weeks, if that. I don't know how long the journey was, but it was under a month that I was away. It was like taking an ape into New York City and showing it the town and taking it back to the jungle and letting it tell the other apes what it saw. I have been placed into an area that was underground like the Dulce Caves, in a large cavern filled with strange machinery enclosed in huge metal containers. I was left there for a long period, day or more, alone. Why? Don't know, but it was not a fun time. Inside the cavern was a huge metallic room. The room had machinery as that seen perhaps under a large city, like a power plant or water treatment, don't know, but it was completely silent. No city was on the surface, only desert. The machinery or equipment had metal skins or casings covering them. No gauges, pulleys, wheels, levers, valves, only large odd-shaped things. I call them machinery because that's what they reminded me of. I like having my 3 squares a day, yet I don't recall ever eating or drinking while I was a possession of the aliens. The place was lit up, but I don't recall the light source, whether it was fluorescent lighting, human stuff, or alien. There were no doors that I could see or find. I was in the cave and then I was in the metal building, compartment, cube, or whatever it was. Once I was in, I couldn't get out. I wasn't panicked, but I had a bad feeling about it the whole time I was in it. I walked and explored it for hours, it had no end to it. I wasn't punished, it was like I was misplaced or left behind by accident. It felt like a void. I never felt that alone, like I was the only human alive. Inside that container, the energy we humans give off could not penetrate it, nothing could penetrate it, not even Superman's X-ray vision. It wasn't like I felt alone, I was alone. There is no worse feeling than that. It could be they were testing me to see how I would handle being away from other humans for any length of time, like a mission to another planet. Perhaps the military or NASA need certain volunteers before they subject their astronauts to long voyages, like Mars. Like I said, the nearer I get to telling the truth, the more bizarre it sounds and the more people that will think me nuts. So how the heck do I tell my story and make it believable short of dragging an extraterrestrial out into public? So I tell my story for those who are interested in knowing the fantastic possibilities that are out there. No one has to believe it, but it's true. Isn't this a great country? We are free to share our ideas, theories, and personal experiences. If I have done anything less than that, let me know. I have never lied, or fabricated, and never will. But I do tell things that are hard to believe, that I'm guilty of. I'm sharing my experiences and nothing more, until or unless the figments of my imagination. E.T., tell me otherwise. As we have all heard, the truth is stranger than fiction. Well, my words will test those waters. The truth is also hard to swallow and will be discarded easily by those living happily in their status quo. By the way, nothing wrong with living in the status quo, and nothing wrong with taking a peek behind the big curtain either. I'm not sure what my role is, if anything. One would think, however, take a look at how well we humans communicate with each other. There are wars all over the place, always have been. We have problems communicating with our children, not bragging, but I was lucky and had few problems with mine, but I was a pain as a teenager, and so are most kids. Try changing someone's mind about anything, communication is not what it's cracked up to be. I entered UFOs on military bases, walked in. However, I have a clear memory of something like a wormhole opening up in my bedroom wall, and an alien came out of it. We talked for a while and then it took me into the hole and we were in the ship. This did not occur from a sleep state, it happened before I went to bed. I was 100% awake and cognizant, until I entered the ship. Once in the ship I have patches of memory, with many empty gaps. They took me places away from this planet, much of the time I was asleep or knocked out. I talk about what I remember. They obviously don't want me or others to come back with more detailed accounts, but just enough to know that there is something big going on in our solar system, and that the galaxy is swarming with civilizations millions of years ahead of us. The military never officially gave me more time off than the 30 days per year. But since there is missing time, at least in my mind, perhaps they allowed extra leave. I could not come and go as I pleased during normal duty. I can't recall being debriefed. It may have happened, I don't remember if it did. My early encounters were casual, almost friendship-like. As I got older they became distant. They were around me but not face-to-face while on the ship. I have had some horrific encounters, but it may have been my misinterpretation. They may have been showing me some type of disaster, or something in the future, like an earthquake or battle scene. I'm not physic, and can't predict things, but I have felt the pain and fear and seen some strange things, like I was watching a movie while on the ship. Perhaps it was only movie night with E.T. and the feature film was some horror show, otherwise why expose me to situations I can't do anything about? The only reason I can give this information is because most people will not believe it. Most people shouldn't believe it. Distracts them from the life they need to focus on here on Earth. How come other people don't tell stories that are similar to mine? Maybe they don't have the real hookup. True heroes don't go around hawking their war stories like confetti. Those who do all the taking are usually the ones that had the easy and safe jobs far from the fighting. The real heroes didn't come back and brag about their service, they died fighting a war. And they didn't die so that people could come back and throw their arm out of whack patting themselves on the back. I didn't get picked up for a book deal because I haven't looked for a book deal. What I say is 100% true, or I wouldn't say it. I don't play off anyone's fantasies, nor do I feed off of people's curiosities. A large number of people who respond to my thread are not nice. They call me all kinds of names and have insulted me left and right. I don't feed on people constantly questioning my integrity, but I recognize that many of them have agendas that have nothing to do with UFOs or ET, and their sole purpose is to stop me from telling the truth. I never said that I was the only one, with the knowledge of life, and everything about it. I don't believe it. What I say, I know it. So where do I keep my stuff? If you don't want the food to spoil, you keep it in the refrigerator. If you have ET stuff, you keep it in the ship. As we all know, everyone able to read is invited on the internet and on boards like this one. Whether everyone is capable of digesting what they find is another matter. Certainly there are dangers, physical and more so physiological. Should we protect our children from threads like this one? Can young minds handle some of the stuff that is written and discussed? There is only one answer: yes, they can, in many cases more so than mature, set in their ways adults. I put my disclaimer, you're better off not knowing, for those who need to keep their existing belief system intact to get through the day. All beliefs have value, and no matter how you view the world, you will get through it one way or another regardless of the validity of those beliefs. But most people are looking for new ideas and realities, hence the popularity of Hollywood and writers willing to fill every need and desire. Nevertheless, I am not here to cater to the lost souls desperate to find the holy grail of their existence. I simply tell my story, my experiences with the supernatural, not to entertain, not to enlighten, but because they are true and real. If by doing so entertains some and enlightens others, so be it. Am I aware of others that have shared my experiences but have chosen to stay mum? No. What is it that makes me believe what the ETs tell me? How do you know that your mother, father, preacher, president, boss, closest friend is telling you the truth? Sometimes you don't, but family members are less likely to lie. The feelings change over time. I don't know if they fine-tune themselves to us or how it works. In my early years they seemed normal to me, and I don't remember feeling any different around them versus around my family and friends. Once I became a teenager, they dealt with me differently, and fear came on me when they showed up, even when they were invisible. As an adult, their powerful energy affected me, and I knew it was coming from them. Also, if I was asleep when they came, my brain lit up like a lightning storm and my eardrums buzzed. and then they made their appearance as if they came through a vortex and permeated into my room. Now I get a mild buzz whenever they show up, sometimes nothing, and they emanate euphoria, and as I stated in an earlier post, that feeling rubs off on me and lasts several days. If only they could bottle up that stuff. Unless you work for some clandestine government project where mum's the word, no one could care less about stories of ET coming from the general public. Heck, other than a few posters trying to shut me up, few know and care that I exist, and I have often talked about UFOs on military bases that I personally witnessed. No one really cares because they know few are going to believe this stuff, and for those that do believe. So what? The government knows about me, and if they are reading my email, cool, I'm flattered that they would take the time. Yes, ET discuss with me how I deal with the experience. Most people think I'm just as smart as S with nothing better to do, but the fact is this is part of my job on this big rock called Earth during my exile. I can only share what they give me to share. They are not keeping it a secret. They have told and showed thousands of people what they have and can do. I'm one of the few who talks about it. Why should I get the glory for something I have no control over? The fact that they let me talk about it is groundbreaking. I suppose that if they wanted me to have a bigger audience they would make it happen, otherwise this is it. Just because I'm privy to fantastic things don't mean I hold the key or the cards to that phenomenon. They give me new stuff all the time and they tease me about letting me show things, but so far it's only been talk and no action. I can't imagine what they would let me put out there because anything from them would be earth-changing. I'm not sure I would be up for that kind of challenge or assignment. Do your experiences depressed you in any way? Not in the least. I wish I could go full-time with them. I feel like the Lone Ranger, but he had Tonto. I have only recently been able to get a good look at two of those who are in contact with me. For the last 50-some years. They have incredible powers. It's hard for me to imagine that they could lose control of what they are doing here on Earth. My purpose is low-keyed of that. I contribute to this thread but not sure what effect if any that has. I'm not the one true contactee, I'm only one of them. Why would I run to Whitley Strieber when I have contact with the horse, E.T.? There are some things that defy learning to live with and are best left in the shadows. Granted, I often give more information than is asked, but I'm also accused of not giving enough information. The problem with information is that it's never enough. It's like heroin, the more we get the more we want and need. It's a vicious cycle. And I'm only human. I'm not a psychic that does predictions. They sometimes show me things but not material for the tabloids. They let me talk on this thread with certain messages that are subconscious friendly, whereas the rational mind, the conscious mind, needs physical proof, touch, see, and taste, as a bare minimum. I don't like to be teased and therefore I don't like to tease. Now on the other hand, E.T. is big on teasing. So I'm going to use the age-old cop-out, E.T. made me do it. If E.T. wants it out there it will be put out there. I'm not hogging information for my own consumption. What would be the point? I am a voice for E.T. but I have to adhere to protocol. First rule of protocol is to not let the ego of the messenger subvert the message. E.T. said why I am allowed to post on here, to answer the big question. Is this all there is, with scraps and bits of information for those who know how to use them? No, this life is not all there is. Most only see the small tip of the iceberg and not the massive structure that lays underneath it. What do I get out of it? Perhaps nothing more than the privilege of having this connection, and all the good and bad that goes with it. ETs intervene often, especially with those they are in contact with. I have been in 2 car accidents where no one understood how I walked out alive. I have fallen off a cliff over 100 feet high while in the army. I have fallen off scaffolding at a construction site, and fallen off a roof, and never broke a bone, and I don't get sick. From what I have seen, that's impossible for me to have been used by them. I did have witness to my account, but I had to kill them. They were going to bring proof and everything, lol. I provide info for a few who want this info. Those that don't want it need not throw tantrums because it shakes their world or other beliefs. The info is coming whether they like it or not. There will be many new sci-fi blockbusters coming out, but if mine gets done it will not come out as sci-fi. I'm not looking for galactic brownie points, I'm simply telling what I know. My job is not to enlighten anyone, only to tell my experiences. I tell my experiences, what I have seen, what I learned, what ET tells me, that's my story and I'm sticking with. It's never going to change. If it's too crazy or ridiculous to believe, then don't. Because I offer no proof for my statements, I have little credibility to lose. However, what little I have would be forfeited if I self-promote my books from this thread. I apologize if I sound condescending with some of my statement, it's unintentional. If I sound crazy, then I am on the mark, because describing things people can't see, feel, or eat is crazy talk to them. Anyone can claim anything, with near impunity, on the internet. Let people claim away, and then let the chips fall where they may. 100% of what we humans believe as real is perception. Most chose to remain in the illusions they were taught at school and in churches, nothing wrong with that. For those wanting reality, they will have to take a chance and push that envelope with their minds first. Everything else comes later. Or they can remain safe in their core delusion, nothing wrong with that. I'm not here to convince anyone of anything, it's simply my point. 02. A bleak scenario? If anything, it's less bleak than what is being peddled by many other belief systems. I'm talking stuff you can't possibly understand, I apologize for that. How many times have you roamed around outside of your body? No way of knowing, because many things remain blocked. Have you been able to have a telepathic communication with your grandma since you last met her? Not that I'm aware of, but some of those encounters are blocked because they can break our focus on things we have to do while here. According to Milton, I have good defense system in place as long as I don't go to certain places here on Earth, where the other guys have the advantage, makes my vacationing more challenging. And that's my biggest concern. Am I worried about other groups that don't share my optimistic approach towards this subject? Not in the least. I think they exaggerate the danger. I have been to places they have advised me away from and nothing happened. They have opened up this info so that I can post it. The military knows where I am because they have sent people to my house, for tea. No, they have followed me without making any attempts to hide the fact and renting rooms near my room at motels. Sometimes they even tip their hats. They are often in uniform. I'm usually not aware of them until they make it obvious. They go about their business and I go about mine. I think if these entities really wanted me, they would eventually get me. I don't believe deep down inside that I'm that important. Clandestine government officials most certainly are watching and following me, but as long as I don't cross certain lines, they leave me alone. I know when I'm pushing the envelope, and if I forget they remind me. For instance, John Lear is hitting some nerves and I have been told not to back him in certain areas. I have only seen so much and not everything has been made available to me yet. Even thought I have toned my story down, it's still too much for most to handle. I do know that all the insanity is temporary and for a purpose, and I feel privileged that I can tell my true experiences, regardless that many will refuse to believe them. If my story only helps 1 billion people out of 6.5 billion people, I will feel I accomplished something. What has Milton instructed you to do here? Simply to tell my story and let the chips fall. Others are telling their stories too. Eventually more people will come forward, and someday this ET reality will be mainstream instead of fringe. A school friend of my daughter, in grade school, who lived across the street from us, told her he saw a flying saucer over our house the evening before while riding the bus to school. After school she asked me about it. I don't remember what I told her, but she shrugged it off. Is the experience you're describing something that all persons should read and be aware of? Absolutely not. We don't give first graders college-level books to read, and you may see this as a slam on non-believers, but it's not. I really don't mean any disrespect, but most people, regardless of their academic credentials, are simply not ready to believe that extraterrestrials are on Earth. I have no such plan to present this information to the masses. If the powers that be want them to get this info, they will receive it. I'm not the powers, I just work for the company, and at the lowest level, lol. I'm certainly not here to make the world a better place. The world is perfect, it's the people that are not. I am here to let a few people know that they can make their lives a better place, because that is why they were flown here in a spaceship, for that very purpose. Childhood, I have vivid memories of my imaginary friend, except there was nothing imaginary about him. He opened a hole in my bedroom and we sat and talked for minutes, sometimes hours. We even played jumping on the bed or with some very interesting toys he brought with him. I was dirt poor and had no toys, books, television, electricity and hardly enough food, but I had my friend and he brought me candy and took me on rides into space. I never told anyone. I assumed it was normal, even though I lived in a world that had been reduced to third world conditions because of the war. I'm the loose lips that they can shut down anytime. I don't know the full picture and it could all end tomorrow. I may only be one revelation away, the straw that breaks the camel's back thingy. I'm surprised I haven't gotten the yet, lol. Some of the stuff was not unlocked. My memory was not altered completely when I was inserted into this world. I remember my trip to Earth and being placed into the baby's body and fully conscious of my reality. While a baby, I was not left alone and they continued to hang out with me and take me off planet, otherwise I would have gone insane. Can you imagine being stuck inside a baby as an adult? It took lots of nectar and frequent trips of and off planet to get me through it. Oh, but the nectar was so sweet I can still taste it, pure heaven. I'm not trying to save anyone's soul, there are plenty already trying to do that here on this thread and in the billions of churches, synagogues, and mosques, not to mention all those other fringe religions out there. I'm simply telling my experiences. You mentioned one time that you got to speak to your father after he passed. Were you allowed to see him or just speak with him, and was it in this dimension or were you taken to where he was? Does he know it's you talking to him? We were on some neutral ground inside a ship, sometimes we talked and other times didn't say a word, that I can remember. I have not traveled backwards or forwards in time. Not sure if prime time is ready for what I have, lol, or even if I'm ready for prime time. Yes, I meet loved ones again, but I have those memories blocked, homesickness and all that stuff. Funny thing, I never asked or even looked to get involved in this crazy stuff. I was drafted, and running to Canada was not an option. I'm not here to tell people what to believe in, I'm telling my experiences and what I have learned about the galaxy we live in. What people believe doesn't change any of that, and it will not affect them in the big picture unless they take their beliefs to the extreme and become martyrs. I was allowed to have some memory of my past lives when delivered to my mom at birth, because ETs intended on keeping the lines open from that point on. But soon after I went dormant, until they picked me up, on a frequent basis throughout my early years. There is a lot of info coming my way and condensing it is a full-time job. How do you know that which you claim to have experienced is real or is an implanted memory? Fair question, but how do you know your experiences are not implanted memories? How does anyone know? The only time I get into trouble is when I don't listen to the wisdom of Milton. Why are you talking here and now? Because a few people need to know that there is more to this life than Super Bowls, the drudgery of work, and the illusion that the world is going down the tubes. From childhood, my imaginary friends visited often when I was growing up and have never stopped coming around. It wasn't for my toys, I didn't have any, but they had some cool ones. Now I suspect Milton comes over because he has a thing for my wife, but she doesn't believe in Milton, so I'm not worried. Please don't confuse my attempt at humor with sarcasm. Things I saw while in the military that has nothing to do with ETs and everything to do with pure unadulterated hate from both sides of the color line makes me wonder how we humans have managed to last this long. For now the information is for the few who knows there is a bigger picture, and wants some kind of confirmation no matter how diminutive. For the purpose of baby steps, the vast sea of humanity is nowhere near ready to give up their comfort zone. Most of my experiences are not sieved out of dreams, they happen in real physical time, like face-to-face meetings in my house, at a park, a restaurant, coffee shop, etc. Why Milton allowed me these memories and why I have been given permission to share my experiences with you. Because, lol, there is no one answer or reason to why other than there are some people that need and want that info even if it's only delivered rhetorically. After reading many threads on ATS and other boards, one thing stands out for me when it comes to extraterrestrials: the carrot side angle have little lure. In other words, I'm not selling what most want to buy. If I was in this business for the money, I'd write what people want to read and believe. My mission? To dangle carrots in front of carnivores. I have received information from sources belonging to different sides than that of my spirit guides, but they remain anonymous. Are you convinced that everything your spirit guides says is the truth? What else do I have to go on? The media, Hollywood, our elected officials, our scientists, one of the hundreds of religions or other belief systems, our educational institutions, my first-grade teacher Miss Miller, lol. We live in a world where few if anyone knows anything of substance, outside the meager workings of our simple lives here on Earth. Which is fine and by design, and does that rhyme? When ETs are around me, they are not spirits, they have physical bodies too. These beings have been around me even before I was born on this planet. They dropped me off here after a tour of the solar system in a ship. They continued visiting me in physical bodies on a regular basis while I was a child, bringing me toys and things to eat. Whatever they are, I'm a good person and I know they are also. I measure my responses to try and keep them in the somewhat acceptable zone. This stuff is not for everyone. Most are fast asleep because that's where they are most comfortable. Wouldn't this info alter the missions for some? Only for those who take notice and then take advantage. A hard and difficult life is not written into stone for everyone. Good and bad information is available to everyone, and it comes from many sources and outlets, and like in a grocery store, we pick what we put into our basket and take home with us, to use as we see fit for our good or our detriment. About my extended time here with Earthlings. Actually, I was not buying time for myself. My wife, 2 daughters and other family members have made leaving Earth a difficult proposition for me. I really like them and they seem to like me, lol, otherwise I would have been off this planet when my tour was up. Earth is a great place to visit but pales big time to what is out there amongst those billions of stars in our night skies. So yes, Milty increased my workload in return for that privilege. The fact is I held back way more stuff that I could have added to the blog because I am already pushing the believability factor as it is. If I ever add to that blog or write another one, I may push the envelope a little further. But I really don't need to because most believe this stuff is fiction, and I'm not interested in being a fiction writer. I hate fiction. I have done my darndest to minimize how big and fantastic it really is, and I'm not joking. There are many people who feel bad, due to my info, and I often wonder if telling my story has done more harm than good. The vast majority likes their bubble of illusion that is this life. My blog is still looked upon as fiction. Most cannot make that kind of leap in their thinking. Life can't possibly be that fantastic, lol, and it will not be for those that can't think it. Plenty of bullshit in this world to burn through, but no one need wallow in it like a hog in heaven, or hell for that matter. Most of us have been burned in this world by falling for something that was too good to be true trap, and unfortunately that is a sound measuring device for those that don't want to get burned over and over again. But the things I talk about are not in the category too good to be true. Most of it is simple common sense tools to get through this life and remain standing rather than letting this life grind us into the ground, only to be recycled again and again. And for those who remain standing, metaphorically speaking, they will see for themselves what this kick-ass universe has to offer. I try to be politically correct, but then again that is one of the big problems in this world. We don't want to hold anyone accountable. My assignment is to rock the boat and piss off some people while doing so, lol. My reason for being here was on many different levels from day one on this planet. I haven't really gotten into that much of it because some involves my military time and remains off limits. This is only my latest stage and it required that I remember more details than the other ones. It's all need-to-know basis. This stuff is for the minority that knows it to be true simply by hearing it. The rest will get there in their own sweet time. There is no deadline to beat. I'm of the opinion that anyone intelligent enough to read this stuff or other stuff on the internet are also intelligent enough to make up their own minds. Otherwise we will have to give people tests before we let them out into this big bad world by themselves. Not everyone who reads this thread respond with a post. Many read it and know, others get a laugh, because this message, if one wishes to call it that, is not for them. I do care, whether people believe me or not, otherwise I would not waste my time here. I don't want people to believe anything they are not ready to believe. Everything in its time is a good motto. All of us fear ridicule. We don't want to be anyone's fool, therefore most will remain with the crowd with the prevailing and acceptable beliefs. Currently belief in ET is crazy talk, so even those that do believe or want to will remain quiet and wait for more of the crowd to cross that line before they do. I have been inside ET ships and have known all my life, yet have done the same thing. This ET stuff is way too strange for the human brain, and I have one of those, lol. The message is that we are not alone. For those requiring a peek behind the curtain, you would be surprised how many people only need that little bit of info and no more to get it. Understandably there are many that need that joyride fix every day. They are sick and tired of this life and want to fly off into space and live in utopia, and who the heck can blame them? Certainly not me. That's why I do what I do, to let those people know that those things are real. They do happen. But not for everyone at the same time, and not for everyone in this lifetime. Personally, I'm in disagreement with Milton. I think too much info is going out, especially if more people are not allowed to remember more of their trips. What's the point of telling anything? The best stuff is in this thread and my blog, yet most don't want what I offer. They much prefer all that other garbage because it doesn't come with silly goose ethics and uncommon sense junk. I didn't have preconceived notions for this thread other than for it to be informative for some. If you find it difficult to handle this current reality, do you believe you are ready for the next challenge? Certainly Milton could be pulling my chain, and if my info is perceived as evil, then I humbly advise not taking it. The infant body was built exclusively for me. It is my body, same with everyone who enters this planet and gets placed into infant bodies. Some of my purpose is to subtly release this info, whilst being the laughing stock. What the heck? I came here voluntarily. I did a lot of volunteering in the army too. Lol. Mostly mine choice, not theirs. But you are expected to fulfill a certain quota of duties. I knew what the assignment was in advance, but I only knew a fraction of the gory details. I don't believe many would come down here if they knew the whole enchilada. In 1970, while in the military, they showed me a vision of me hunched over a computer keyboard, 25 years in the future. They told me I was going to write stuff. The way they operate is classic clandestine, a shell game of sorts. I received info sometimes years in advance, and other times only moments before I need it. I have an idea where I'll be going from here, but now they are trying to convince me to piggyback on this assignment. So I don't know whether I will or not. I was looking forward to a long vacation. It all depends on when they pull the plug on this one. The reason I don't mind answering the same questions over again is because there are many facets to any question depending on the perspective the question is presented. There is no such thing as pointless questions. Now, pointless answers is another story. My answers come from both me and Milton. And his don't come to me through telepathy. It's more conventional. I don't have to disclose anything at all. I know I said this was my job, but it is voluntary. I could spend all my time fishing at the lake. I don't get any brownie points for spending hours like a Borg in the Matrix wired to this internet thing. I am free to enjoy my life here anyway I wish, and so too can most who are stuck down here. I just thought it would be cool to let some who may be interested in on that little obscure fact. Do you have another purpose other than to give us this info? Yes, I do. Did you go through a phase of exhaustion when the reality of your ET past experiences came to your awareness? No, because I was always aware at some level. I get new info on a regular basis, but I have to sift through lots of it. It's really not for me to tell anyone what they should believe, or what they know to be true in their lives. But if you ask for my opinion or perspective, then that is what I give. My stories are all true and I have yet to scratch the surface, and not sure that I want to. Way too much stuff and info, which most people don't really need anyway. I admit I have been caught off guard by how reluctant some can be to this stuff. Naturally, those glued to their religious or scientific realities are the ones who would suffer the most problems because of the identity crisis they would have should those solid foundation liquefy under their feet. Very few respond to my thread and many don't because they have the same quandary. And with good reason. Why upset the apple cart when the apple cart serves them well? Really, there is no need to. Take from the cart what is useful, if anything, and leave the rest in the cart. This world is filled with bazillions of ideas and there is no way to swallow many of them. Take what makes sense in your life and no more. Don't talk ET stuff with people who think it a nutty subject, otherwise you come off looking the fool, and some people don't want to be around fools. The fact that I have taken the time to answer all these questions speaks volumes about me. Could be suicidal for my career here on Earth. Not many notice the zip files beneath the surface of simple statements and words. Sometimes words are worth 1,000 pictures because words can't be touched up, only blotted out. As is the case for sensitive information released via the Freedom of Information Act. Another testament that nothing is free unless you value blacked out pages that hide the simple words from those who know. Should those words ever come out into the open, they would be more proof than all the UFO pictures combined, simply because of the stature of the persons who wrote those words. Now I can write some of those same words, for free, as I have been doing here. But few would believe a fellow named Sleeper. Sometimes it's hard to figure out when you're joking and when you're being serious. That's because ETs and UFOs are such serious subjects that far too many people simply laugh them off, because of deep-rooted fears from childhood. Boogman, I'm only trying to lighten up on the fear factor. I might be tempted to think that your jovial replies to tough questions were examples of the psychological defense mechanism of humor, one of the healthiest, if you're going to use one, to tough questions that you really don't have answers for. I also get many people who are a tad envious that I answer so many darn tough questions. I'm not above being an a-hole, but I don't always intend it. I forego giving details for numerous reasons, concerning what people experienced or may have experienced or are only looking to trip me up. Oh yes, it does happen. Anyway, for those who have real experiences, my telling them, even hinting, might cause them undue distress because some ordeals are samples of what's to come in their lives. Should they not make certain changes, I'm not allowed to tell what those changes need to be. So in essence I can't help. I don't change anyone, and certainly not the world. It's for each one of us to change ourselves with any information that may come our way, or via hard knocks. I do this strictly to get schmoozed, not to change the world. I guess I will have to work on my ego thingy. How people interpret information they receive is part of the conundrum. I didn't communicate with symbols, and I don't know why that is. What makes me so sure that I haven't been taken on a big ride of lies and deception? They tell me to do the right thing in every situation. If that is bad advice, then we are all in a bad situation. Did you have a say in choosing this Earth gig? I picked this shig. No one need to go with my humble or not so humble perspective of things. A sane man in an insane world would appear to be insane. Spock in Star Trek. So true. The insane believe themselves sane, and make up the majority of the population that has full control of society, the people that put them there. But times are a-changing and UFO nuts are a tad mainstream now and at least tolerated more than before. But integrity nuts, that's a whole different and far too strange an animal, and such nut jobs are certainly square pegs in a round world. Try talking integrity at work and see how quickly people's A's gloss over and they point the finger in their mouth thing. Friends stop calling and you find yourself isolated, and looking for acceptance on internet chat boards. But enough about me. My 2 children were stigmatized as goody two-shoes while growing up in suburban schools, in so-called good neighborhoods, where many of their classmates were into drugs, drinking and smoking. Although they were shunned by their peers, they managed to turn out just fine. I seem to go from bad, UFO nut, to worse, integrity nut job. Have I no shame? How I get the info I don't know, I just know it when I need it. Most have no clue what we are dealing with behind the curtain. It's not child's play by any means. The last time I said something really profound, a disgruntled poster slapped me down, so I'm trying to cut back on my profoundness a bit. I don't want to appear like I'm all that and a box full of chips, even though it's Milton who says these things. I end up getting the flack. What reason should anybody believe what you have to say? Good question. Why should anyone believe me? They certainly don't need to. It's not required that I'm aware of. Why should anybody believe your comments to be the truth? The vast majority doesn't believe my comments to be true. I retain the right to stop participating out of the blue, in other words when my unemployment checks run out and I have to find a stinking real job. At this juncture they, government, don't see me as a menace. And if and when they do, I will cross the bridge when I get there. To which extent can we unlock that info? Up to us or up to them? They only unlock what we can handle or what we have merited. The info is off limits because it would detract from our purpose here. Some are allowed the cheat sheet, most are not. A lot of what I have delivered is politically incorrect. Your memories of your past existence has you somewhat jaded about what most of us are feeling. That's why they spared no expense in rubbing my nose in the dirt of this planet during most of my growing up years. They did their dandiest to break me, and have gotten really close many times, but the game is not over yet. You have a base, a memory that we do not have, at least that we are allowed to remember. Very true, but I have attempted to paint a sliver of the big picture with the very few tools they provided. I'm not the only one on Earth that has been places. I hardly think my story will change the course of mankind. If I was mainly here to sell my story, I have failed miserably. Since the word on my book got out a few months ago, I have sold 15 books. I entered after the birth. I came here in a ship, was shown the baby, and then I was the baby in a bassinet at the foot of my parents' bed. I continued to interact with those who brought me here until my 6th birthday, and then they faded into the background. Sometimes we think we have a grasp when it is only a glimpse. That was Mike's problem. Do you know why you took on this task? They made me an offer I couldn't refuse. It's a long story and not may have the stomach for it. Did you complete your mission? In your blog you said to Neptune Earth is a tricky gig. Were you referring to travel? It's more of an adventure than a mission. It's a tricky gig because of the high numbers of vultures flying in with the influx of undesirables. Writing is part of my assignment. I grew up under unpleasant conditions, poverty, gang violence, hate, envy out the wazoo, and created some baggage along the way. I failed to read the fine print when I signed up for this shig, and was taken on a few correction trips off planet. Most people choose not to believe this stuff. Even many that hang around my forums and the make comments are only here to find cracks or weaknesses in what I say. Gaga has billions of followers and I have 3.5, more or less. That too is no accident. The illusions in this world must stand. A heck of a lot has been invested to create all these illusions, and some freak dog and pony show by a certifiable UFO Nut like me isn't going to change that. Good thing I like the attention, otherwise I wouldn't waste my time typing on internet forums. Buy or give my books as gifts, it will be the best gift they ever get. They'll either get a big laugh or a rude awakening. I have manuscripts of other non-ET subjects I would like to get done. I do most of my writing when the weather sucks. Writing is hard work and I avoid it as much as possible, hence it takes forever for me to get a book out. Are you experimenting with a new way to build ideals for the future world to follow? My ambitions are not that large, assuming I even have any ambitions. I'm doing good to answer a few questions now and then. I was dropped into the lion's den lol. It was part of the training for this particular assignment. Why have you been told certain things that are really not fit for general human consumption? What is the point? It's all about having enough time, desire to tell. My job was done with my last book. Everything else is extra. If the higher-ups wanted me to crank out more info and books, they would have given me more resources. Do you find it personally enjoyable or do you feel duty-bound to answer these questions? I was asked if I wanted to do it. I said no, but then relented. You say you tone down some parts of what you say. Which parts are these? It's a time thing, I just don't have the time. Every little bit I let out opens up more questions. Therefore I tiptoe through the tulips. I wish I could just download everything into the computer, but they prefer I didn't. If I had the time and ability I'd anyway. I should stop answering questions and write books non-stop, or go to Cancun and lay out on the beach sipping margaritas. I'm the weak link in this whole deal. Imagine a cup of water, now imagine the ocean. So far I have dripped perhaps a cup or two of the ocean water. I believe that you are not lying about it and telling the truth, but is it also possible that you are being deceived yourself? Anything is possible. Why do they give you the answers to the test and have you hand it out to us? Do they think no one will believe you anyway? Most will ignore things that are difficult or painful, and more so if there is no clear prize for making those tough changes. Do they let you tell us all this because they can hear and understand our thoughts and would know if we were faking being good? They can't be fooled. Are vessels like, why our body essential for the playpen or just for this stage of human civilization? Matter, the dense pixie stuff our bodies is made of, is used for lower level realities, even a few notches above us. I struggle with what I should put out there. I control the drips. Sometimes I let out more than I should. It's not easy being me, Fran, but guess what? No one need believe any of this stuff, and since I can't prove it, it's all opinion, so my wife will not read my stuff because she can't handle it. Please, if what I write is disturbing and painful, don't read it, don't believe it. It really is that simple. I did need to work on a few things, flaws. When your ET experiences started, being in the military all the way down to your day with an extraterrestrial experience, did you question what role God plays in all of this? Yes, I even attempted to become a minister, pastor. I was raised a Catholic, but never practiced it much. Became a Methodist in my later years and wrote a book to try and prove the reality of Jesus. After starting the book, I was shown the real story behind the story. I finished the book anyway, explaining many of the miracles Jesus performed and some of the meanings behind many of the stories in the New Testament. Did you ever pray to God about all your experiences, seeking answers of why? I did. I liked that part about seek and the door will be open to you. That's what I did. Did you ever second guess yourself and question or even pray about it before believing everything you were being told? I asked for the truth and demanded to be destroyed if there was any chance that I could deceive anyone or cause any soul harm. Even after the day with an extraterrestrial, did you ever second guess or wonder what if you were somehow being deceived or not being told the full truth by your contacts? I certainly was visited by demons, renegades, and taken places I did not want to be. I was rescued. In some of your answers, you mention staying or being politically correct. Is that because it would be hurtful and would not really be of service? You have to admit many of us humans are anal in our beliefs such as equality, racial and gender issues, superiority as a species, that our rights get violated, our positions or stations in life, etc. Some stuff you just can't talk about. Since you remembered that you came here in a spaceship and you remember having contacts with extraterrestrial beings, wouldn't that be completely against any religion's theology? Angels and demons fit perfectly in the extraterrestrial realms. I was aware of many things but not everything. They continue to feed me information now and then. Were you very confused at the time and searching for answers to everything? No, I thought that I was on some kind of mission but wasn't quite sure what that mission was. I'm still looking for it lol. Can you be in a higher dimension here on Earth, and does it have to do with the energy field that accompanies you since before birth? Yes. How have you been made privy to historical events on this planet and in the solar system? I have great internet connections. Is it all things that you've been told or remembered somehow? Or is there an element that something was opened in your mind that allowed you to see the truth in events when focusing on them? Both. Why communicate to such a small number of people and in this manner? The echo is much larger than it seems, and neither Milton or I get much of the credit for the echo. Do they favor the English reading, internet accessing, book buying people of the world to receive this information? They certainly haven't favored the book buying on my end. I should have delivered this message via romance novels and science fiction books like The Da Vinci Code. That's what sells. For the most part, people prefer fantasy to reality. If we are on this planet to rectify our past failings, then why are people such as yourself allowed to disseminate the truth? Surely this would be counterproductive if everyone knew the purpose. The laws of the land are not hidden. Those who obey the law usually have an easier time, life, than those who don't obey the laws. Information that helps us is all around for those who choose to pay heed. I don't meditate, I don't channel, I don't mind meld, nor do I use telepathy. I just type a few answers here and there for the heck of it. How does the tool work? What is the experience like? There is no tool and no experience or special feeling unless I have more than one glass of wine, which I rarely do. John can back me up on that. The sleeper info trip is not for the weak. But, I guess by noticing this stuff, I may be onto something better. Right? Not mine to answer. Did you talk to your friends about these memories all your life when you were a child? Never told my friends. If it happened to me when I was a kid, I think I would explode if I didn't tell people. I was not your normal average kid and I didn't speak English very well. Did you tell your parents about your abductions and memories? Only recently. Did you tell your army buddies? Number. Can you please open up the box a little on the stuff you say you can't talk about? The box is wide open. The mind, on the other hand, is timid, shy and cautious as it should be. We need all the help we can get, even if we end up hating you for it. We have our cake and some get to nibble on the icing. In their dreams, or so they think. There are a lot of different stories out there from a lot of different people who all claim to have experiences with ETs and UFOs and abductions and know these things that we seek. What makes it hard is that a lot of things they say are different and contradictory. How are we supposed to know who to believe? Good question. How do we pick the truth? Very carefully. Do we listen to the person who seems to be the nicest to us? I'm not that nice. Have you seen me on ATS? Do we just pick the one we like the best based on our own personal life experiences, prejudices and desires? That's how we pick our presidents, our spouses. Don't always work out though. What makes your story different from all the rest, and why should we listen to you rather than all the others? Another good question. There is no reason to listen to me. What is the right way to determine who is right? That's the $64 billion question due to inflation. It used to be only $64 million for that question. Will reading this forum in any way affect the process we go through at death? Yes, we have the go to the head of the line clearance. What actually did make you tell us what has happened to you and the ETs? What was the thing that rang you in the ear and said, okay, I will tell my experience online or to people? Did Uncle Milton have something to do with that, or was by free will, Uncle Milton pushing? Of course. It is part of my gig on this planet, not a large part. Milty does most of the work. You mentioned the idea that one of your experiences was of a planet or spaceship city within our solar system doing a scenic cruise ship watching the whales sort of thing. Please, elaborate on that cruise? I wasn't ready to spill that. I need someone to edit my stuff before I release it to the public. Can't say any more. Does the government monitor all of us who visit this website? Probably. Are they concerned we know the truth? That's what they are looking for too. I don't want to end up in a FEMA concentration camp. No one on this thread will end up in such a place. They are looking for people who wish to overthrow this country, not people wishing to do the right thing in life. I have read a lot of things written by a lot of people, but none who wrote things that totally agree with what you say, so they must all be wrong. Well, yeah. I have never heard of one other person who has been chosen to share this knowledge with humanity. How does it feel to be charged with that task? I still managed to live a normal life, well, somewhat normal lol. This isn't something that you chose to do, right? I was hoping for more money. Is it a burden? A blessing? A joy? A weighty responsibility? No more than reading the newspaper every morning, it has its ups and downs. How do you feel about the information itself? The info is solid yet watered down more than a tad. Do you feel that it is vital that people know this literally earth-shattering stuff? Not really, but if more people knew that doing the right thing had real value, this hellhole would be a better place to live. It really has the ability to change the course of people's entire existence. Do you have the urge to tell everyone? Who or how many hear this message is not my call, I just work here. Do you not care whether people know or not? I do care. How much do you know about these fiction worlds? Fiction? What's that? Lol, there is no stinking fiction except on sleepy planets like Earth. I know a lot more than I'm willing to talk about. I have plenty of books in me, most will remain there. The cat is in the bag for a reason. Can't make things too easy, that would spoil all the fun and purpose of life. Has Milton shown some of that stuff? Some. With friends like that, you don't have to go to movies. Movies hint at what really is out there, even the horror ones. Or is it just too hard to explain on a forum? Time-consuming. For a large percentage of the population of Earth, the little that I have shared is totally nuts. This is not an easy subject to breach for the sleeping masses who love their sleep time. In your Vietnam tour, your experience with that vehicle accident where you survived... Was that a near-death experience for you or just a spontaneous outside-the-box watching it happen? That accident happened on a small island called Okinawa, which was given back to Japan when I was stationed there. I didn't have NDE. I experienced the whole thing as it happened, albeit in slow motion. How much of the concepts, intel you refer us about is from Milton? Enough. I did rip some of your stuff to someone and he was physically reactive, but blew it off by changing the subject. Once something is placed into the mind, it don't get blown off. Like a seed, it grows into a flower or a weed. Ambiguity is the name of the game, orders from the top. Why? Because even the one called Jesus used parables. Very little in the Bible and other ancient texts is straightforward. Much of the knowledge available to us today in our universities and labs is way off and theoretical mumbo-jumbo. The truth is hard to swallow for those that stumble on it, and unwanted by those happy inside their bubbles. Many people are coming out or being forced out of their bubbles due to the economic storm, only to jump into other bubbles or safe havens. Like I said many times, The more I push the limits of this illusion, the more incredulous the info, and people flock back to their bubbles. Nothing wrong with that. Ambiguity allows leeway and possibility of other possibilities to chew on. I'm not here to change the world, or anyone in it for that matter. You might find this hard to believe, but I am not privy to some of the information I freely give out to others. Why do ETs use a middleman for dispensing info? Because the chatter inside most people's heads is so loud that they don't hear the important things. Slowly I am starting to get a different slant on your writings. The initial stuff was mind-opening. The second wave hits the internal or personal aches ... can't really put into words. The third wave could be a doozy or not. I'm sure due to your time in the military you have been to many third world countries. But have you lived in one outside of a military base? Yes, I have. But I'm not telling, so it's no sin not to believe in ETs, and certainly it's not something you want to put in your resume if you do believe lol. Our beliefs, whatever they may be, don't add up to a hill of beans, only our actions do. How many who are asking questions of you on this board are understanding what you are telling them? All. How many are actually here for personal development, and how many are ATSers and others intending to catch you slipping up, force you into a lie, or whatever? Don't know if anyone is here for personal development. Most are here hoping for a joyride with Milton. More than 2 and less than 100 are trying to slip me up. To what extent is what you teach influenced by your current experiences as a human and your current ego? Oh, it's all ego, 100% lol. Are your words the pure, refined wisdom of Milton, or Milton's wisdom as interpreted by Lou? Wisdom? From that freeloader Milton. LOL. I can talk about anything I want to talk about. Time is the problem. Every can of worms I open requires more time and explanation. Were you allowed to remember, in bits and pieces, your past lives because, aside from this life experience this time on Earth, you asked to be put here on Earth now to drip out info to a select few on board ... who you know are reading it loud and clear? Or I had the short straw? Is ET making a statement about you and what you are doing with all the drippings? In a subtle way. Is this a possible signpost of things to come in the near future? It's a sign of things that have been going on for a long time, right under our noses. Just how absolute is the information you reveal, and how do you know it is such? I'm just guessing that it might be. The military is a well-oiled machine, and highly bureaucratic. Every second of every member's life is accounted for. You don't sneeze without a requisition order. Nevertheless, of my 3 years of active duty, nearly 8 months of it is unaccounted for, totally blanked out of my mind. Most of that blank space was while I was overseas. I was fetched by an NCO, dropped off at a hangar and told to go inside. I was mentally briefed by ET beforehand. Most of the time I never saw the ship. I walked through plywood corridors that led into the ship. Sometimes there was no one around, not even guards, that I could see. Much of what goes on in the ship stays in the ship. Sometimes I have a clear understanding of everything I did, but when I try to put it on paper, I can't make it happen, nor can I verbalize it. Believe it or not, my day with an extraterrestrial was all in one day. During that trip they opened up a few more projects I was involved in, and I will write them down someday. Also I have the rest of my life before that visit, things while I was growing up, and then the military, which I have been told to keep quiet about for now. I know why I am here, and personally I'm looking forward to moving on, off planet. I know you like it here, but things move so dang slow for me on this planet. I have entered into the alien's body. A live body is simply a vehicle, a car. Milton could easily drive my car, body, but I would have to get a learner's permit to drive his. If I went into his, it remains blocked, but it seemed so alien that I doubt I could simply go into it without having some wine first. It would be like going from a basic car cockpit to that of an airplane cockpit. You would need some initial instructions to operate it. ETs have more bells and whistles, in other words more abilities. Does the fact that you were born in Italy have something to do with your past life as a Roman soldier? It does. How do we know that you are not being fooled? You don't. Do you ever get tired of answering the questions that are posed to you? Yes, I do. What questions would you rather discuss? Politics, religion and human sexuality. The three scourges of humanity. If we are not supposed to know, why are you telling us with their blessing? Most teachers give the answers or a variation of the answers before the test. No one needs pay any attention. About a day with an extraterrestrial. About the hot alien space babe. She looked human, and she was in a human colony, but she also had powers that the average humans on Earth lack. She healed my sore head instantly. Not ready to divulge other experiences on that colony other than to say there were more superhumans like her there. The cities I speak of in my blog were built by a race exponentially more advanced than what human are. The cluster of stars is one of the thousands of similar places in this galaxy. The earthly men found on Uranus are part of a black ops thing. Most have volunteered to go, but they are from a human mixture, a tad more advanced, and they are learning new technologies that they may bring back to Earth or other places. They are supplied via ET ships by other humans such as them that are in the program. The nectar for the gods. As far as a recipe, we don't have the kind of vineyards here on Earth that would produce that kind of wine, and that sucks. The nectar had a purpose other than bring me to ecstasy. It was bubble wrap for the items she put into my mouth. I was never completely blocked as far as memories go. I remember some of the trip here, and entering this planet, and waking up fully conscious inside of a baby's body. My consciousness faded thankfully, but they kept in touch with me throughout my life, leaving me with many sneak peeks of the big picture. My escapades as in the blog are not under my control, therefore I have no moral quarrel with them. Milton transcribed what he wanted me to remember and I put some of it in the book. The book was a first draft and I did not put in all the details because it was written as a screenplay. I originally wrote it as a screenplay because screenplays are much easier and quicker to write. When Milton dropped his suit he was an orb of pure energy, and when he popped me out of my suit I was a smaller orb, but there was no mirrors around so I could not see what I looked like. I felt normal but seemed to lack my extremities, yet I was able to pick things up as if I had arms. I didn't give blow-by-blow details of everything that happened, otherwise the book would be more than 1,000 pages. I don't have much patience for writing every detail. Have you noticed how brief my posts are? You spoke about your partner who took the assignment on Earth, as did you. Do you mean that your current wife is this same person or that the one you knew before Earth is somewhere else on this planet? Have you met up with this other partner since, and did you immediately remember the love you had for this person? That person is not my wife, and I have not met up with her nor will I while here. The dimensions of love above what we have here on Earth is so vast and difficult to explain, but the love we have for each other is the love of mother, father, child and spouse all rolled into one, for everyone we come into contact with, that is for entities higher up than what I have mentioned so far. Only pure love exists at those levels, and the shades of it diminish as we ascend higher. The scenario is only a hint of what is going on in this solar system, not even touching on what is happening in this galaxy. Readers' brains would melt. The scenario is my dumbed-down version, and still many don't buy it. But then again, I'm not selling, only telling a sliver of the big picture of what exists behind the fog of this existence, for those interested. The pool table had pockets and was part of a demonstration/test, one of many tests and demonstrations I participated in. BTW, not stuff I will expand on or talk about on this thread. The blog is written as a screenplay, and kind of gives a three-dimensional feel to the story. I know that my blog comes off as fictional fantasy, but I did all I could to make it believable by not including the really far-out stuff, the things we are forced to do to avoid being laughed out of town, or put into a straitjacket. You mentioned something secreting special enzymes. Was the object animate or inanimate? Do these enzymes that you spoke of have to do with information? The objects were animate, and were coded to react with certain specific enzymes, and if the balance of enzymes is off by a smidge, the things rip out of my chest and eat me up like a praying mantis. Well, not really, but Halloween is right around the corner. Why was it necessary to conceive and collect new samples of sperm and ova? Basically, they want the DNA to create other humans, hybrids and clones, for Earth and other planets or areas in space. Why humans were taken to populate other places if there were already other species living there, such as in the case of Uranus. For many reasons, some similar to why we have Americans, French, Italians, etc., living in countries like China, Africa, Japan, etc. Yes, I have heard from Nepti, but briefly. I certainly do remember something else besides what I wrote in my blog, but they haven't given me the time to write it all down yet. There was plenty of intrigue in Milton's ship hallway, more than I care to mention. Who was Milton referring to when he said we have made you difficult to track you down? I'm not difficult to track down anymore. Well, for some. He was referring to humans and ETs. The first few decades I was here, finding me was near impossible. I left little if any signature. Who are others like you? I don't need to know. Each member has unique information. Member of what? And that info is confidential for a reason. Is it possible that we are in danger too because of seeing this information? In danger of ridicule. What did he meant with you are a code, so we keep you people scattered all over the solar system? Are we part of this code? The code is not traceable by human means, and those on this board are not part of the code. If they know what's good for them. Your current incarnation on Earth was an option. What other options did you have? I could have remained where I was, in a utopia existence. Coming to Earth is like a stint in the Peace Corps, except that you fully immerse into the tribe and become one with them. Are Terrans on Uranus being trained for Black Ops duties? Are they doing time, quarantined? Some are Black Ops, all are quarantined and controlled to where they can go. Some are doing time. Do they mingle with Uranus beings, ETs and other entities there? They have intermediaries. When Milton took you across the galaxy as an orb, you said you were the size of a quarter. Do you actually remember visiting your grandmother until now? My memories are clear, the ones I'm allowed to remember. I felt like I always feel, legs, arms, body, yet I was out of my body and had no body. Plenty of energy, light as a feather, and flew like Superman and could go much faster. There is no describing the excitement of flying. Many dream they are flying, and they really are, but think they are dreaming. The exhilaration is much more intense than a dream state remembrance. Overwhelming and then bliss. Showered with inexhaustible love and positive energy is beyond human comprehension. Here on the rock we get very little of that. We really are stingy with our love down here. You mentioned that you remember being on a spaceship and brought here and placed in a baby, so does that mean you came from somewhere else in the universe, or was it a direct flight from Uranus? It wasn't a direct flight from Uranus. I took the scenic route out of this star system and then to Earth. Hell. Does that all seem real to you, or is it more like a dream now? Dreams don't seem real because they take place in higher dimensions. This took place in this dimension, it was real, and I remember it as such. Are you sure it happened? I know it happened many times during my time here. I have yet to write many of my encounters while growing up and those in the military and after. I remember the locker, but not everything that was in it. Most of my encounters remain blocked. How come you are not in the shell game anymore? You are out in the open, exposed and exposing all these things. Why do the other side of the ET forces let you do what it is you do? I'm not much of a threat at this stage. Are they, the other side, weaker than Milton's? Much weaker, but they have much power on this lower planet. Are they evil ET, renegades? Do they want us down for dark reasons? They cater to the majority. They pander to ignorance. I thought both sides wanted the best for us. even if they wouldn't agree on the treatment? That was my politically correct line. When you were on Uranus in the Tube City, did it feel like a 3D reality, or was there something else? There was a higher consciousness. No confusion of what is real and what is not real. This book is a watered-down version of what is going on in this solar system. Did you happen to see any bug-like creatures? Or Bigfoot perhaps when in the space station or Uranus? I didn't see any bugs or walking carpets during that trip that I recall. When you were in space, was it still dark like seen from Earth, or did the stars light it up much more than we can imagine? Some places in space are darker, but not dark matter, something else is going on. Inside the ship the glass makes everything brighter and magnified. Outside the ship, for me anyway, the stars seem to light things up, but the sun also made things brighter. When you were out of body and went from Uranus, the panorama vision is actually reported by people who have OBs here. Did you live on that planet before you were a Legionnaire here in past lifetimes? I did live in that city, but the city moves around and orbits other planets. Did you mention that everyone there is bald, or did I misread that? Depends where they live in the city. There are other entities including hairless apes with hair like here on Earth. Do you know much about the unfortunate people that were taken from the crowd into the separate ship by Greys? Were they to do with that operation you were in? I don't know what happened to them. You were on some family planet where you saw your grandmother. Could she see your grandpa where he was? Does she get to stay there for however long she wishes? Yes. Were you, in your previous life in that utopian city, also within a level of illusion, although much more aware of the real existence? That existence was not illusion. Has anyone ever approached you about making a day with an extraterrestrial into a movie? Not really. The human colonist on Uranus, Joe, mentioned there was black ops upon black ops working there. Who did all these groups belong to? Countries? Renegades? And what are their purposes? Yes, and they do have a purpose. Milton said your purpose was to drop hints to those who are ready for a bigger view. Your message obviously helps our souls and development, by us doing the right things in life, but is there something more to it than that, especially the stuff you drip that raises the mystery curtain a little bit? There is a lot more to it than that. Mystery and intrigue are part of the mix that I have yet to touch on, if I ever do. I love my coffee breaks, you know. What was the activity going on in Mars? Milton said he would share it with you later. What did he tell you? He told me to keep it to myself. Milton said the Renegades might try and put you into storage. What is that? What happens? It would involve removing me from Terra. Milton said you and others like you contain pieces of a code. What is this code? And what are all of you to the greater picture of things? What is the difference in the information you carry? I'm not telling. That book scratches the thick surface of what is going on in our galaxy. And yet many people believe it fiction. The very people who believe Darwinism's shit just happens theory. LOL, what are people smoking on this planet anyway? About the truth. Here on Earth, as we all know, the truth is difficult to come by, and most of us wouldn't know the truth if it fell on us like a brick wall. The truth is a tough concept down here. But it's not on the other side. There are people making lots of money selling books about alien stuff that is completely wrong, yet many flocks to buy their books. Fiction sells very well. People can make a great living selling gloom and doom. For some reason many people enjoy hearing about the dark side of things. BTW, I have lost thousands of my hard-earned dollars with all of my books and writing endeavors. Few writers make money unless they are on the payroll of some newspaper or they have bestsellers. The vast majority of writers do not make money selling books. Some will not admit it, fearing that it would reflect on their credibility. Lol. I had to get that off my chest because I hate it when retards accuse me of writing for the money. Not everyone can comprehend the idea of extraterrestrial life, and sometimes it's best not to try and convince them. The vast majority of normal people are not ready for the big picture, and that's okay. I know because I was told and shown. Why, that I don't know, but you will have to decide for yourself what you know and are willing to believe. Everyone has the capacity to know the truth. However, knowing the truth is not requisite to achieving a fulfilling and productive life. Knowledge is a two-edged sword, too much and it can disrupt things. I want to share the proof, but the proof is not mine to give. It's patented and belongs to ET. I have asked. They said no, so you are free to ask them. Maybe they will give it to you. ET hardware is proprietary and not mine to give or show. Also, if they want themselves to be known by the general public, that's up to them. For now, proof is dealt out to individuals, one human at a time. There is no solid proof because they run a tight ship with zero tolerance for breaches in the system. I can get around some of that because of Milton. It's not mine to give. I didn't create their stuff. Even if I wanted to, their stuff obeys them. How do I give proof to someone who is looking at proof in front of them and all around them? If I took a microchip and showed it to anyone 75 years ago, they would have thought it was a bug. If I showed you something out of Milton's world, it will be the same, incomprehensible. It would fly in front of you and you would think it an insect. Any tangible evidence would be considered hostile without a full disclosure. It would create more questions, more confusion and ultimately paralyzing fear. Everyone wants proof, and why not? But proof requires something in return. One has to be able to get their mind around a thing before they can grasp what the thing is. Your pet dog will never understand your computer or why you spend so much time on it because its mind can't penetrate human concepts and contraptions. Some of us have a difficult time crossing a similar barrier, therefore what good is proof? If a UFO landed at the White House, most would believe it was human black ops or some Hollywood stunt. I don't appreciate when others plagiarize, so I don't. I do not read science fiction books. My experiences are real. I understand that it is difficult if not impossible to believe that extraterrestrials are here without being able to see them. But the true mystery is not why many don't know about them, instead it is why so many do. BTW, most that know about ET will never admit to it. Adults don't want to know the answers to some stuff, nor could they handle the answers. Some of this stuff can be a burden if you chose to believe it, because you still have to live in a world that is fast asleep, and being one of the few that is awake is a challenge not suited for everyone, especially as a teenager. As long as you keep this stuff in the realm of philosophy, you'll stay out of trouble. There is something wrong about writing fiction and claiming it's the truth. I wish people would stop doing that. But if they did, much of what's on the internet and written in books would have to be discarded. There are several possibilities. Perhaps life never ends and we continue forever. We go somewhere or come from somewhere else when we die, or get transferred, or relocated, or stationed like some kind of government military garrisoned on Earth. Oops, I let the cat out of the bag. The truth is as clear as the nose on your face, but we can't see our own noses very well unless we look in the mirror. You've heard the old cliché, truth is stranger than fiction. Most people don't want strange, or truth, they prefer fiction. It's easier on the digestive system. Sightings prove nothing. People want the meat and potatoes before they will believe. ETs have to land and come out and ask someone to take them to their leader. If that's about to happen, I have been left out of the loop, darn. I can't prove God, ETs, the Tooth Fairy or Santa Claus. However, there is a Tooth Fairy. I have seen her on more than one occasion. She had a strange resemblance to my wife and put money under my daughter's pillows when they lost teeth. Santa Claus was more difficult, but he exists too. I once had to fit myself into one of those red suits and bring gifts to put around the tree while the children peeked from the other room with my wife. Everything on this level of existence, Earth, is an illusion. Something or someone is behind the illusions. Children don't know who is behind those fairy tales. They don't care. They are real. The presents are real. The money under the pillow is real. Even scientist has problems with the proof thing. That's why they are full of theory, to put it nicely. A few words are worth 1,000 pictures, hence how many pictures have been debunked. Every single one of them, but words and experiences are not so easily discredited. Reality? Which reality? The one that kept people believing for thousands of years that the Earth was the center of the universe, like many still believe today. The one where for thousands of years everyone believed Earth was flat? I know those analogies have been overused and applied to everything including Grandma's secret cookie recipe, but they are hard to beat. You live in the world that makes senses to you, what else do you have to go on? Some people have more to go on, or different experiences, and therefore their reality is changed. You can't project your reality to anyone else. Some people live sterile existences and wear the blinders prescribed by the particular society they happen to live in. There are 6 billion people on this planet. ETs have removed the blinders from a few million of those people. You may say that I am brainwashed or delusional, however, I'm not the one who believes trillions of solar systems are devoid of life. I know better. In this big bad world you have to get your own proof. No earthling has the authority to hand it out. I have proof but I can't share it, so I look the fool. Still, since I am able to remember many of my experiences, I take that as sign that I can speak about some of them. Many know something is going on, so I tell a few things to validate that there is something going on. What is proof for me? I have listed some in this thread. I have been in ET ships. Most of the time I find myself inside them with no idea how I got there. I leave the same way. ETs gave me proof, and I never asked for it. They give proof to thousands of people. Most will never admit to it, and many will take what they know to the grave with them. It took me 52 years to talk about my involvement. The proof is not out there, it's here on this planet, for thousands, maybe millions of people that have tasted it. It is forbidden to show evidence, not a cop-out, it's just the way it is, but I do have a stone. It's a meteorite that was given to me many years ago when I was younger. I even tried to break it open to see what was inside it when I had one too many drinks, again many years ago. Obviously the stone is not proof of anything. Meteorites are everywhere, but they never told me if it's from this planet or some other planet or moon, or other star system. The rock is cold and hard. It is 2½ inches by 2 inches. Weighs about a pound. I've had that rock for a long time and I never gave it much thought until last week. I don't remember if I asked for it. I'm sure I will get lots of flack for posting that I have a meteorite from an extraterrestrial, but ET would not let me videotape or take pictures of their ship. So bring on the laughs and snickers. The rock is a meteorite. Testing it will only prove that, which proves nothing. If they wanted me to present proof, they would have given me something more believable. A rock is a rock even if it's from another planet or solar system. This rock is not proof of anything, it's only part of my story. Fiction holds more truth than what people call reality. Fiction talks about space travel, other inhabited worlds, magical starships, all true. Reality talks about what can be observed. For thousands of years humans observed the sun going around the planet, so that was reality. Today those with both feet firmly planted on reality believe that billions and billions of star systems are void of intelligent life simply because ET hasn't picked up the phone and called us. My little stories and those of others are thrown into the mixture of the alien scenarios, which is mostly slanted towards the frightful aliens from science fiction books and movies. Strangely, more people are comfortable with those types of aliens because they can be defeated, unlike the real ones. The reason why people hate to admit to believing in God or a higher being is because it makes us feel foolish and weak, and no one likes those feelings. Some know about this curtain behind reality, most don't. Even many that have seen the curtain have not seen the curtain, or have failed to make the connection. For those of us that know about the curtain, we have to live with ridicule should we choose to speak about it, by those who are oblivious to its reality. It's a tough job, but someone has to do it. Only 100 years ago everything that we call common today was pure magic and crazy talk back then. What I talk about today is pure magic and crazy talk, but it will not be in a few decades. The only truth most of us are looking for is why our team never makes it to the Super Bowl. Is it the players or management? Lots of people write books and sell them. I have written and posted hundreds of pages of fantastic material all for free, and in so doing have stirred up a hornet's nest of jealousy, hate and lies against me. I doubt Hitler was so despised, lol. Even my blog is free of money-making ads. Every little bit of info helps someone get a glimpse of the big picture. Some will get it faster than others, some will never get it and remain stuck in the egoism, war mentality and evil. The truth is out there, and has been under everyone's noses for a long time. I have told things that have blown people away, and they refuse to believe because it's too crazy. So instead of exaggerating my experience as some suspect, I have instead toned them down big time. The truth is so much more mind-boggling. It's not called the big picture for nothing. We live in a universe whose size remains undefined, where physicists and astronomers remain dumbfounded by its perplexity, and have yet to come up with good enough theory that is satisfactory to any of them. It's that good. The real truth, as we have seen throughout the ages here on Earth, usually brings with it a major shift in belief systems. It's never abrupt, but it slowly trickles in for months, years and sometimes decades, and many people are not even aware it happened. Stories like mine are subtly penetrating into the public consciousness. Some will take notice, others will take an Advil and hope it passes. Some of the leading ufologists should be called Sandmen instead because they perpetuate the status quo by debunking the real stories in favor of the scientific method. Nothing wrong with the scientific method, especially with the moon pictures, but the meat and potatoes will not be found with that method. The mind will have to go there first. The minute I tell anyone I'm going to provide proof, you will not hear from me again. Funny how some people on ATS want me gone. Lol. They can't kill me, but Milton will pull me out. It's common knowledge for most people that extraterrestrials can't possibly be visiting Earth. As you know, there is no such thing as common knowledge. Now common illusions there are plenty of. The truth about anything ? No one can handle the truth, or more likely they don't want the truth. It's so strange most humans can't take that much enlightenment in big chunks. Look how much resistance I get from spoon-feeding it here. Most spit it right out, lol. Even though most know this basic truth, truth stated in certain ways can be shocking for some. However, this thread is about revealing things hidden away in our minds due to superstition. Truth becomes more evident when those that detest it stink with hatred for those who reveal it. When truth is not the concern, few who are against it make any noise. Make no mistake, the stuff I reveal is the truth. The flower follows the sunshine. Those looking to improve can see the signs more clearly all around them, and are less likely to stray off the path. Persons who are always looking for pieces of the big picture, or the puzzle, and have been contacted or have had weird unexplainable occurrences. It's because they have too much time on their hands. Or, they simply know that there is a bigger picture. In the same way that birds and monarch butterflies know there are warmer places to hang out during the cold months and head south. Truth can never be compromised or minimized by any guild, but most are not looking for truth, they are looking for what's in it for me, and that's what the guides deliver. If humans could see the big picture, they wouldn't be here wallowing in the little things which hold many of us down. Unfortunately, and by design, all we humans can expect to get while here on Earth are crumbs of the big picture. Nevertheless, only few are resolute to partake in such feasts. Even before I was given the opportunity to reveal more details about the sun being pregnant, two mods scoffed at the breakthrough idea and moved it to skunk works. Granted, that concept is way out there and perhaps they put it where it belongs. Some are ready for the big stuff, but far too few, so I will continue to drop small clues now and then. I don't like giving away good stuff to rabid skeptics, you know, pearls before swine kind of thing. Lol, it offends to see pearls trampled, belittled, and dragged through the mud by the hateful, the envious, and especially the fools. The free flow of information is not an easy task because there are too many that don't want the real stuff out there, and why put stuff out there that so few are ready for? Certain truths in this world do not necessarily set people free, because truth is subject to the twists and turns of people's tendencies for bigotry. Tabloids have, at least on occasion, the real stuff. The movie Men in Black, for instance, gets their best tip-offs from tabloids, lol. Nevertheless, a fascinating story filled with solid material and unprovable truth. Some are searching for more info for a variety of reasons, and all who seek will find some of what they seek. Some will find more than they can handle and go into denial or simply dismiss what they don't want to be true, because it may require them to change a lifestyle. Truth is not for everyone, and most can and do live without it just fine. There are many paths to the truth. They only differ in their complexity to finding it. Like in a rat maze, the smell of the cheese always throws off those who are led by their nose, rather than their intellect and their heart. The nearer the truth, the higher the ridicule factor, because things get way too strange for the human mind. We can't fly, so we created steps to reach high places. The higher up we go, the more steps we have to make to get there. Every dimension has its own truth, and there are many dimensions. In our reality, one truth does not fit all, and it never will. Have you ever tried to change anyone's truth for them? Are you answering questions for the sake of answering questions, or should we let you open your Pandora's box? Because a few think themselves ready, is it right to subject others who are not ready or even aware to the potential horrors they may perceive from the opening of a Pandora's box? The lid of that box remains tightly sealed, and has not been opened yet. A few alleged crashed ships and dead alien bodies that few people have seen means nothing but speculation for the masses. Pandora's box is not open. Most cannot, or perhaps should not, grasp a lot of the concepts or knowledge that you, and even more so Milton, possess. Why not try us? People get tried every now and then. The searching stops for those who pass. They are few, but they also have conditions they will abide by. There is a heck of a lot of stuff going on, yet most walk right on by because there is no crowd. We want what everyone else wants, the drama, lights, action, and end up missing the real stuff in life. If you think that, using human logic, something is not so right here, that's a sign of waking up, which could make things easier or more difficult depending on one's point of view. Most people prefer to sleep through this life, wake me when it's over kind of deal. To each their own. Truth is a double-edged sword. To get it we must give something up, like cherished illusions. Most will not make the trade-off. Most would argue that they would make the trade-off, but when given those options in dreams on real alien ships, they don't. The human mind is a strange animal. We think we know what we want. We believe the absurd and easily discount what is right in our hands. Making the trade-off is a complicated affair for most, and there are stipulations to making those trade-offs. Nothing is given for free. Certain trade-offs require certain actions to take place first. A soul embroiled in turmoil has a weak hand at the bargaining table. Family is of huge importance in our lives here on Earth. If souls can't be family-friendly, how can they possibly handle bigger issues, spiritually speaking? Family is extremely important to our well-being while we are here, and doubly so when we return to the other side. All of us should remember that no one owes us respect, but we owe everyone respect. Enjoy the family as often as possible. Why sympathy? People do and believed what they want or can, no rules or galactic laws against it. We will all get stamped with the truth at checkout time. So no biggie. Are the times you think you have pierced the veil, just to find another behind it? Those who have it can see their way through the hall of mirrors we call life with little difficulty, but it's not a trait we acquire overnight if at all. When you know without a doubt what is behind the curtain, there is no excuse. Isn't life scary enough without trying to pry open Pandora's box? Pandora's box is open, but things don't fly out of it like in the movies. They creep out slowly, otherwise they would disrupt the order of the universe, and we don't want that. The truth is not the same for everyone. Just take a gander at the myriads of truth on this one planet concerning politics and religion. Which one of them has the truth? They all think they do. Yes, the truth would crush us. Truth only comes to those who are pure or at the very least going in that direction. Not many are. It would be rare that anyone got hold of info that would make top dogs nervous. Besides, they have ways of dealing with those who do way before leakage happened. You need only worry if you have tangible proof and threaten to bring it into the open, then it becomes more work for the Missing Persons Bureau. Is it just a sick game where things that actually happened are released in a way where they are easily debunked, so the truth is told but it isn't kind of thing? Everyone processes info at different levels, so a lot of different type of info is thrown out there. What is the religion or way to truth? Integrity. It's not really hard at all. Simply do the right thing in every situation and slowly things will fall into place, including understanding. All the secrets in life are available to everyone who wants them and are ready for them. For those who find them in this thread, so be it. An old saying is that the truth hurts and people are killed for much less than the truth, and I'm not talking about stuff on silly conspiracy boards like this one. I'm talking political and religious truth around the world. The only truth most people can handle is a truth that they can agree with, or favors them. No other truth is accepted. The problem with truth is that if we find it, then we have to change to conform to it. Most on this planet don't want nor intend to conform to it, therefore the truth is not for them. The truth doesn't set anyone free, it binds us. In other words, once you know the truth, you can't take the Fifth Amendment speak. There are many truths. The individual truth concerning each one of us exclusively, that concerns why we are down here on Earth. And then there is the truth that concerns places of hemorrhage like Iraq and other countries in distress across the world. Those truths are not for human consumption. And then the ancillary truths like communism, capitalism, Republicans, Democrats, etc. They all believe to be the bearers of truth, but that's impossible. Since few will ever know the truth, and fewer still will ever become enlightened, there is only one thing left to do. Our actions speak louder than any truths or knowledge we may think we have attained. In the checkout lane of life, the only thing that will matter is our actions, or lack thereof. Seeking information that is useful, if and when found, is not envy, it's just plain smart. Life is an Easter egg hunt. Should we be just focusing on what is in the plate in front of us instead of wanting to know these things? If these things are interfering, then yes. You know how when you wake some people up from sleep they jump and look confused, and some get mad that you woke them up, and then go back to sleep. That's kind of the same situation with UFO nuts, and the people who are too smart to believe in this stuff. They don't want to be waken up from a sound sleep. Everyone will wake up on their own when they are ready. Most will go to the grave and then wake up. That's cool too. Few want the truth, because it hurts the ego. Truth is much stranger than fiction, but fiction is fun and tangible when sold as truth in a 3D environment. Like any commodity in a free enterprise system, demand creates supply. Real truth is not a commodity that is in demand. The sleeping masses don't know and in many instances don't care about the bells and whistles, the diluted human versions. The stranger the info, the less believable it becomes. The honchos have nothing to fear that their little secrets will be believed, even if they did get out. If your family don't believe you, don't tell them anymore. Most people have not reached the level of UFO nut. Their loss. Most people will find the answers they seek in their own sweet time. If they have no interest in what you tell them, talk about things they are interested in. Why the deception? Why not just keep it real and let the people of those worlds find things out on their own? Why do we tell children about the Tooth Fairy? The Easter Bunny? Santa Claus? We tell them and show them the things they can grasp. As we get older, we are given bigger fairy tales to make us happy. We have to graduate from 3D to get the real meat and potatoes. But at the same time, You can tell a 2-year-old the truth about the Easter Bunny and they would believe you because you didn't tell them the lie in the first place and it won't affect their lives. What is truth for a 2-year-old? Whatever they are told by the parent. What is truth for an adult? Whatever they are told by the society they are raised in. Most know we are not alone. Admitting to themselves or others is a whole other story. For the ego to feel its worth we need to believe we are it. Number 1, a bag of chips. Funny thing is we are number 1 under all the baggage we carry around. There is a point that most of us will reach where we know. The moment we die, no matter if we go up or down, we know. Granted, just because I say I know don't mean diddly squat to those frozen in 3D mode. So, you either believe me or you don't. Those who haven't experienced supernatural stuff can't really know about the supernatural. They either believe or they don't. Most of us believe what we want to believe, proof or no proof. And what is proof? Is a tree biological, or a machine? Or is that the same thing? If machine, then that implies something created it. If biological, implies it created itself via the Pond-Scump theory of the origins of life. How can one or the other be proven? Can't while in 3D land. We simply believe whichever life concept is nearest to our way of thinking and seeing the world. The truth is filtered by our prejudices, therefore few people will ever see the truth. We are not here to impress the higher beings, we are here to prove to ourselves what we are made of. Every ordeal is a testament to what we are made of. We all seek for truth at our own unique level of understanding. That's why attempting to change other people's perceptions about anything is nearly impossible. For one, it's not our job. But we can certainly share ideas. I'm not here to change or alter beliefs, only put out some weird info. People can do whatever they wish with that info. Compassion, unconditional love, are the only truths that count. Everything else is stage props. Truth is a gift, it cannot be given, borrowed, stolen or acquired by any human means. In other words, we only know an apple is an apple because we are allowed to know that. But is it really an apple? And what the heck is an apple anyway? A taste of the big picture is beyond explanation, it can only be experienced by those who have tasted it. Sometimes knowing too much information will make us crazy. After all, we are only human. Answers to good questions are for anyone who reads them, not directed to those who pose the questions. The problem is that we try and mesh those few great truths we stumble over with the great lies all around us. The two puzzles don't fit together well. There's so many people that if given a tiny micro peek at the big picture, could change their lives and so make this world a better place. Well, kind of. If that were true, the world would be a better place. Everyone gets more than a micro peek, over and over again, and yet little happens to wake them up. That's why they have drill sergeants with army boots looking for butts to kick. The truth is some wicked stuff that most of us only think we can handle. The truth is peddled by everyone and their grandmother on the internet, Hollywood, politicians, and academia. The so-called truth bombarding us every minute of every day is much easier to swallow than the real stuff. The real stuff gets little press for a reason. Everyone wants the truth. And everyone receives their own truth. The problem is we are not here to get the truth. The truth is none of our business. We are here to do the right thing in every situation we are put into. And that's the truth. We are blocked from seeing and grasping the big picture. We can peek under the curtain now and then, but that's all. If we know we cannot know, then what is the purpose of this life? A prison for most, a learning experience for others. There are many beliefs and theories out in the world, but none of them can be proven. That too is part of the obscurity of the learning process. How do you know that your truth is relevant or transferable to others? My truth is irrelevant. Truth is persistent and will eventually break through the toughest barriers. Some people find it early and therefore move forward sooner, others take longer and require more lifetimes on planets like Earth before they make contact with the truth. We only see what we are ready to see. Some want to be ready, most do not. For those who get this individual wake up. Is there a specific reason for this, or just to stumble into it for a heads up? Or is this a wake up job interview? This and the next few generations will get some glimpses behind curtain number 1. The reasons for this temporary glimpse remains a secret. There are plenty of curtains, we are in one now, and yet most remain behind it due to their own blinders. Many people walk around like zombies because they don't know how fantastic existence is. The leaders don't know either. Information from the gods is privileged info and has never been a right. Nevertheless, seek for the right reason and you will find everything you need to know to get your life in order. Those who do that may then get additional info afterwards. Impatience is not a virtue but a stumbling block for those who drink too much from it. About skeptics. I tell my story, granted, a little at a time, for free, and for some reason it really bothers a lot of people. As far as I know, no one is forcing anyone to read this stuff. Change the channel if you don't like what I am saying. When the questions stop, I will stop. I do use humor sometimes. I know the level of skepticism, so I try to accommodate with humor. Not everyone gets my humor, as is evident by the childish attacks. I know that skeptics think I am making all this up because my mom neglected me while I was growing up and I compensated by creating these imaginary friends. Well, my life was not that bad, and my mother didn't neglect me. My life has always been fairly good, and sometimes great. So far I have been fairly lucky, if one wishes to use that word. Many fundamentalists believe there is a hell and they want to save people from hell, and apparently from me. Because I know that hell is a story to frighten people, to control people. Only an infant mind can believe ETs don't exist. Billions of planetary systems equal billions of inhabited planets. Inhabited not by microbes but by people like us, some less advanced and some far far more advanced. Wake up, little children. People that believe we are alone in the universe need to see a psychiatrist. Then again, lots of psychiatrists believe we are alone in the universe. That fact alone should tell you something. It's understandable that some people need proof of things unseen. But much of what millions of people accept with little hesitation, natural selection, Darwinism, has no proof. Darwin has many good ideas about the origins of life, yet he never came up with proof. To this day, none of what he espoused, theorized and believed strongly towards, is provable, although much of it makes sense. His lack of proof doesn't receive the same criticism from the scientific community that other disciplines and philosophies seem to garner. Nevertheless, unlike religion and its secular counterpart, Darwinism, both pretty much based on conjecture, thousands of people have experienced extraterrestrial contact, real physical contact. Yet those who haven't experienced this physical contact refuse to believe them. How can one prove they hugged their child last week? The hugging can be recreated, but that does not prove you hugged your child last week. Can we take the child's word for it? How do we know that the child wasn't having the same delusion? Perhaps their deep need for a hug is behind this delusion. Not believing in something because one lacks personal experience is not rational. If that concept was applied across the board, there would be few things left to believe in. Just a thought. Many see authority figures as real jerks: police, school principal, parents, the boss and DT. A diagram proves nothing. There are hundreds of diagrams out there and anyone can draw whatever they want. Why am I on this thread? Because I enjoy all the insults by people who believe themselves smart. They have dug down deep into their endless bag of wisdom and proclaimed with absolute profundity that sleeper is wrong because they say so. So far that has been the best argument against me. Too bad if they can't push the envelope a bit and stretch their mind around stuff like that. I guess they'll have to wait until it happens to them before they can believe. Nothing wrong with that. Unlike some skeptics, I don't look down on non-believers, but I sometimes respond to them when they attack my integrity, which happens often. In my first thread I was still putting together pieces of the puzzle. Every day more pieces are added. Should I withhold them if they contradict things I have said in the past? Some people would poop their pants if they ever met an alien, most do, and would remember nothing about their experience because of the fright, yet they talk big on these threads. Some skeptics' eyes are wide shut to the UFO phenomena, and therefore anything I say is going to be goofy for them. Many people don't become physicists because it's a difficult science to comprehend, and therefore they don't waste their time with it. Many people can't get their heads around the idea of extraterrestrials, and they don't waste their time with it. So why do skeptics come here? For the attention, or just to pester those they don't agree with? They may be an intellectual and even a scientist, but they are sometimes acting like a spoiled child. They are party crashers that bring nothing to the party. They come for the free food and drink, kind of like leeches and fleas, lol. If you notice, many of them have little luck with their own threads, so they go to the hot threads and try to look cool. If you are looking to amplify a few minor discrepancies, and there will be some, then you are not open to the big picture, the one I have been giving away free of charge via the graciousness of ATS. I would give you your money back, but you and no one else has given me any. You take my mind-boggling information for free and still complain. Is your life free of discrepancies? Try living in parallel lives and see how well you do. My blog unified many of the fractured things I talked about in my first thread. I wrote the blog 6 months ago when the story was clarified for me, and I waited for word to put it out there, and that's what I did. I know a heck more now than I did a year ago, and I will know a lot more in the days, weeks, months and years to come. Info is ongoing. They told us the world was flat. They lied. They said man would never fly. They lied. They say that it's impossible that anyone can cross the vastness of space. They lie. The vast majority still believe that last one. Just like books are updated when more or new information becomes available, this new thread and blog supersedes the last thread. If and when I do another blog, should I hesitate to publish it if some new revelations in it contradict this one? I wrote it as I remember it, and what you find between the lines stays between the lines for those able to pick up on it. Nevertheless, the big story is as plain as the nose on their face. The truly blind, like some skeptics, will never get it. To all my venomous and hateful detractors, thank you. You are good for one thing: you keep my thread on the front burner. And all the lies you people come up with to stop me from putting the truth out there is wasted time for you all. My blog is up and running and getting plenty of hits. The blog can't get hijacked as threads do, so it remains untarnished truth. It can't be infested with publicity seekers attempting to peddle their superior intellect. Certainly your lies to try and stop my words are somewhat useful. I guess I'm grateful. Most of the crowd that run with certain skeptics are fast asleep, and they wish to keep others fast asleep. Good for them. There are skeptics, and then there are firefighters only interested in putting out the smoke before anyone can see the fire. Believe me, it's not easy sneaking information out in a world preoccupied with keeping the masses fast asleep. For those who don't believe, everything I said is bogus. Belief in my story is not integral to my existence. What all-encompassing secret do you think I am holding out on? There are lots of people that would like me torpedoed. It's what makes life worth living. Obviously, super-duper technology doesn't necessarily translate into high intelligence, otherwise why would the aliens pick a bonehead like me to indulge in their magic? I apologize for putting so many people through my agonizingly cryptic, detail-lacking, boring and tortuous account. I'm not peeved at the skeptic. They made fair observations of my lack of information sharing. I understand everyone's frustration with my hit-and-miss accounts. My quandary is, do I keep torturing those who wish to know more about my insanity, or have mercy on everyone who has been snarled by this post and bring it to an end? That's where I am right now. If you think I'm doing this for attention, think again. I would pay if I could undo what I have started on this post. It doesn't take much education to be a skeptic, even a child can be one. The level of skepticism on this UFO board tells me that the general public is not ready or interested in knowing what is going on. People live in a cozy bubble and have no real need to leave that make-believe world. Can anyone really be proven sane? Or for that matter insane? I have attempted to get my story out, no one is interested. So I post bits and pieces on this thread. The nearer the truth I get, the more preposterous it sounds, so I keep it toned down and somewhat believable. Still few believe. I don't have a picture of E.T. handing it to me, and even if I did, who would believe it? I don't speculate or conjecture about extraterrestrials. I know they are real, and are here. Because a lot of people don't know does not negate the fact that they are real. You can go ahead and believe we are the center of the universe if you wish, you have lots of company. Most people wouldn't know a diamond if it weren't polished and in a display case at a jewelry store. What if I was to ask the ETs for the cure of major illnesses, and they gave it to me and I posted it on this thread? Once verified, I would be considered a genius, a god, or possibly that I was telling the truth about aliens. If I didn't experience this stuff, I would be the biggest skeptic and probably would never visit UFO boards. It's fascinating that some self-proclaimed experts on ETs are those that have admitted they have no experiences with them. Presuming to know what others have seen or not seen or experienced or not experienced is arrogance in its purest form. Because there is lack of proof for many does not negate the fact that thousands have the proof, been there, done that. Perhaps those of us that know about ET should have known better than to talk about our experiences, knowing how we humans get mighty envious of things we don't have and can't get our fingers on. There is a big difference between healthy skepticism and spiteful jealous tantrums. I know I am only one in thousands that have this information, but the so-called skeptics have outdone themselves in keeping most experiences silenced, and they claim they want the truth, lol. The naysayers are running scared as their world crumbles around them. The leak in the dam has begun and there is no stopping the truth from flowing out. Throwing that pixie dust metaphor out into the mass of unbelievers ignited a flurry of skeptic rebuttals that I'm still smarting from. Some people have no sense of humor. Nothing happens by chance, and even the skeptics have to admit that things are getting interesting, albeit slowly. There have been and continue to be so-called professional ufologists attempting to thrash my threads. My info threatens their bread and butter. Through unscrupulous and illegal means, some members want to release my identity on this internet site without my permission. That info might actually benefit me because it would disclose a book about the Roswell incident that I self-published in 1997. I have not advertised that book and it languishes mostly unread. Should they release my identity, they could be defeating their purpose to shut me up and get me national exposure. I have been misquoted so much by detractors on this thread that I would have to spend all my waking hours just to prove them wrong. I spend a huge amount of time defending myself against people that have not read my posts and assume I said something that I didn't. Either they don't take the time to actually read what I write, or they are only trying to gum up my threads with nonsense. Most are trying to gum up my thread by misquoting me intentionally. And other people come around and read their intentional lies and believe them. It's a free country and they are allowed to do that. Most counterproductive people convince themselves they are being productive. That's evident with many of the skeptics on this thread, lol. Most can't conceive in their wildest dreams or nightmares the 99.9% of existence that remains unseen. Just because someone makes noise on an issue doesn't necessarily mean they are part of the solution, and often they may be the problem. Some skeptics do have a purpose, and that purpose is to keep as many people in the Dark Ages as possible, and that is a legitimate purpose. There are millions of people in this world with the same job as they have, because a lot of people are not ready and they need sheepdogs like them to keep them from straying away from the flock. Nihilism is useful for the blind test thingy. It's also the skeptic's mantra, where anything of value must ooze proof, lol. The realities of others, unlike some skeptics, doesn't really change how we live our lives because, as you know, perceptions will always be slanted by the perceiver's point of reference. That's the great thing about individuality. We all advance or decline at our own rate regardless of what the rest of the world is doing or perceiving. If selfishness comes into the equation via perception by others, That too is a burden which ultimately determines whether one advances to higher planets or declines to lower planes of understanding and existence. There is no debating with scoundrels and cowards. All the good stuff in this universe requires either faith or experience, and neither can provide proof to the skeptic. There are two kinds of nuts in this world: the UFO nuts and the skeptic nuts. The skeptic nuts, those in denial of the big picture, have always ruled the world and will always rule the world. The UFO nut numbers are simply not there. If you can't see what your ball of light would benefit from your life experiences, then perhaps you should change occupations and find something that adds to you, otherwise you are wasting valuable time. I came clean with the blog and with my threads and was accused by many UFO believers of writing fiction. The category that is not on board are die-hard believers of ufology, the Hollywood version, and who detest my coming on here and raining on their parade, and as I stoke their anger by putting holes in their boats and sacred beliefs, I create more ambassadors against the sleeper guy, lol, which is counterproductive. You have to believe that there is a heck of a lot of information that can't just be dumped so easily. Things have to make sense, they have to be plausible, otherwise they become more remains in the fiction category. Even for those who are on board, no one wants to be made a fool, even though Hollywood and politicians make fools of many of us every day. For some of us it's as clear as the nose on our face, lol, but we can't see our nose unless we take a look in the mirror, and when we do we may see other things as well, like flaws, pimples, hair, blotches, etc. So we have to cover them up somehow because we don't want the world to see us as we truly are. Naturally, I'm only describing myself here. It is that obvious, but it's also easy to ignore and pretend it's not so, because to acknowledge it means we have to change, and that takes work. It would be more preferable to most if someone would just simply change the world instead, lol. I'm more concerned with those who believe me than those who don't. I've already tasted the wrath of one 80s believer who turned on me. And there have been others. So my dilemma remains, and grows the more I push against the envelope of perceived reality. Some people's minds don't stretch as far and as fast as others and they snap. It's a real experience, but it drives the skeptics nuts when people like me talk about this stuff. That's why most like me keep it to themselves, I presume. Even if Milton and I did go on webcam, would you believe it? I seem to cause pain to many people who don't get what I write, yet they follow me and my threads for more of what they don't get and gives them indigestion. I don't get it. I don't have time to read because I'm always writing. Most of what I write remains unpublished and only a fraction of it ends up on threads like this one. Whether anyone wants to read my books or not, I'm going to publish several. So even if you or others manage to stop my threads, my books will be in libraries and bookstores long after I'm off this rock. For the vast majority, non-disclosure is about all they could handle. That's why when UFO nuts talk about this stuff to non-UFO nuts, the non-UFO nuts scream and put their hands over their ears and say, "I don't want to hear it, lol." Some of them don't believe us crazy, they just don't want to go crazy thinking about that kind of stuff. It's upsetting to them. Too bad if you can't push the envelope a bit and stretch your mind around stuff like that. I guess you'll have to wait until it happens to you before you can believe. Nothing wrong with that. I think it has been proven that hypnosis requires a willing subject. In other words, most people can be hypnotized if they want to be, like quit smoking, or other human modifications. Aliens do check the oil on skeptics too, you know. Heck, I'm not here to make everyone happy. The pay is just not high enough for that. Anonymity can breed false courage and real stupidity. You are not in the minority when it comes to laughing at me. Do I exaggerate? Quite the opposite. I dumb down so much of the stuff I have seen and experienced it's hardly worth posting. And still I have to suffer moronic insults from numbskulls. I'm not sure why people like me even bother. The biblical parable such as "Don't cast pearls for the swine to trample over" certainly applies. It only bothers me when a book burner feels the need to keep others from reading material they don't like. Where do these people come from? Most of the knowledge that eludes humans today had at one time been written down on stone, papyrus, and good old paper, and now the internet. Yet meatheads of old and of new continued to try and stop the written word. Certainly this is not always the work of humans, but many humans willingly participate in obstructing knowledge out of pure unadulterated ignorance, envy and hate. Skeptics are kind of like new babies when they come into this world and are faced with a new reality. They need to be slapped on their bottoms to get things going, and some wail louder than others. There will always be children at the back of the room shooting spitballs at those in the front of the class when the teacher is not looking. Makes them feel cool. It's certainly convenient that although there are many different alien species, none of them are willing to divulge the universe's greater secrets to the thousands of people they contact. If that were true, we would still be eating moths around the campfire and grunting on how much life sucked. I guess we really haven't come all that far. Not everyone is interested in knowing what's out there because they are neck deep in this life. And some people's past lives are baggage they need not carry while here. For those that need to know, there are plenty of hints if they care to look for them. This thread represents a clear and present danger for certain cherished beliefs, therefore some are not happy with it, plain and simple. Most people who read this stuff laugh it off. They don't understand the concept of panning for gold, nor do most have the tolerance for the tedious work that it takes, plus some are perfect and don't need improvements. They have their hate and envy down pat. Those that can't get their way in the real world give it a shot in the virtual world of the internet, thinking that childish tantrums might be interpreted as strength and daring by their colleagues. The people who know are the ones that have come up with terms such as swamp gas to make people feel silly so that they will go back to sleep with the rest of the sheep. It's very surprising how well those tactics work. There are people that don't want the truth out and their job is to stop it by ridiculing it. Skeptics don't understand Milton types. Milton types are real and not illusions. Insects and animals don't comprehend the human world. Humans don't comprehend the human world nor the paranormal world. And believe me, it's a tough curtain to lift up because of all the people standing on it and keeping it from being lifted. They like their illusions. Most people love their illusions, and I have no right to wake them up or break their bubble. When they are good and ready, they can do it themselves. Unfortunately, it's the logic angle many use to avoid seeing the truth about their nature, unless they are forced to change. In other words, life after this one simply doesn't compute, therefore go for the gusto and screw anyone that gets in the way. It's fun, cool, and popular to make fun of UFO nuts. If my life is what one might call anointed, then God help us all. I'll go back to ATS and get on the gloom and doom bandwagon with the rest of the paranoids, because there would be no point in life or in living. If you want validity, talk to the United States President, the Pope in Rome, or any number of the world leaders, or better yet the scientific community. Don't hang out on a silly UFO nut website. LOL. Well, I certainly would not consider the words of the President or the Pope to be valid. Who on earth tells the truth? No human knows the truth, none, zero, nada. Milton does, but he keeps most of it to himself. I'm not here to teach or preach, only to tell my experiences and answer a few questions to those interested. Those not interested need not drink from this fountain. 2. Universe, time, and dimensions. The universe. There is no end to the universe. The human mind cannot grasp these things. There is one universe that is so forever that its edge will never be discovered, but there are infinite dimensions. Some may say that dimensions are universes. Works for me. This is a huge galaxy we reside in. Even our best cosmologists have no idea just how big it is. Earth is a very small detail in the huge picture called the universe. Can any mere mortal comprehend the size of a single galaxy, let alone the size of a universe with gazillions of galaxies in it? Most of us have a difficult time managing 2 or 3 people. The idea that the universe has always been is harder to swallow than the existence of one all-powerful God, or that ETs are real. or that we are intelligent apes. We humans get comfortable with something and would rather die than give it up. The idea of a perpetual universe would throw monkey wrenches into many beliefs, religious and secular, overturning the whole concept of what matter is. The body you reside in is like a universe. Every cell renews itself and every few days you have a completely new body. The universe is the same, it constantly renews itself. And as far as why, no particular reason, because there could be an infinite number of reasons, and yet not enough to satisfy everyone. In our galaxy there is no shortage of any material, and those with the technology can harvest whatever they need, indefinitely. This universe is so large that the edge will not be found by human instruments, ever. New planets and stars are created every second in every galaxy. But there is no tossing the dice, as Einstein once said of God. E.T. doesn't toss the dice either. Everything the human mind can imagine, and that is not much, is being played out in millions of star systems throughout the galaxies. To say the least, galaxies are never-ending wonderlands, created for us. Energy did not come into being, it has always existed and it will never cease existing. Energy existed forever, we are energy. Energy can change into many things, but we have always existed in one form of energy or other. We have energy vortexes on Earth. Stars and planets are being created by the billions as we speak, a process that has no beginning or ending. New stars and planets replace dying ones. The nearest star to Earth is only 4 light-years away. No human will ever visit that star while alive or in a human body. Way too far. Can you grasp the size of the universe? The best human minds can't. The universe is thousands of times larger and more complex than any human mind can imagine. The possibilities are endless. The ability to comprehend those possibilities while residing in a human brain are finite. The whole idea of random is nothing but a human toy, something to play with while in this playpen called Earth. Many solar systems are isolated for many reasons, which would fill hundreds of libraries if written down. Most solar systems have limits, but that still leaves billions that don't. Everything is created by the life force that is made up of ET, humans and all other intelligent beings in the universe. There is no unexplored part of the universe. How do you describe something without end? Infinite works, but then how do you describe infinite? The human mind will not accept concepts that are called infinite because there is nothing infinite in our limited 3-dimensional existence on this planet, so I use terms like really really big, even 1,000 times bigger than what we believe it is pretty dang big, and nearly impossible to comprehend. It took hundreds of years for the reality that the Earth moves around the Sun to sink in, and some people are still not convinced because it's obvious that the Sun rises and sets. And if the Earth moved we would feel it. It's a conspiracy. There is a mysterious energy at the top of the heap, but like the size of the universe is unknowable, so is this energy. The energy at the top encompasses much of everything and remains indefinable, and if one chooses to call that energy God, it certainly is not the God clumsily portrayed by us humans in our books and literature. There is a lot of energy at the center of the mind-boggling universe that humans will never be able to see from here on Earth. The center of the universe and the center of each galaxy emanates mind-boggling positive and loving energy. Have you noticed that Earth and our solar system is in the outer reaches of all that positive energy? It's no coincidence that we are so far away. Is there a consciousness which looks or is aware of the whole world/universe/infinity? It's difficult to see the center of our galaxy because there is so much energy and other stuff going on. The center of the universe is more crowded with mind-boggling energy, and it's difficult to see if there is only one power or billions of them having a good old time. And those who know never give a straight answer, but they hint, and what I can make of it, there are many individual entities at the party. Energy of love, center of the galaxy, is where all the souls come from. What happens in reality? The exact formula is kept in a secret vault. Many of the ETs based around this solar system have not even seen the center of the universe. And yes, there is a center, they know that much. Whatever is at that center, few at these levels know. We are free to call it God if we wish, or not. We will not be judged on our beliefs. Earth is only one of millions of penitentiaries in this galaxy. There are also holding pens on some of the moons and planets in this solar system. From minimum security to extra maximum security, there are some real monsters in them. There is a heck of a lot of stuff in our solar system. How many of us can do Disneyland in 3 days? There are several lifetimes worth of stuff in our solar system alone. If you only knew just how many possibilities there are, just imagine an atom. What magic keeps it going virtually forever? All those electrons flying around a nucleus at mind-boggling speed. For those that can wrap their minds around that, they will get a glance at eternity. That's how long most of us will be around. We humans have lots of theories and conjecture, but few if any facts, about our solar system. Milton knows more than anyone here on Earth that a massive amount of love emanates from the center of many galaxies because that's where many enlightened souls reside, and certainly that would be true at the center of the universe as well, but the source of that energy has not been explained to me in a way that I would do justice in my explanation of it here. There is a very large energy that emanates from the center of the universe, but Milton doesn't say one way or the other what it is. If you look at your desk, it seems like a solid surface to you, yet there is nothing solid about it. The human mind sees solid, the Milton mind sees a variation of energy, and he can play it like a piano. Ultimately, even what we perceive as energy is not even that. We have entered into the freaky zone, mind over matter stuff. The physical universe is missing a lot of matter for it to make any sense to our scientists, our great minds. Every galaxy in the universe is like a synapse connecting to other galaxies and dimensions. The universe is a huge schizophrenic brain, yet it remains perfect in every way. It is us at these low levels that are out of sync. What is going on in the center of galaxies is beyond human comprehension. The center of the universe and beyond is that much more so. According to Milton, there is no pinnacle of existence. Can any human mind grasp that little nugget? Our galaxy is nearly twice as large today as it was a year ago. Lol, no one knows how big and fantastic it really is. We humans lack the technology to see our galaxy and assume and speculate about its true size and shape, and the theoretical numbers change frequently. The whole universe and its infinite dimensions is a heaven, if you will. Just because many on Earth don't feel like they are is such a place does not negate that fact. Earth is at one level of it. Some can call it hell if they wish. A large part of this galaxy is way beyond fantastic, yet how many here on Earth know that? There will always be more questions than answers because of the immensity of this eternal life in this huge universe. Most of us are in kindergarten and wish to understand college algebra. The answers to all the mysteries in the universe are in plain sight of everyone, but so few take the time to look. Are we just incapable of seeing the existing dimensions of Saturn and the other planets, or are we being deceived? No one is being deceived. Most everyone likes the bubble provided for us. The universe, as far as physical beings, human types, is concerned, is infinite. There is no edge to it, and none will ever be discovered by humans, ever. But once we have moved out of our human restraints and become pure energy, we have access to many more dimensions and can leave this universe at will, and some of us will find that there are infinite universes, and dimensions aplenty. A universe that has no ending or beginning, yet there are endless universes and dimensions, defies human logic. How do we bridge that relativity vortex kind of gap when most humans can't even conceive the obvious, that Earth-like planets populated with humans make up much of the universe? Paradoxes exist in many places and especially in other dimensions because there are many levels of souls in need of exotic learning centers and opportunities, that make our rat maze here on Earth a laughable joke. Fantastic doesn't begin to describe what's going on out there while most remain unaware in this big blue nursery hanging out in space, clinging to a star that is clinging to a galaxy that is hurling through the universe at mind-boggling speeds without ever hitting a speed bump, which would certainly stir up the millions of nurseries if it did. The fact that we don't feel any movement, and the night skies look the same with all those billions of stars predictably where they should be, who is to say, and more so, why should anyone believe that things happen that way? Scientists know that galaxies move, and move very fast, but they cannot see them moving, way too much space between them. But millions of people believe because scientists say that it is so, at least that is partly how things work in the cosmos, and that is true. The cosmos is like an ocean filled with mysterious bodies, some moving like schools of fish, others hiding in nooks and crannies. But how big is this fishbowl anyway? That's got the best minds puzzled, because in the human mind infinite does not compute. It takes some knowledge and big leaps of conjecture for things to begin to make sense in the cosmos, and right now cosmologists are up against a very thick brick wall with no rope to climb over it or battering ram capable of breaking through it. Where to from here? No need to pull the wool over anyone's eyes, because space is a pretty thing to look at and not much more for the vast collection of human minds that even bother to look up at night. Is the planet Earth expanding, getting bigger physically? Most large bodies in the solar system get bigger by the oodles of dust, meteors and solar that falls on them every second of the day and night. There are no other forces at play. The Earth is not expanding from within like a star-going supernova, although the interior does fluctuate, creating volcanic and tectonic activity, and expands and condenses from internal and external pressures depending on solar activity, the wobble of the moon, and to a far lesser extent gravitational ripples from nearby planets like that stunning Venus. Lol. Just like Chinese goods, we import more than we export. In other words, more stuff is coming into our planet than is going out. Many of us have trouble getting out of the right side of the bed every morning, let alone be part of some huge multiverse-type schemes. What is beyond the universe? This universe is forever, but there are many forevers. The universe is not an experiment, neither are humans. Experiments are concepts and practices mostly indulged by lower echelon dimensions, as is wizardry and black magic, and other types of matter worship. Everything imaginable exists in the universe. There are oodles of planets, dimensions, galaxies, races, no end to them. Everything imaginable is real and everything unimaginable is real, somewhere. What is the end purpose of creation? The party has been going on forever, and keeps growing. Why? Why not? What about the new planet that they have found beyond Pluto? There are more they have yet to detect, nothing we need to worry about. Why are snowflakes unique? Out of the endless billions of galaxies not one is the same, or so they say. There really are bigger and better hamster wheels in this galaxy, and some hamsters down here don't like that idea. Our solar system is moving out, but eventually it will migrate back in. Like shoes, solar systems wear out, but there are many shoe stores in each galaxy. Is the physical universe, this dimension, always growing and expanding? The only thing that expands in our universe is our ego, and the physical universe is matter of fact an illusion, because it's matter and all matter is illusion, but it makes for a very cool playground for our entertainment. If a planet up and disappeared, there would be some psychological mayhem, which almost happened when Pluto went from being a planet to a moon. Planets don't disappear, they fade away and get recycled at the furthest reaches of the solar system. Matter repels and attracts just like we humans do via our personality, but matter does it with a negative and positive charge which combine to repel like the solar wind, or attract like the gravitational pull via electromagnetic force. The magic behind matter. A comet is a heavenly body looking for a planet or moon to call home. Some of them bring essential building blocks or other materials to places where they are needed, like cargo ships. Heaven's Gate type. The universe is not expanding or contracting, and for all practical purposes it goes on forever, and past forever are other dimensions that go on forever. Once on the other side, this will be clear as pie for many. The only thing that begins and ends is our illusions when we are born and when we die. Everything else has always been and always will be, without end. All planets are way cool, or way hot. But I'm not on board with some of the views that are out there, and since few humans will ever know, there is no point in ruffling feathers. Earth is not the lowest level planet in this solar system, that's all I can say. Which is the highest level planet in this solar system? Most of us here on Earth would like to think it was Earth, so why rock the boat? Every planet in this solar system has mind-blowing spectacular scenery. In this dimension there are no constant planets, they all get decommissioned and eventually recycled. That only happens when an abandoned planet gets heavily infested with undesirables and ceases to produce good seeds. Earth is not in that category because it hasn't been abandoned yet. Do people inhabiting them reincarnating on them? That's what happens. There are multiple universes. In what way do universes differ from each other? Let's say that an apple tree represents a universe, and a cat represents a universe. They didn't appear from nothing, they have always been and always will be. Are all the planets in this solar system the same age? Not a single one. Our universe doesn't wrap. Our universe is infinite in size. Dimensionally speaking, there is an infinite amount of universes. There are twin planets but not in this solar system. The planet expands and also shrinks during and via celestial phenomena. The sun plays the planets like a flute. This solar system is typical and virtually identical to millions of other solar systems in this galaxy, nothing special or unique about it. The Milky Way is a typical galaxy with much the same stuff as most galaxies in its class. The size of a typical galaxy is beyond human comprehension, and so are the wonders in them, and there are galaxies that far exceed the never-ending wonders we have in the Milky Way. Higher entities have access to other galaxies, the rest of us have our plates full with the mind-boggling little things on Earth, not even the solar system, our galaxy, well, lots of baby steps to go yet. Everything comes from a much bigger place than galaxies and dimensions, which all fit nicely on a Rolodex. Are planets just super advanced spaceships? Or space stations? They sure are. And moving through space at a pretty good clip. Well, the sun is, and all the planets are cozily nestled in its invisible shield, which helps keeps the bugs out of our teeth. The Doppler effect is way off and inaccurate because it doesn't show us the circular motion that galaxies are moving in because it can't. This is another bit of info that will go ignored. But you can bet a cosmologist and perhaps an astrophysicist that reads this will run out and see if they can prove it somehow and then get the coveted Nobel Prize. The universe is like a hive of bees, the bees buzz around the hive or nucleus but some will venture off and then come back. That certainly is an understatement to say that it is a big universe. Everything in the solar system, for the most part, came out of the sun. So the planets are siblings. Much of what comes out of the sun ends up in the fringes of the solar system, and remains unknown and a mystery, even to astrophysicists. Not a planet, not a moon, but something new. It is common. But so is human life all over the galaxy. Where is it headed? Not at a theater near you. Common stuff is not for common folk, just ask NASA. There is a rule that the planets orbit in a similar plane. Kind of a centrifugal rule when applying currently understood physics. All such rules are bendable when unknown physics are at play. There are such bends going on in this solar system. Do any planets in the solar system have libraries that provide information on everything about the universe? Does a cat, a dog, need to know or understand what a car is or that there are many countries on this planet with cultural differences? People don't need to know but a fraction of what is in the universe. Heck, most people freak when you tell them extraterrestrials are visiting this planet. Space and time are infinite for low-level thinking. In existence, such infinite places are not even a grain of sand in the entire known universe. All solar systems don't work by all the planets within revolving around the mother star. Others work differently. Is perception and consciousness everything in this reality in the universe? What about beyond? Concepts infinitely beyond? How can we see the trees when the forest is always in the way? We can't. Some big comets that hit the sun are not comets. Darkness is not an illusion, it is real in the absence of light. Light is the illusion. Besides ego being the largest thing in the universe, other large objects can't be imagined until we can grasp the size of infinite space, which holds a heck of a lot large chunks of matter ... that hasn't collapsed within itself from sheer mind-boggling size. The universe has all the time in the world and can print out timesheets almost as fast as the Federal Reserve prints money. People can snooze as long as they want and come back for more. What's the largest planet in the universe? How many Earth-size planets would it take to equal its size? A few billion Earths. Our solar system is common, but there are billions of solar systems much different, unique and with their own version of astrophysicists and physics. Is our meteor belt a blown-out planet? Yes. Some believe there is not enough material there for a planet. That's because a lot of it didn't stay there and rained down on other planets and moons. It was no accident. What the hell happened to have a planet destroyed? It was rotten to the core, and a direct hit. Was it a war between Mars and that planet that left one planet destroyed and the other like it is now? The whole solar system was undergoing major renovation and upgrades. Why do they make a decision to destroy a planet over just wiping the people and starting again as they have done on here and Mars? Depends on the density of infestation. Destroying whole planets and moons happens in these kinds of neighborhoods, solar systems. Was it a human-type people that lived on the planet that was destroyed? They had human-type bodies and some other strange stuff in the hybrid zone. Will war-type planets like Earth always exist in the universe? Yes, they are parts of the machinery. Comets and asteroids, do they hit other planets for certain reasons? Planets and moons are sponges for much of the litter flying around in space. Are they from a planet, star that has been blown to pieces? They are debris from old planets and moons. Are any of these coming for Earth anytime soon, and what do they contain inside of them? There are some big ones that will get close. Those on a direct trajectory to Earth will be nudged away. Iron, other minerals, water, and a secret ingredient. Secret being the key word. Is something special going on near the Orion constellation? There is much going on in Orion province and other places too. But don't blame Microsoft, Google, or NASA. They do the bidding for others, mostly unknowingly. Like a child confined to the backyard of his house we are. Stars are ejected in mass, in clusters and individually, from the core of their galaxy, and continue their formations and development as they travel away from the center, not toward the center as many believe. Star birth is rapid, but we blink and miss it. Stellar nebulae, which we can observe around us in this sector of our galaxy, mostly consist of stars, normally in small, open clusters, sucking up part of that shroud of gas and dust we can see in photographs. When these stars are ejected from the center of galaxies, are they fully immersed in a gaseous nebula cocoon? Yes, the cocoon is like amniotic fluid sac. Can stars be born inside those matter-rich environments, away from the center of galaxies? They grow there but are not born there. The star seeds comes from the core. Why are stars inside nebulae so young, even if they are far away from the center of the galaxy, as this solar system is? For us in 3D land it may look far. But like popcorn in a huge kettle, stars are ejected outward, some further than others. Supernovas ignite new life onto old and new stars that have laid dormant, like placing seeds into soil and watering them. A supernova responsible for the creation of elements heavier than oxygen, thus playing a crucial role for us 3D life forms? They add an element or two to the 3D soup bowl. Are elements heavier than helium produced inside stars via thermonuclear fusion? Well, kind of, but not necessarily via thermo. Are stars giant balls of plasma powered by fusion, or of an entirely different nature? Neither electrical nor fusion, but a quark of both. Are stars birthed at the core of the galaxy, set for a long permanence in orbit around that core in the spiral arms, or not, made to reach the outer rim maybe, and get recycled there, or die within the body of the galaxy in the various known ways? Yes. Star seeds are created in black holes at the center of galaxies. Are densely packed globular clusters the realm of very ancient stars and grand ET outposts? You mean the exclusive stellar country clubs? How do the suns, solar systems manage to not collide with each other? For the same reason that planets don't fall into the stars, stars repel matter, not attract it, for the most part. There is a geometric pattern to creation. In the physical realm most certainly. The soul, however, is not of that mystical realm. A watch is a physical item that tells us how much time we waste. The information it imparts to us is the sole reason for the watch. We don't want to be late for that meeting kind of thing. The mechanics behind the mechanism of the timepiece is secondary and of little importance to that meeting. In other words, matter is not all that and a bag of chips when it comes to the big picture. It's simply a small element. Get it? A small element. Lol, I know, don't quit my day job. Some ancient texts speak of spiritual planets, namely the Indian epics. Does this mean there are worlds which are not as physical in the sense that we understand it? Many such worlds exist. The universe is pure unadulterated love, and wishes to share this love with as many souls as possible. Is everything in the universe matter, different forms of matter? And different forms of ethereal? Is every universal creation a part of a huge tech database, and at 3D we will never be allowed to understand its complexity until we pass our own tests? Yes, twice. Are most dimensions in the multiverse created, to a certain large/total extent, by very high up ET? Everything is. Were there, eternities of eternities ago, precursors, or much simpler, states of this universe or the whole multiverse? There are infinite modules. Is ether sentient or only the entities in it? It's alive, but unlike anything we could comprehend. Are certain areas or dimensions in the multiverse beginning to exist and evolving, even without ET intervention? Number. Is energy, ether pervading most of the multiverse, except in certain areas or dimensions that are empty or a real nothingness? Yes, but does anyone really appreciate that fact? How many planets are beyond Pluto, in this solar system? A bunch, but most are moon-size or smaller, but not all. All planets and moons grow via tons of new mass that falls onto them every day, dust, meteors and such. Over time with the new mass comes pressure changes inside the core, which pushes back, creating changes on the surface and weather patterns. Creation is based upon the three primary distortions of the Infinite One. Free will, love, light. Is this how the system works? Way more complex than that. The universe has order in its disorder. Can't it be said that all planets and stars of our galaxy are in synchronicity with the Earth? They are not. Every moon in the solar system is a magical unique wonderland. But they are not all fun and games. The universe was created. It has always existed. There is no beginning and no end to the universe, and if you say it was created, that would imply a beginning. Can you clear this up? When I created a play area in my backyard for my children to play in, I didn't create the backyard, the trees, ground and such. I only created a play area by installing a kiddie pool and sandbox. The gods create and destroy illusionary worlds like Earth all the time, but this universe remains unchanged. Is the universe a mathematical construct, in that the vibrational patterns, colors can be represented numerically? So it's like a matrix, the movie, and we are plugged into it? Only in this physical realm, which is really not physical at all. What is the purpose of moons as opposed to the planet they orbit? Is there any special reason moons are there? Especially multiple moon planets? Prime real estate. The views from moons are orgasmic to say the least. But they also have other purposes, can't say any more. Moons get shuffled around and eventually recycled in the boondocks. Some starships cloak as moons or other galactic mass. Our solar system with all its planets is merely a single cell inside a human body, which is like a galaxy filled with stars or cells. Can you elaborate on the hiding process that is used to blur planets? It's done with huge mirrors. There are planets and moons not seen or known about in this solar system. And I'm not talking about only those out in the Kuiper boonies. Not all celestial bodies have mass as we know it, can't say any more. Are there more planets or huge structures that cannot be detected by us, because their makeup is only partially, if at all, connected to our lower 3D realm, or our perception of physics? Our physics has much to do with it. But there are covert human elements aware of some of these invisible systems. Moons, planets and stars were created to do what they do. Nothing simply happens, not even shit, or doo-doo for those that don't like the work shit. A certain surface features in our moon and some of the planets camouflaged via optical devices, or is it achieved through complex CT-dimensional magic? Also sloppy photoshopping. Neo, if you have been given the gift of seeing through the matrix, how do you know that your superior position is not just another layer of matrix, and thus your perceptions as equally useless or useful as a primitive tribesman sitting in a mud hut? How do you know that Morpheus, Milton is real, Neo? They don't like calling it the Matrix after the movie came out and gave all the secrets away. They prefer calling it what it is, dimensions and such. But even dimensions is not correct. Would you say that it is possible that there are planets out there that are the size of our solar system? Yes. Would people on planets of that size be the same size as us, or would everything be super upsized to a huge scale? Both. Considering that the very small area of the universe we are aware of could fit on an ATSAS, yes, there is a lot of partying going on that we are missing out on with our bickering. The Sun. Many believe that without the Sun there is no biological life possible on this planet, which is mostly true. But heat from the interior of the Earth keeps a variety of creatures living around vents at the bottom of the oceans. That same energy keeps many believed to be barren planets and moons in the solar system with of life. Nevertheless, without the Sun this would be a dark and gloomy place where all biological life would cease to exist. Few take the Sun for granted, because who doesn't love a sunny day? Try and imagine living on a planet distant from a sun and not having the magnificent sunny days we all love and cherish. There are many such planets out there in this solar system and throughout the galaxy, and without the artificial sunlight I talk about in my blog. However, the Sun is not God. God is much more radiant and infinitely larger, equivalent to billions upon billions of our suns. The Sun does save us from frostbite, and lifts our spirits like nothing else can. It sure acts like a god. People have always worshipped the Sun, in the past and the present, and many symbols have been created for that purpose. I won't argue that there is a mighty intelligence permeating around us from many realms, but the Sun will one day expire, we will not. The Sun has cycles where it sends out lots of flare-ups and heat, and most of these cycles don't vary that much during the 10 or 11 years that they occur. But every now and then there are extreme cycles when the Sun gets real hot, and much less hot than what we would consider normal. Both of these infrequent extremes are devastating to life on this planet. To state that a few of these instances might be supernaturally manipulated would get many eyeballs a-rolling like this. So I will not say that. Most astronomers have the Sun as a nuclear reactor. If the Sun was a nuclear reactor, wouldn't our skin being falling off by now? Lol. The Sun is not a nuclear reactor, but my pregnant son didn't do well on my other thread, so I will not go into what the Sun is yet. I don't get paid enough to be a comedian to the skeptics. So until I can make it sound reasonable, I'll keep it to myself. You know the saying, you can't live with it and you can't live without it. Isn't that a nice saying? It doesn't necessarily apply to the Sun. We can't live without the Sun, period. Not only do our bodies need the Sun, but so do our souls. The Sun has its dizzy fits every now and then, and the earth shakes like a dog trying to rid itself of fleas on a hot summer day. The sun is all full of itself. Perhaps it's about to deliver something. The sun is definitely in a mood, from all the hormones that were added to it in the past few months. Oh yes, they do tinker with the sun. Our sun orbits around a partner star every 26,000 years. Is it the star Sirius? Sol is Solo. The heat from the sun plays a major role in the dynamics of Earth's temperature. Certainly there are people that would like a place in the sun, but the sun is very exclusive and only the higher entities with an interesting vibration can warm up their heels and souls there. There are entities that hang out in and around the sun. They have a higher energy field than the sun and hardly tan at all. Our star has H2O, oceans of it, and other oceans of elements. Everything and much more than we have on Earth is in the sun. What other elements does the sun have? And how can it be? Human physicists understand and know zero about the sun and about anything else concerning physics. So how can that be? It be because everything is zero without the one. The sun give birth to plethoras of things that will never be known to humans even as a smidge are caught on video. Most people believe the sun is a huge nuclear reactor that just happened. It was created like in a cotton candy machine in the center of the galaxy, and spit out like popping popcorn, cooled a bit and then began to shine and spit out planets of its own. The rest is history. If there was no sun, would people stop aging, at least from their outside appearance? Psychological damage would outweigh any skin damage. It seems you're holding back something about the sun. Yes, I am holding back. The sun, suns are multidimensional things. Everything has life, but life to us here in 3D land is 1D. It's a long big story and I don't want to give away the details. Not sure that I can. There are entities within the sun and they have no tan lines. Wow baby. Are they hot? Many people throughout the ages have worshipped the sun as a god. The sun is special, all stars are, but they expire and souls don't. The soul is made of something much more mysterious than the sun or anything else for that matter. Matter, get it? The soul is not matter as is light and everything else we see in 3D land. Is the nature of its existence, other than a big heater, something we are not ready to understand, so quit asking questions about the sun? That too. What makes these concepts so difficult to understand? They are not difficult concepts to understand, they are difficult to put into practice, and that's the rub. What makes me so different from people that I can handle these concepts and they can't? Some people just know, even if they don't know for sure. What is the average population of people who live in the sun? The sun is not like one of the planets with habitation, it is something very bizarre. Is there an inner sun as has been described? We interpret what we see or are shown by what we know. A sun is a source of energy, or a radiant being. I'm not saying that the sun in our solar system is a being, but there are some similar elements. I've read about the evil-doing followers being put into the sun for punishment, and you've stated that those who refuse to be redeemed will eventually get the shredder. Are the sun and the shredder one and the same? Many things going on in the sun, in fact everything, matter-wise. But souls are not matter and can take the heat. Are these shredded souls actually being used to continue to power the sun? Number. Is it the life from ashes scenario all over again? Some souls get reassigned from the raw to there. There is stuff about the sun that I can't delve into now. The sun is not a ball of gas. Better would be to send a space probe to the sun and measure its temperature. The dilemma is how to measure temperature without affecting the measure by the reaction of the instrument with the sun rays. But, obviously science already has made its mind and it would seem silly to challenge the idea of a hot sun. The high photonic concentration emitted as light makes believe that this light comes from combustion when in reality comes from atomic excitation in the plasma. What are we not being told about the sun? Those who think they know don't know, so they can't tell us more than they think they know about it. How it works, its functions, its nature, what's inside it, etc., 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 etc. I am really curious about the real story on the Sun. That's one of my projects stuck on the back burner for now, a victim of my multitasking challenge abilities, or lack thereof. What are pulsars? Outside of the standard scientific definitions that can be found anywhere on the internet, pulsars are matter stabilizers, and so much more. Milton says I wouldn't understand. Saturn. Saturn is a fantastic thing to look at from here on Earth. There is absolutely no way of describing the feeling seeing it up close. It's truly looking into the face of God. Your mind literally melts at the awesomeness. There are millions of things going on in and around Saturn, and all its moons as well, but Milton said he would kill me if I tell much more than that. Perhaps in the next blog he will allow more detail. There is sentient life, but to what extent I don't know. What are the strange hexagonal formations on the poles of Saturn? I will give my O2 in a thread in Skunk Works. Saturn has solid core. The asteroid belt is that like a fence marking the bounds of the prison planets? The belt has a lot of living debris in it and it serves many purposes including protecting the nest as well as the prison yard. Some humans in the past and even now here on Earth know lots about Saturn, but they aren't talking for a reason. Eaptus, is it real or fake? If the latter, then what is it? Eaptus is real. Eaptus had a wicked spin when it was ejected from Saturn's womb and settled out in the dark and cold boondocks of Saturn's orbit. Eaptus has life on it and in it. Jupiter. In 1994 a comet named Shoemaker-Levy crashed into Jupiter. The alien dudes zapped that Shoemaker thingy with their cannons trying to deflect it, but it broke up in many pieces and hit the planet hard, killing bazillions of people on Jupiter. I don't know if there are humans on Jupiter. There are ETs all over that planet and on many of its moons, and they would not be affected by comets or anything else. Jupiter is pregnant. Jupiter has solid core. What wonders exist on Jupiter? Most of us would have a complete emotional meltdown from a mere whiff of the wonders. It has a solid core, and the storms are like large cotton candy type devices collecting residue. The things moons and dreams are made of. What is the population of a planet like Jupiter or other large planets in this solar system? It changes daily, Earth days that is. Much of the population is transient. The moon. They asked me nicely not mention things about the moon, they are so picky, lol. Without the moon, life on Earth would be a calmer place, too calm for the indigenous life forms that are on it now. The moon is not hollow and it did not break off Earth and distill into what it is today. The moon was no accident or freak chance, it was deliberately put there as a counterbalance to their Earth's rotation and to stir the oceans, not to mention something to fill the night sky and to look up at and marvel at the sight. The moon is also a huge repository of minerals and metals that will be used to build cities in space, and there might be some government cheese up there. Well, maybe not. USA and former Soviet Union suddenly stopped going to the moon because ETs were already there watching us and warned us away. They have been using the moon for a number of things. Less than 100 years ago they had activity on the side facing the Earth, but with the onset of powerful telescopes they had to minimize and camouflage their actions. They also have been cleaning up much of the infrastructure and returning the landscape back to the way it was in preparation of human exploration. I'm not allowed to talk about the moon, but humans have been there more than the official line states. There are ruins on the moon. I've been to the moon. Yes, there are bases out there. Yes, there is gravity and a flag. The moon and details is a forbidden subject for me. Is the moon really an old spaceship and it got towed into Earth's orbit? Well, yes and no, and perhaps something in that order. The light of the moon affects the hunt of some nocturnal carnivores, wolves, dogs, foxes, hyenas, man, etc. A full moon is also a focal point that draws attention like a campfire does for both man and animal. It is a rock, but it was put into place via artificial means. It remains an ET outpost, and that's all I can say for now. The moon remains an ET outpost, so they limit what we can see or do up there until they relocate some of their stuff. Our view of the moon is much easier to manipulate by ETs than Earth illusion, as are other planets, because we have no access to them other than telescopes and probes. There are some humans on the moon, not near the numbers I have seen tossed around on it though. What's up with the backside of the moon? Does mooning have any meaning for you? Plenty of things are going on up there on the moon. John Lear only touched on a few, but I can't elaborate. The moon is not Earth's fetus. They asked me nicely to keep my mouth shut about the moon and Mars. The little info I do provide has hit a nerve since I started posting. There are bases on the moon with extraterrestrials and a few locals, but not like loco-crazy types. They are up there making preparations for humans who will be living openly on the moon in a few decades. Colonization of the moon is a given to us that is, and will begin sooner than most people know. Those up there now have been told to pack up and leave, not all of them but enough to give us some space and a bit of freedom to explore and settle down in. Many of the structures are like Winnebagos, only larger, and they will simply move off into the darkness of space and work from there as we arrive in larger numbers at the turn of the century. Japan and China will find nothing with their satellites, as most of the anomalies have been removed. Much has not been removed yet, and what is left behind to be found will be used behind the scenes for use on the moon by those who find them. Like the gold in California during the gold rush. If not everything has been removed, who prevents them to not disclose what they film? It's like an average guy finding $1 million of unmarked bills, not likely to disclose that fact, but all of a sudden he is doing things no one else is doing and driving some cool A_SS cars. Moon missions and other missions happen all the time. In the old days, people were made to believe they would fall off the edge of the world if they ventured too far in the ocean realms. Assuming sea monsters didn't eat them first, kept people from venturing too far from home. Same diff. Was our moon at one time a prison, or currently is now? Was and is. Why the moon is the only body that doesn't spin. The moon is a mechanism in synchronicity with Earth, ecologically speaking. Most things spin, we simply don't see the spin as with the moon. What caused a huge ridge estimated to be 12 miles high around the entire moon? It looks like two halves stuck together. Centrifugal force when it was created for high-rise apartment complexes. Can't go into life on the moons and planets, too much stuff. What about that Richard Hoagland's photo of Data's head? How many of those dudes are about the place? Or is his Data's head just an old outdated model? There is some real meat in baloney. Did Armstrong receive a welcome, or was he warned away from the moon? Armstrong and other astronauts were allowed a peek but not much more. And that overt program was ended. Do the people living on the moon look like us? Some do. Do the majority of people living on the moon know about us, and if yes, what do they think? They know, they think we are such snobs, big fat blue planet and all. I think they are envious of us Earthlings. Is the crater Aristarchus on the moon really a reactor? Number. Mars. Mars hosted an abundance of life in the past, and still harbors life now, but the diversity is less and not as abundant. Much of it is subterranean. It's amazing the things going on Mars right under our noses. Lol. Again, the proof is overwhelming, yet most people refuse to believe. Pyramids on Mars were built by the same type of beings, but not the same beings were involved in projects with pyramids here on Earth. Much of Mars is still off limits to us humans. NASA likes to push the envelope to see how much they will allow, and that's why we and others lost probes. The pyramids and face on Mars are Martian ruins. Mars is filled with surprises, and many of them might be exposed in the next decade. Mars will be a fantastic adventure destination spot for many humans by the turn of this century. Mars has life on it more advanced than what we have on Earth, but they are not very pretty or sociable. They know humans are coming, officially speaking, and so things are a bit tense. The powers don't want the details out. When will life on Mars be officially declared? Perhaps in the next decade, 2010 to 2020, latter part. Would they be more likely to announce that there was an ancient civilization the first and confirm the ruins that other? There has been plenty of opportunity to announce that now and in the past, but that would be like admitting to alien life and extraterrestrials, would be discomforting to too many humans still. The face on Mars is an alien artifact in an ancient Martian city. There still are Martians on Mars, but they are ugly, and live underground, but can't give more details. I'm not supposed to talk about Mars or the Moon, but there certainly is pockets of nice people everywhere we go, and there are also those other ugly types. Some are hiding out there, those ugly ones I spoke of. And not all are free to come and go. There is a reason that some of that planet is a wasteland, still they do have some above-ground structures. But no details allowed. I saw activity on Mars, beings coming and going from that planet. I don't recall spending much time there, but they also didn't want me talking in detail about what I did see. Mars, total recall? Well, not total recall, but certainly some disturbing recall, depending on what they allow to be seen. Mars is populated with a variety of life forms and entities, some of it on the surface, much of it below and in space around it. Mars was a habitable planet like Earth sometime in the past. The planet experienced a bit of fire and brimstone and lost a major battle. Why and how did the war on Mars start? They didn't invite the right entities to the party. Mars is currently under quarantine. What's going to happen to the Renegades and other ETs on Mars, once they're defeated, if they do get defeated? Most will remain there, incarcerated, out of sight and out of mind deep in the interior. Could we breathe unaided on Mars and survive provided we had the clothing for whatever temperature there was at the time? Yes. What are the tunnels, tubes that have been photographed on the surface or just under the surface of Mars? Martian infrastructure still in use. Are the newly born people on Mars, in the veil just as we are on Earth? Number. Which race on Earth is the closest or most directly related to the last major civilization on Mars? Vikings. Martian and Moon life will be explained away with the jargon that explained how life diverged here on Earth via continental divide. The planets must have nicked at one time and shared some meteor semen. Yes, there will be some DNA connection. Why Mars is on quarantine? It has a certain kind of undesirable galactic infestation. They are Martian aliens and they do mess with our probes from Earth, sometimes destroying them. Mars has more than one species. There are many species of Martians. Look at the vast variety of plant and animal life we have here on Earth, and we only know about a fraction of it. Some we will never know about even though it's right under our noses. When we go to Mars officially, most of the life forms will remain hidden from us there too. At one point, did Mars have human life? It had human-type life mixed in with some weirdos and still has some. Mars has undergone many cleansings and battles. The war is not over. Uranus. That subculture that Joe, character from Mayday with an extraterrestrial, lives in has no poverty or open warfare as we have here on Earth, and they live much better lives there than most humans do here, but they do have their problems because they are human, most from Earth. The city I came from is perfect in comparison to Earth life, but some of the intergalactic intrigue comes from that place. How do I put this gently? There is no way, even though I am a citizen of that city from a previous life and will return to it, I cannot go back to it while in a human body. They don't have bathrooms for one, and we can't be trained, lol. The tube cities I talked about are huge cylindrical vertical columns thousands of feet high and many miles wide, and there are several stacks of them in patches. Truthfully, while in the sub-city there was no way of knowing where the surface was, but there was a solid core. How large I have no idea. Uranus being gas giant doesn't mean there is no surface. Our scientists can't even determine if there is water on the moon and it's next to us. Do you really believe they know what is going on in other farther away planets? Certainly they know some of the chemical makeup of them, but they remain clueless of what the planets themselves really are. Uranus has plenty of gas but also a dense core. Uranus people are not born, they come grown up. How are they made? Are they grown like pod people? I was not made aware of that part of the operation, but their handle on biological machinery is far more advanced than anything we can imagine on this level. For us humans such things are what horror movies are about. To higher entities it's more in line with buying a new car from a showroom, minus the pressure sales team. Uranus people are in the same dimension we are here on Earth. They know everything that is going on in this solar system. They do travel out of this solar system and they can access higher dimensions. They interact with all the other planets including Earth. Pluto, like all the other bodies in this solar system except Earth and the Moon, remain forbidden fruit. If I ever get around to my next installment of the blog, they might give me something on Pluto. So far I have no go-ahead to write more on it. Pluto is a planet just a little shriveled and compacted. It will eventually become a moon and lose the remainder of its own satellites, but it could get busted up. Promotions are much nicer than demotions, and Pluto is not all too happy right now about what Earth thinks of it. Is Pluto harboring a deep dark secret? Yes it is, but not anything that will affect Earth or life on Earth as we know it. The myth must live on and the secret must remain intact. NASA will send a probe to explore the Kuiper belt beyond Pluto. What will the ETs do about it and what is their real purpose? Some of them jokester ETs will throw snowballs at it and make funny faces at the NASA people. However, NASA will not share those memorable Kodak moments with the rest of the world. The real purpose is to take some pictures of extraterrestrials and a few of Pluto, so they will have something they can show the public, the Pluto pictures that is. The Kuiper belt is huge, and we are not invited to partake. Our little probe headed there has accumulated an entourage of delinquents and tricksters. There are many central spaceships meeting place, docking port in the Kuiper belt. Venus. Personally, Venus is not a place I would want to go. Venus is no Aphrodite but certainly a seductress because of her proximity and visibility to Earth. Venus is not a destination point for those leaving Earth for bigger and better pastures, although some can visit Venus the same way we can visit Alcatraz, except Venus is still in operation. Venus is not all hell, but neither is it a tropical paradise. Nevertheless, it's a big planet with many hidden secrets above and below the surface. But they must be a hybrid, a spirit, or ET to enter. Venus is off my radar, but I've heard that it has its good districts as well as its red light seedy districts. I haven't been to Venus that I can recall. Mercury. Mercury is one hot little planet, not one that the meek shall inherit. Big Bang. It's a big universe, trillions of times bigger than what is speculated. It will not keep expanding and then like a slinky fall back to square one and start all over again. The only Big Bang happens on the 4th of July, it never gave birth to the cosmos. The radiation that scientists claim coming from the Big Bang is from massive stars and galaxies being recycled, which gives off enormous amounts of radiation across the spectrum. This radiation comes from what scientists believe to be the edge of the universe because that is the furthest their instruments can pick up these exotic particles, which is about 13 billion light-years away, they think. They are so off base it's almost embarrassing. I'm not going to get into that here. There was no Big Bang, the universe is not expanding nor will it contract and fall into itself, it will never end. And because time and space are illusions, so is Genesis. There is no Genesis in the literal term unless you are speaking about every time we are born anew on this planet or another. It didn't really start with a thought or a Big Bang. Everything coming out of nowhere in an instant is grasping at straws when nothing else makes sense. The Big Bang theory is way off base and never happened, and there is no need for dark matter, which is a good thing because there isn't any. and because it wouldn't be scientific savvy to declare ET said so, I will use scientific protocol and call it a theory. There was no Big Bang. The universe as we see it through the Hubble telescope has been here forever, when talking human perceptions anyway. Galaxies are self-perpetuating, they can grow by combining and they can end by being swallowed by other galaxies, but it's a process that has no end. Beginning is another matter and will be more of a challenge to explain, and I can't do it in this thread. The Big Bang theory satisfies for some the need for a beginning and ending. But there is no such thing concerning the universe. The universe has always been and will always be, much like we see it today, the very little that we do see. Black holes. Billions of black holes, the universe's recycle bins. Black holes can't be used by any living entities including ETs, those that are at our level of existence, which is way lower in the food chain. Black holes are not dangerous to any life forms because life forms have long become extinct by the time solar systems enter into the gravitational field of black holes. Black holes are key to the remanufacture of matter, and without them and their powerful gravitation to stir the pot, galaxies as we know them would be impossible. Galaxies are self-perpetuating and can exist forever. The hearts of galaxies are black holes. Galaxies can merge and become bigger, and parts of galaxies can break away by close encounters with other galaxies. If the breakaway star clusters are large enough, they will eventually form their own black holes and become baby galaxies. These baby galaxies get bigger as they journey through the universe, sucking up matter of failed star clusters, those that didn't have enough matter to form black holes. They also merge with other small galaxies and grow bigger. Black holes are things dreams are made of, or was that the Black Falcon? Bogart, can you help me here, lol? On a less serious note, black holes gobble up the wrenched refuse of old star systems and recycles the matter into fertilizer for new stars and planets. Nothing goes to waste. They are not wormholes to other dimensions. I would give more detail, but why should I give Nobel Prize information out on an internet thread? Black holes are what's under the hood of every galaxy. They are the engine that is powered by debris of expired suns. They are also dimensional vortexes. They don't lead to hell. A black hole is an extraordinary machine sucking up dead stars and at the same time spitting out new stars. It certainly manipulates energy and matter, one and the same, in ways human understanding cannot begin to grasp, because it defies the human concepts of logic and the laws of physics. Energy at the star level is a constant with no beginning or ending. It changes shape and form and can be ripped apart, but it will always regroup and become whole again. A black hole manipulates and facilitates energy, but it doesn't create energy. Matter is energy, energy is electricity, electricity is magnetism, magnetism is matter. It's all one and the same but on different levels. Black holes don't crush anything, especially matter. Everything is stacked and put into it proper bins until it gets recycled back into the galaxy as new stars. A black hole is like going through a car wash. Old junky stars go in one side and shiny and bright ones go out the other side, back into the galaxy. Black holes do not create universes. They recycle old stars into new stars and spit them back into this dimension. They reconfigure old star matter and then spit it back out as new stars. Kind of like American Idol. All matter spins more or less, but it doesn't collapse within itself as some people assume or theorize. Black holes do exist and they are all around us in the cosmos and in the far down reaches of quantum mechanics. How they truly operate is beyond 3D understanding. But nevertheless it is very entertaining and exciting to chase those little buggers down the Higgs boson rabbit hole. Black holes at the center of galaxies? Some vacuum cleaners for debris, others spewing out babies, or just suck and spit energies. Creation, destruction at one time? Isn't that how it works in the microcosm here on Earth too? Thousands of babies are born every day, thousands of people die every day. Life is an assembly line, be it macro or quantum. Black, dark matter. The theory of dark energy presumes that the universe is finite and not infinite. Finite is a lot easier to explain than something bordering on infinite. Cosmologists believe that the universe is expanding and it is somewhat, and some scientists believe that eventually it will collapse back into itself. Dark energy is necessary to explain the expansion and the falling back of the universe, otherwise nothing makes any sense. Well, nothing in this existence makes any sense if we run it to the nth degree. Everything breaks down and we enter into the land of Alice and her Wonderland. Although there are numerous exotic energies out there and in here, dark energy or matter is a myth. For the Big Bang to be true and the universe it hatched to be expanding, in which theoretically would then have to collapse back into the hole it came from, we need a whole lot of dark matter, or any matter for that matter, lol, and they are looking for it so that their theories about the universe will make sense and everybody would be happy and someone would get the Nobel Prize. There is no dark matter or dark energy. All the dark matter in the universe is hiding between the ears. Time. Time and space as humans understand it doesn't exist. Funny thing about time and distance, they are both illusions and things are not as far as they sometimes seem to us earthlings. Time is an illusion. Get out into space away from planet Earth and what do you use to measure time with? Our 24-hour system is based on the rotation of this planet, and its movement around the sun. I know that you know this, I only pointed out to demonstrate how fickle the whole idea of time is. ETs are not constrained by the illusion of time, they don't have time clocks, they don't have to be anywhere at certain times. Most of the life forms in this galaxy do not conform to time and schedules. It's a fairly new phenomenon on this planet. It became important with the Industrial Revolution at the turn of the 19th century. Eventually it will not be important for the vast majority once we enter the next transitional period, possibly in the next few decades. Time is not what it seems to us, it's a difficult concept to explain. On Earth we get old and our tomatoes rot, therefore we perceive some kind of linear thing going on. How else are we going to sell wrinkle cream? In the big picture where Earth is not even one pixel on a screen, gazillions of light years squared, past and present are all one, there is no future and there is not past. Okay, drum roll them eyes people, lol. We have the illusion of time, nevertheless. There is linear point A to point B in our 3D existence, otherwise everything bunches up, and that would throw a kink in the free will and those monthly rent and utility bills. Things would really get confusing, unlike what I just wrote, lol. Time stops when it doesn't count, and is an illusion when it does. Time is freaky stuff that keeps things from piling up on our end of existence, but things don't pile up on the other side like they do here. Still looking for words and concepts to explain the unexplainable. There is no future or past, only segments of reality or illusions. Time is real on this side of the fence, and we know that because we waste a heck of a lot of it worrying about the little things in life. We can't interfere with time in any way, shape or form. The funny thing about time is that it doesn't exist, but our minds can't comprehend existence without time. Therefore we can't comprehend how things are set up ahead of time. Is the perception of Earth time speeding up for all, some, or none of the above? Those who are going through a hard time has slowed considerably, and those who are having a good time, well, time is slipping away too fast. What is the purpose of time as we perceive it? To let us know that time is running out. Can humans understand the concept of what time actually is? Time slows us down a bunch, that's why we never have enough of it when we want it, and too much when we are bored. Time exists mostly between the human 3D ears. Only humans are trapped in time, animals and insects are not. I could not imagine life without time. Disorienting for the 3D mind and an impossible situation, a fish out of water thing. This 3D planet, as well as many other places, use a time frame. The more prevalent universal dynamic is a timeless dream world state. We get glimpses of this state while recharging through dreams. Dang close. Time is illusion and a place for delusion. but it helps us get to point A from point B. Seconds only count in physics and the Big Bang. The biggest illusion of them all. That has happened frequently with thoughts of the infinite and infinitesimal. I conceive of ways that makes this planet disappear in terms of working out thoughts of the infinite and infinitesimal. If you want to make things disappear, multiply them by 0. We are only ones and zeros, right? The thing about time is that there is never enough of it or there is too much of it. Those who enjoy life for all the right reasons don't have enough of it. Those who don't enjoy life and see it as a burden, have way too much of it. For some, their next destination will be to a place where time will no longer put limits on pleasure/fulfillment/contentment. Being stuck in a time zone is not the best place to be. But some don't mind it. Time certainly seems to be necessary. It keeps us from not gagging on our food and gives us ample time to tell off the jerk who thinks he or she owns the stinking road. And time helps us grow old and enjoy all those great memories we made with family and friends, thanks to time. What is a good wine without time? Empty. However, no time is the best time. But it's also difficult to extrapolate from the 3D mindset such a concept. For now the Bubba version is all I have to offer. No time clock, we are where we want to be when we want to be there. No aging, worries or demands to deal with. We never lose loved ones and we always know where they are even when they don't call. No highs and lows, love remains constant, pure. Can one erase past? Can one predict future? Can one understand and do both in the present? Does seemingly magical life stuff flip around? Is this ET generated? The past can't be erased, but it can be built on like a foundation. The future is not ours to predict, but it is known by higher-ups. Everything flips around, everything is magical. ETs have many, many powers. ET manipulation? Honestly, I still don't get that. Do you get how DNA makes things happen in the make-believe land of the physical world? Same principle. Time travel. Time travel is a mind-boggling concept, but I have been shown a few things before they happened, so it must work on some level. As with Santa Claus, time travels with ETs, a concept without explanation. In many respects something similar to time travel is possible because there is no real movement through a time envelope as we understand it. Milton has not offered to take me back into my past so that I can undo some minor indiscretions, or even to look at my past as in the story of Scrooge. However, those things do happen. Humans have no access to time travel because time as we understand it does not exist. Scientists playing with molecules is not time travel. There is no time as we know it here on Earth, on the other side, so it's a difficult concept to relate in mere words. Nevertheless, humans cannot travel from the future to the past, or the past to the future, completely impossible. No one, ETs or humans, goes back and changes time, it's not allowed. Have you ever traveled back, forward in time, our time? No, because time is irrelevant. Time is a vibration linked to matter as we know it, and we don't know matter. You must understand matter to understand what time is. Time travel is a misnomer. Time comes in cubes and no human can access those cubes. Time travel as we understand it doesn't exist, but we can be shown future and past events. With ET help we can cross into certain dimensions that may appear to be time travel. Same with our quantum particles that act like supernatural phenomena during experimentations. If we look real close at these particles, they are giggling at us. How do the ETs fix up things that the govt might have screwed up when on time travel missions? We can only do so much damage in our playpen, nothing ET gets worried about. It's impossible for humans to manipulate time, but there are minor exceptions that have no major consequences that have been allowed. Time travel technology is possible but not for humans. Dimensions. There is no end to dimensions. The human mind cannot grasp these things. The human brain sees multiple dimensions, the ethereal beings don't. There is no set number of dimensions, they are infinite. Dimensions existed even before the universe, and the universe has always existed, a paradox beyond human comprehension. How many more higher dimensions are there? The human mind is not equipped to handle those numbers. There is no number big enough in mathematics to describe how many dimensions we have. Therefore, dimensions are infinite, without end, as is the universe. There are many levels and dimensions, and how things amalgamate or not for various higher-up entities is anyone's guess. Way too much stuff going on and nothing can be pigeonholed. Multiple universes and realities exist exclusively and independently of each other in a quantum multidimensional vortex of relativity. There are millions of worlds parallel to ours that are mostly identical aside from minor details, referring to the Milky Way galaxy and other galaxies. How many dimensions make up the multiverse? Slightly more than every snowflake that fell from the sky since time began. Dimensions are not numbered, they go by names, and those names are secret. Would it be more correct to say they have harmonic identifications? We understand our 3D world with up, down and depth, and we can look out and see 3D because our brains have been uploaded the means of coordinates of physical things. But naming and numbering things our perceptions can't understand is meaningless. To say something is at a higher vibration makes sense, but there are a slew of higher and lower vibrations in our 3 dimensions, and have nothing to do with higher or lower dimensions above or below our 3D circus. So call them what you will. In our dimension, are the laws that are completely different and unable to work in other dimensions and vice versa? Some things but not all things, you just got to be there for it to make sense. Dimensions are more than speed. In 3D we are aware of speed of sound, speed of light. We also have trees, and the fact that the chair our butts sit on and the keyboard we type on are alive with molecular, dimensional motion. Dimension is a relative term and in reality exists not but in places such as this lower illusionary dimension. What we experience as reality is a blurry figment of what is real. Things become clearer as we become more in tune with the song of life. Eventually we will permeate out of so-called dimensions, which we are filtered through as we mature or rot on the vine. Some dimensions interconnect, but things change the deeper we go and nothing connects. Higher entities can make the connections. Can you explain the 4th, 5th, 6th dimension? Explaining 3D to a 2D entity would be impossible. They simply don't have the 3D perspective, which is very important. Nevertheless, our 3D mind operates in higher dimensions, we just don't know it. Our mind, our soul, can think outside the 3D box. However, verbalizing and illustrating higher dimensions is a whole other story. When you're inside of their ships it's a bit easier to grasp, until you leave and come back here and then everything turns to mush again. How many dimensions are available on Earth? Earth and the universe exist inside of higher dimensions like babushka dolls. What's the most painful dimension to live in? What's the most pleasurable dimension to live in? It doesn't work that way. Earth has much misery on it, it also has much happiness on it. It's not the conditions or the places we are, it's who we are that determines our pain, pleasure level. Even hell doesn't need to feel like hell, at least not the one at this level. But there are exceptions. 3D is infinite as far as our human mind is concerned. Nevertheless it is contained, a paradox in 3Dville. What does infinite mean in terms of 3D planets? It means that they go on forever like television reruns. To understand we need be out of our 3D mind, literally. Are the other, higher dimensions, modules that encompass the lower ones, being the universe infinite modules with all possible characteristics? Yes, but some entities can step out of the dimensional box thingy, where a whole other ball of wax exists. 3D is an illusion? 3D is 3 dimensions inside of illusion. In reality there is no physical anything, only another variation of ethereal. Is the matter realm, or physical realm, the lowest dimension on the totem pole? No, lower ones can be a combination of both physical and ethereal, and that can really be freaky. 3. Earth and human condition. Meaning and rules of human life on Earth. Why existence does exist. For pure pleasure and for no apparent reason, existence has no beginning or ending. Why do we even exist at all? No reason at all. Life is a gift that can be rejected, but not at this level. Everything has a vibrations, humans, animals, insects, and plants. Humans like to be around other humans, that's why people gravitate to large cities. There is certain energy around humans and their activities. The level of energy corresponds to the size of the crowd. But even in a desert alone you can feel and know that there are other humans around, a few miles away, in some town. We are created, and the reasons we are created would fill volumes of books, but the short of it is that it's the most fantastic gift in the universe, even though it may not seem like it to some on this level at this time. Humans are very generous. Do you remember the tsunami? Most humans would give you the shirt off their back, when they believe the need is real. Everything on this level of existence, Earth, is an illusion. Something or someone is behind the illusion. This planet is in the incubation stages. Humans share identical DNA because that is a requirement of this planet, but that doesn't mean all humans originated from one place, but from hundreds of places in the galaxy. As I'm sure you know that not everyone agrees that humankind has progressed. Most people consider anything less than utopia unacceptable, especially if ETs are real and have the means to solve all our problems. Earth is an incubator, and like any nursery there are lots of incubators, millions of them just like this place. Good help is hard to find, therefore there are good caretakers, and bad caretakers. Only those with a load of frequent flyer miles chose where they go, the rest are sent to planets like Earth, some kicking and screaming. I'm inclined to believe that what we see as good and bad is not necessarily so, when looking at the big picture. The reason I believe this is because I have learned more through adverse situations than desirable ones. Few of us will choose to go through hardship, so all of us are thrown into it at some time or other. Some would call it chance or bad luck. Everything already exists. There is no technology that we can imagine that doesn't exist. Sickness, poverty, war, pestilence, hate, prejudice and a host of other calamities, are simply apparatus of planets as this one, and not a permanent condition of mankind. The only battles we are being thought to fight are the everyday battles of life. Have you seen Star Trek the movie? That movie is a perfect metaphor for existence. In the movie it's a space probe that collects infinite knowledge. We are containers of knowledge and experience. The only difference is that after each life we are clued into what we are. The funny thing is we don't bring people into the world, they are sent in or they volunteer to come into our lives. Most of the time they are life-changing blessings. ETs, allowing our society to become more and more violent? More violent than when, WW2, WW1, Napoleonic Wars, Dark Ages, the Romans, the Crusaders, the Muslims, the Greeks, Vikings, etc. Believe it or not, these are very peaceful times compared to the insanity of the past. Why do they allow belligerence? Several reasons. Humans enjoy violence. It's easier to take than create. Successions of peoples and societies create a sense of history, which legitimizes the human illusion that we originated from this planet, savages evolving through the ages. Because more than one ET is involved on this planet, they introduced competition between the races, for a reason. Everyone on this planet chose to be here, to be challenged by a void in their being. Greed, hate, and the need to quench a thirst for blood, are but a few of the reasons. We use fertilizer to get healthy and beautiful plants and vegetables. The best fertilizer is manure. To appreciate love, peace and tranquility, some have to experience hell first. ETs accommodate those needs and requirements. Nothing goes wrong in a positive state of mind. The illusion of what many perceive as life, is only that, an illusion. We all see the world from unique perspectives. Someone you think is suffering may, in fact, be experiencing something pleasant. it works the other way around too. However, I am not denying that suffering and pain don't exist, in fact it is rampant, but I can't go there. Free will comes with conditions. We can't choose to not pay taxes, or to earn a living, or when we die. Okay, we can choose any of those, free will, and pay the consequences. Where is the free will? In choosing not to be controlled by bad habits, deeds, or desires, even if they are from Milton-type beings. Remember, the best way to catch a criminal is via a sting. What about smokers? The addiction is punishment enough, don't you agree? All humans have free will. They may blame it on booze, drugs, ex-lovers, bosses, politics, the black arts, or whatever, but the bottom line is we all choose our poison. We have free will, although it doesn't always feel like it. Free will is principal to our development, and regardless of our lot in life we are completely independent. Free will is not a myth but a solid as steel reality that no one can connive their way through. Planet Earth is ET's playground. Humans are more alien to Earth than ETs. Are we humans very special and quite unique? Not, in this universe. You are free to choose any path to enlightenment you wish, they all lead to the same place. Evil done for any reason leads to the same place also, not to everlasting damnation as some wish to believe, but everything will be made right, the easy way or the hard way. If you have done something wrong and wish to change your ways, they can help you get the encouragement you need without face-to-face contact. They hear every thought you have and you can communicate your wishes to them that way. Bottom line, go about your daily business and don't worry, they will do whatever job it is they have to do, and you don't have to be aware of it. The ETs in charge of this planet have a mandate, and they are carrying it out. The mandate involves each sovereign country, and each country has their own unique challenges and requirements. The mandate can also involve individuals and their problems or inner needs, but they only facilitate people that know what they need to make the next step. There are 6 or so billion people on this planet. ET is busy. ETs are not attracted to a personal spirituality, intelligence or good looks. ET works with everyone on some level. Most people don't need to understand what makes the engine in a car operate, to operate a car. ET works in a similar way. ET is the engine that makes things go, hidden underneath the hood. It's best that most don't remember who they are and why they are here. For one, that information would detract and add nothing to this experience. Without the aid of ET there would be no escape from this planet, no moving forward, no advancement in technology and no hope for mankind. Earth would be a dead zone. Humans helping humans is like the blind leading the blind, yet few people understand that or are aware of that reality. The vast majority need not know any different. That's the way ET wants it. Humans have a soul, the animal part. The body is only a vehicle. Nevertheless, because of the soul, every human has immeasurable value. People in prison have immeasurable value also, yet they are not treated well. They believe, and in many cases it's true. Our situation, whether bad or good, is not a statement by ET that we are nothing but animals or commodities. However, our lives are not accidents or coincidences. Everything we go through or experience on this planet has a purpose. The physical realm is an illusion and is only an extension of the spiritual realm. Everything is spiritual or plane energy. Considering that the universe is without beginning and will never end, and that souls have the same inextinguishable qualities, reincarnation is a vehicle for many kinds of adventures, learning, vacation, growth, punishment, reward, and a gamut of other motives. Since there really isn't any physical, everything we accomplish is through our spiritual energy. The soul can tap into a vast energy source. Some people like to call it God. Everyone has the ability to tap into that energy, most gain it for a multitude of reasons. Some psychic healers have discovered it. I think we can all agree that the state of mind is more than half the battle to any achievement. However, most people will not buy it. It's far too simple a concept. Aliens can make things a lot easier for many people, but everything we go through is by design. Sometimes you can renegotiate a life change during abduction. Most of the time you can't. We run into fake humans every day, figuratively and literally. Unless you are here for some kind of punishment, you chose to be here, you just don't remember signing that contract. I go through the same stuff that bothers everyone, but I consider myself fortunate that they let me know the small details. Same with philosophy, it's nice to have if you have nothing else. I don't let many problems get to me because I know they are illusions and finite. Since everything on Earth is an illusion, it's unlikely that your nose is going to take a hit from something real. If you wish to get a small peek at reality, you will have to step out of the box that the vast majority remains trapped inside of. Stepping out the box is not easy, and very few people do it. Those in the box call us crazy for leaving the box. Imagine that. You know exactly what you are signing up for. Most of the time it is 100% your call. Random is on a crap table or slot machine and is an illusion. If you win, it was given to you. If you lose, it was taken from you. Earth had something for everyone, but complaining will do you no good. Chances are you signed up for it. If life as you know it suits you, you need not search any longer or at all. The illusion of life was created for a purpose, and it serves that purpose very well. However, there are those who are allowed to know a few other realities, and those people know who they are. The rest only see nonsense. Nothing wrong with that. Not all of us are here by choice. When you sign up to improve yourself for whatever reason, you sign up for the whole ball of wax. Otherwise, where is the challenge? If you come down here and become a bum, a criminal or what have you, then there are consequences. Why do we skydive, race cars, swim near sharks and do many other stupid things that can and do get us killed or injured? For the challenge perhaps. Terminal illnesses is a huge challenge. Assuming someone picked that, maybe it's punishment for a past life infraction. Even the most hardened criminals have compassion, but compassion alone will not clear you of your infraction with the law. Most souls while on Earth don't know they are illusions. We put up with speed traps and sobriety checkpoints because even good people will break the law if they get the chance to do so. You can often get away with things on Earth, but nothing slips by ET and they will point out your shenanigans. You know that all radio and television signals are perpetually drifting out in space. Vibration live on forever, every thought, every action, and though we can hide behind names such as sleeper or any other moniker, everything that is mine can be traced back to me or whoever it originated from, for eternity. Data is not collected. Whatever you generate follows you wherever you are or go, and whatever you are is known by ET and those at that level. The moment you die, depending on who you are, you may be at that echelon. Probabilities and possibilities are human-level concepts. When you talk to yourself in your head, you can also talk to ET, in a conversational voice. When I said to sit alone in the dark, I was referring to the fear factor one will encounter when they are face to face with ET. Concerning people who pray, many believe that being in a church or on their knees or spinning a prayer wheel will enhance communication with their deities. Incantations, rituals and chanting not only annoys humans, it annoys ET. Straight talk is all that is required. They hear your thoughts while you drive to work, go shopping, taking a bath, while you are having dinner, etc. Humans have zero privacy. Humans do have free will and they can abuse or misuse their bodies. Look at how some of us treat our cars, houses and other things entrusted to us. However, many things are programmed into the body, like a car assembly line. Different things go into certain cars. Everyone is tested on this planet, to prove to themselves what they are truly made of. There will always be wars, rumors of wars, famines, and natural disasters. Otherwise we will never get off this planet. Life and death is one and the same. You die here and live somewhere else. It's been that way forever, and it will be that way forever. But don't despair, most of existence is really fun. Suicide for no good reason is unacceptable, and those who do it will be returned and presented with additional challenges, more difficult than what they ran away from. If you commit suicide without just cause, you will be returned back to this planet very quickly and placed into much more difficult circumstances. No ifs, ands, or buts. Hardships are not the cause of suicide. If it were, there would be no people in third world countries, where BTW suicide is low compared to the rest of the world. Many people commit suicide to get back at a parent or lover. They do it out of anger and revenge, and it works. Suicide is devastating for those left to pick up the pieces. Many people have thoughts of suicide, but the vast majority doesn't carry it out. There is no suicide loop. All suicide is not wrong, terminally ill, and other circumstances like honor, samurai warriors and others defeated in battle. The reason behind it makes a difference. Killing ourselves to get out is the quickest way to get thrown back in, and with the lights dimmed a tad more. We're not on the big rock to plan our escape. Most are here to do their time and with good behavior perhaps move up and eventually out. Steps on soapbox. If you are at a point where this life sucks and you want off this world, that's not a good thing. People in those situations need to change what they are doing and find something meaningful. Those that blow this life and any opportunities sent their way will only have to come back and try again. For my 2 cents, and you did ask for them, I think it would be better to take the medicine now than put it off and have to come back and do it all over again, and sometimes it's a crapshoot where they put you. Look around the world, the bad places one can end up in far outnumber the good places. Earth is a prison only few can choose to leave, the rest can only escape by killing themselves. But if they do without just cause, they are instantly returned to the big house, Earth. Suicide for selfish reasons to get back at someone versus terminal disease, one is acceptable, the other not. Many young people who do it end up in a self-induced hell because they have to endure pain they caused to those they left behind. Some are sent right back to Earth instantly with a whole new situation to endure. Those who do it for legit reasons are not penalized. Besides, no one is judged. We are not here to be judged, but to learn and have as much fun as we can squeeze out of this life, or not. Fun is optional, learning mandatory. Suicide is serious business and not a loophole off this planet except for extreme cases, and those cases are decided on the other side. The entities on the other side know us inside and out more than we know ourselves, and they cannot be deceived, not even a little. In other words, we can't talk ourselves out of anything. There is no prosecutor and defense, like in the movie Defending Your Life. It is a good movie because it gives a believable fun perspective that there is something after this life. Plus, they could eat all they want and not gain weight. The moment we do what we do, it's a done deal. The why and why not is known to them that instant. Why are suiciders so unmercifully treated, sent back into harder circumstances? Earth is a pain zone. We deal with it and try to move beyond it to a higher spiritual level. What do we do when people, inmates, escape from the hellhole of prison? Souls at school couldn't commit suicide. They can and do. Suicide crosses everyone's mind, some more than others. Like souls that reach levels of awareness, their infringements get smaller and their life gets better, and with appreciation, an upward spiral once awake. Those who come to the understanding that there is a bigger picture know better. For healthy normal people, suicide is a big deal and they are shown the agony they have left behind. For some, the torment is infinitely worse than the reason that caused them to kill themselves. They always beg to undo the travesty, but it's not allowed. Most are returned to Earth within minutes of killing themselves and given a whole new set of challenges. Most of the people on this planet don't have it easy, and most live in real hellish conditions. For those who can't handle the easy stuff, it don't get easier. There are exceptions for suicide. Terminal illness, coma, honor, are a few. Most suicides are done out of spite, to get even with a parent, lover, friend, society, etc. Suicide is mostly a selfish or vengeful act and not a sign of giving up. Some suicides are from desperation, pain, and other reasons. Our guides know why we do what we do and always put that into the equation. The guides do attempt to derail the suicide with fear and guilt tactics. Whatever they can do they will do, including placing other options into their minds, but they will not remove the reason to do it, until the person makes the choice to abort their plan. Then the reasons usually melt away, as do all problems when confronted. Suicides without a good reason are unacceptable and in some cases are returned immediately after they are shown the pain they caused to others who may have loved them. They are not returned to their old body, but have to start over again as a baby. When we originally come in we are destined to a certain life. If we try and escape via suicide, our next life could be in a much worse environment, like third world. Free will allows for suicides by some, and some humans can make those calls. Once we make decisions we deal with the consequences of those decisions. It's a perfect system designed for imperfect souls. Suicides are seen for what they are and nothing more. Some suicides are legitimate. Most are not. Breaking out of prison before doing our time does come with penalties and additional prison time, not less. Suicide bombers. Souls are indestructible and survive completely whole. Most of them watch the explosion while out of their bodies before it happens. Only those who cause the suffering will suffer the full carnage of their own doing, over and over again. It's truly a never-ending hell for the suicide bombers. If these people had any idea what kind of hell they are going to enter into, they would never in a million years do such hateful and deranged acts. Innocent victims, assuming they are not carrying evil baggage of their own, will be instantly transported to a place we know as heaven, zero pain and surrounded by pure love. Those who survive these horrendous attacks and remain on Earth will have to work through new challenges. I paint a nice picture of what's to come after here to encourage those who believe that life has nothing to offer, but this life is very important and what you do with it will determine where you end up next. Use this life wisely. Everything is a machine, plants, animals, even basic matter. Souls are the only exception. This planet is fine, but it is way low on the intergalactic scale concerning things to do, like comparing a small town of 200 people with a city like New York. Most people living in the Western world are clueless to how bad many people on this planet have it. More than 4 billion people live way below poverty. So the rest might count their blessing if they live above the poverty line. Strangely enough, more people in the West and well-off communities commit suicide and sit around waiting for death than those who live on the edge of hell in third world countries. One can say that the Model T Ford has evolved and split into many lines of Ford cars over the decades. Humans were behind that evolution, not luck or chance. Humans haven't evolved over the centuries. There were different species of humans throughout the centuries and there still are. The Homo sapiens of today were the Homo sapiens of yesterday. Humans haven't changed, only their surroundings, cultures and technology have. ET doesn't do everything for us. We are here for a purpose, but that purpose is not necessarily the occupation we find ourselves in, but it may be. Our purpose is anything that helps us move forward in this life. If you can get through the illusion of difficulties we all are presented with and remain happy and content, you have achieved your purpose. Everything else is filler. We are not a civilization, we are individuals living in a civilization. We are not a colony of ants or a herd, or robots, nor zombies. We are each unique individuals with souls forged in celestial furnaces by the gods. We enter this planet alone and we leave it alone. We don't come and go as a society, herd or colony. No civilization acquire anything on their own, intelligence or technology, just like we have children. And our children have children. Each generation of parents takes care of their children, otherwise there would be no children. Individuals are free to get from point A to point B however they choose. How they do it will determine their next test and eventually their next hunting ground in the galaxy. There has never been a day without wars in some corner of the world. There are dozens of wars going on as we speak. The only wars that make headlines are the conflicts superpowers get involved with, because those are the ones with the most consequences. If you manage to dodge all the bad things life will throw at you and maintain a healthy and positive perspective on life, You have achieved more than 95% of the world population, and that takes some doing. Effective people are those that don't lose their cool in the battle of life. Most people lose their focus at the first hint of trouble and never regain it, living the rest of their lives as unproductive and cynical people. In effect, they have wasted their lives and opportunities to help themselves and others, not a good thing in the big picture. People on this planet are here because they are not perfect. The trip to perfection is a long and treacherous journey, and not achieved easily in one life. Most people require many lifetimes to get there. Much of the world is focused today on what they perceive to be the Wicked Witch of the West. 60 years ago ET used the West to stop Japan, Germany, and Italy in their tracks. Now the West is the bad guy. Anyway, there is no bad or good, only learning experiences. It's really that simple. What you do in any situation you find yourself in determines what you are made of. The blame game is an Earth-level activity, child's play with no winners. Reaching perfection on Earth is a rarity, but you can move on from here to other more challenging planets. How many perfect people have you run into or read about throughout history? I'm not talking about those who think they are perfect. That would be at least half the population if not more. Do you think that the human mind is perfect? Evolution's greatest masterpiece. In the big picture, the human mind is no more than a calculator, processes numbers and probabilities. Human minds are barely conscious. Their only purpose in life is to ask questions. Who am I? What's my purpose in life? Is this all there is? What does that remind you of? Perhaps an inquisitive child, and I'm talking about adult minds. I'm not denigrating, only pointing out facts. Search and you will find, is a legitimate statement. Everyone is searching and most will not find, and that's not important, but they will get a big surprise when they wake up from this life. High IQ is a gift, as is everything. Those who use it wisely are better equipped to deal with this life, and therefore, if they chose to, influence in positive ways other travelers on this journey called life. All life forms have consciousness, but to what level I don't know. Many machines that accompany ETs have the same kind of awareness that animals display, yet they are nothing but smart equipment that perform services, in a way similar to what pets provide: companionship, protection, entertainment, and helpful, like seeing eye dogs, or beasts of burden like horses, mules, etc. All life forms are sophisticated machines without souls. However, a soul is a soul, and a soul can enter into any machine, including pets and insects, for a variety of purposes, including entertainment or punishment. The machine one enters into determines what that soul can or can't do. Anything less than a human life can be a very boring and tedious existence for a soul. Most machines are autonomous robots and function without anyone at the controls. The human machine is the exception. It is designed specifically for a soul. Most non-human physical bodies are soulless. They operate on a high level of intelligence, what we call artificial intelligence or instinct, one and the same BTW, yet souls can enter them, but usually for a short duration. There is no such thing as soulless behavior. You are either a soul or a toaster. Insects and animals are complex forms of toasters. Humans are wired to reproduce and have fun with sex, breaks the monotony of this life. Lust is a form of love, and it takes two people to create a baby, even if it's by accident or in vitro. Humans don't create souls, and creating a baby is a no-brainer. Some don't even know how it happens. Not important, the body knows how to procreate without much human input. Humans did not create the human body. The human body is self-perpetuating. Sex is the mechanism. Transsexuals are in the correct body. They are simply unconventional while on this plane of existence. It's not a soul issue, it's more of a character choice that some get to make when entering this world. Some get to make, not all. We humans were created with many sexual bells and whistles, with lots of biological hardware and software to run those sexual desires and fantasy programs. All normal humans have them, like it or not. For humans and some other higher-brained mammals like dolphins, sex is more than a procreation mechanism. It's made for fun, and like drinking it should be done responsibly. Sex as any human emotion can be abused and perverted. But we do more harm to others when we overdo the love emotion. How many lovers have fallen into zealous love traps? How often do we spoil and ruin our children with love? Love has done more harm than sex ever will. Everyone is someone's orgasm. Sex is a pacifier for the lower-level entities like humans. There are two reasons why sex was created: procreation and fun. There are no restrictions on either other than law and common sense. Breeding is the cheapest way to get physical living stuff into this plane of existence and keep it propagating, so insects do it, animals do it, plants do it, humans do it, and so do we. Sex is a gift, not a temptation, and is only evil if used for evil purposes. Sex itself is never evil, however, people can be evil with anything they think they have control over. Is sex a bad thing when overused? When we overeat we get fat. Sex burns fat. Nothing wrong with sex or how much we have. Sexuality is a large part of life on many levels above human, where it is pleasure without the procreation angle. The higher up we go the less work we need to do, and there is plenty of time for the fun stuff, sex being only a part of the large pie of delightful diversions. Sex is the most misunderstood and maligned human emotion in all of human history. Certain religions have misconstrued the original writings and confused the sinful lust for multiple pagan gods for human sexual relations. Somehow that got twisted around and created havoc in the minds and lives of millions of people in the past as well as today. What we call sex is nectar from heaven. Some of us feel squeamish about it because of upbringing or other beliefs. The fact is our sexual bodies were created by higher beings, beings who resided in places we refer to as heaven or nirvana or whatever. Our sexual pleasures are but a very small taste of what these entities exist in all the time. We touch the hem of heaven while in sexual ecstasy. Can sex be misused and perverted? Like all good things, yes it can. Why all the disease and danger created around sex? It is contradictory. Why has sex become a cesspool for the germs? Earth is not heaven, and is more like hell, and not everyone is allowed to touch the hem of heaven just because they have the sexual equipment. Sex is a gift for most and a nightmare for others. It doesn't add anything to the soul other than some temporary delight, like a candy bar. In other words, lots of whoopee doesn't earn us a favored place in heaven, only a taste of higher delights. Sex is not a sin. But what we do with it can be, because many problems in this world are sex-related: jealousy, hate, envy, perversions, rape, and murder. 2 reasons for sex: procreate and entertainment. Sex is not the big deal some humans have made it out to be. It's hardware that comes with our bodies, and our desires is software loaded into us. Some people have perverted their software, but overall most sex is natural, designed by those who created our bodies. The gods are laughing at how complicated we make the simple things in life. Okay, they are not really laughing because it's not funny, it is sad. Sexual energy is not built up spiritually energy. Lust is normal human energy, nothing negative about it unless we make it negative. Far too many humans have taken sexuality the wrong way. Sex is only one more element in the human toolbox. Not much more. There is nothing sinful about it. Sex is not sinful, it's a gift. We lose when we take advantage of others for personal gain or pleasure. Are all humans, males and females, genetically predispositioned to being a bisexual? I'm guessing yes. Considering that back in ancient times, all humans had was sex, kind of like now. Yes, it's suppressed in most. If the universe is balanced by polar opposites, positive, negative, male, female, yin and yang, why does homosexuality exist? The universe is not part of the neurosis of positive, negative, yin or yang. That's a 3D deficit. Homosexuality exists in the animal world, and so do humans. It's a function, a glitch, in the sex hormone software. But it does have some soul element/issue, too. Hey, I'm trying to be politically correct here. Homosexuals move up or down the ladder of eternity for the same reasons as do all other souls. I speak as a heterosexual, not bi, nor have I experimented. We 3DS place way too much baggage on sexuality because of misunderstood and deliberately manipulated religious stories. When fornication was used in biblical times, they were talking about fornicating with pagan religions, had nothing to do with sex. But over the centuries sex was demonized because of it. Now we have AIDS, which would seem like punishment for homosexuals. But the fact is many homosexuals are not being punished by it and many heterosexuals are. It is a plague, and like all plagues throughout history it serves a purpose. There is something more to AIDS that I will not get into, but damnation is not what it's all about. Well, maybe partly. Porn is a reflection, a product of a sexually repressed society. Freud was correct. We can't repress our love for sex, it's unnatural. Sex is a toy as is work, hobbies, studies, learning, etc. They are all toys. And have little meaning in the big picture. What carries meaning is what we do with the toys we play with. Do we damage others with our toys? Are we hateful, jealous of other people's toys? Stuff like that. Toys themselves are not the problem, how we act is. Lust is software. How we use our software is where some of us get into trouble. Cheating on a lover is bad, I think most of us know and understand that. There are many people brought into this world who already know about what exists and what the real truth is. But it will take many lifetimes for some to wake up. No one can discover everything in a single lifetime. Do first graders figure it all out their first year in school? And even after college or high school, learning is a constant requirement to move forward in this life and all the rest. Without ET's help nothing happens. ET is the extended family. It's a big universe and a very big consciousness. The higher you go the more you can grasp. Humans are placed into baby bodies so that they have a new slate to work from without the distractions of other lives or experiences. Everything is possible, but not while a human. This planet is not behind anything, it is exactly where it should be. All the problems in this world are here to be resolved. Most will do good to resolve their own problems. If that's all they are up to doing, then that is fine. Perhaps the only thing you have to do while on this planet is finish school, find something you are interested in and make the best of it, get married and have a family, enjoy this life as much as you can, and stop worrying about all the details. Isn't that what life should be about? Not worrying about every little thing 24/7. Everybody is full of questions about life. Relax and enjoy the ride. You're not going to know everything because human brains are blocked, so take what you can use and move on with your life. Life really is not that big of a deal. No one is stopping you from enjoying this life, but if you screw it up you will get many more chances to make things right. Just like in this life there are people that fail but they get back on the horse and keep going. That's what it is all about, never giving up. Everything you say is recorded for eternity and you will have to make amends for your evil deeds. The human race is not doomed, it is made of up hundreds of generations and each generation gets to experience certain things. Your children will venture further into space than your generation, and their children even further. Your generation will be part of building the first structures on the moon and perhaps on Mars, but the vast majority of your generation will not venture into space at all. Human bodies are what they strap the soul into like a seatbelt on a car, so that we can experience life on Earth, the challenges and everything that goes with individuals' lives. We are here to learn and to prove to ourselves what we are made of, and you can't do that in a perfect utopian world. Nothing happens without ET's knowledge or input. Sounds cruel, but no one said this planet was heaven. For some it's like hell. All humans have the capacity to know inside their soul. The first step to unlocking that information is believing it's possible. The only danger is that if you become too enlightened while on Earth you also can become an outcast, because you still have to live around people that are not, and people are uncomfortable around people that are different. Your true life is here also. What you do on this plane of existence is part of what you are. Knowing the real truth is not essential, but it helps. Is there a common vision for the future of mankind that is shared by us collectively? Peace and survival, which neither can be achieved. Are we destined to become spiritually self-aware in our physical life? Some want to believe that, but how many of us see that happening in the people around us? Music. There is a lot of verity in music on this planet and a number of ETs from across the galaxy here. However, we are in a primitive state of being and our tastes are much different. I don't recall hearing elevator music while going up. Music is vibrations, and so are we, and ET too. All music and sounds hit a chord with someone. The higher we move up the scale, the more vibes we become aware of and interact with, for no other reason than pure pleasure. We get but a mere taste of it with the music we love here in 3D land. Music is a vibration, and so are we. That's why we jive with it. Is what we see as life a symphony to ETs? They love it when we finally tune out the distractions and tune into the music of what life is really about, which is joy. Finding it and holding on to it is what it's all about. Do we as humans with our ears get a sorry tiny little taste of what music really is? Many of us get a sorry little taste of what life could be, and should be. Music is energy, and depending on what kind it is determines if it's good energy or bad energy. Musical enjoyment is sometimes based on past experiences. Yes, humans in a reincarnation type situation keep working at each life until they get it right and then move on to the next level. On this planet, pain, fear, terror, and psychopaths are part of the program. It's an incentive to keep us moving forward and keeping our nose clean. Everyone will die. It's the only way to get to the next level, up or down. Our situation is not by chance or just plain bad luck. Which BTW, there is no such thing. In ET's world, which everyone is a part of, sickness and pain are tools. They know your predicament, and they know how to fix you, and regardless of what you think, that is what they are doing. Sometimes they incorporate the medical profession, but not everyone in this world has access to it. We all are strangers in this land. Some have been here before, others have been sent down here, until they get it right. ETs do expect you to do well, and everyone down deep inside knows what that means. We are protégés, students, family. Some of us have gone astray, but no matter which road you take, they all lead home. Have you met anyone who couldn't use more money? Money is a gift and a curse, but mostly a gift. Life really sucks without it, and billions on this planet know the sting of poverty. Most that have money haven't looked for it. Those that look for it hardly ever finds it. Money is a funny thing. No one really knows where the bigger part of it comes from, nor where the bigger part goes. I wish some of it would came my way. We are not here to impress ET or God, or anyone else for that matter, but if you do, the drinks are on you. It helps to have someone on the other side, family or friends that have passed away and have achieved a level that allows them those privileges. They would be the tour guide. But that's a two-edged sword. They could use that time to chew you out. They call it tough love. You don't know why you are here, they do. We are not pawns for ETs, we are what they used to be. There are many false prophets. Here is a short list: Stalin, Hitler, Jim Jones. All these people promised that they would change the world, and in fact they did, but as we know, not for the good. Proclaiming to love God doesn't make one special, and in some instance makes them good suicide bombers. They too are going to change the world. Every time someone comes along and states that they are going to change the world, what they really means is that they want to rule the world. Each time you come back, even with a purpose, you still have that pesky free will to deal with. If you choose to smoke or jump in front of a moving car, you will alter the original contract. Remembering has nothing to do with anything, other than it can give you an advantage. Sometimes you get them, but mostly you don't. ET never makes mistakes. Humans make a career out of making them. Most of us know, it's called gut feeling, instinct or intuition. All of those are gifts that clue us into many things without giving us all the details of the big picture known as life. If you avoid cancer-causing things, you may not get cancer, but if you did everything right and still got cancer, then it was part of the deal. Death is an exit from this board game, and we don't always get to finish the game, especially if we have detracted from it to a point that going further is pointless. Nothing is wasted. All that we have, money included, is given or taken from us, according to our purpose in this life. And millions die from cancer and a host of other things and reasons every day. Everything in this game called life is an illusion. What we do in this illusion is real, and we take that with us when we leave. There is no picture. We enter and leave this stage alone. Earth is precisely a romper room proving ground. Many of the people you meet in this life, you shared lives with them in other planets and other times on this planet. Life is a combination of fate and free will, and there is no contradiction. We are pretty much all the same, but at different levels of awareness. Most that are free to travel the galaxy don't need to be controlled. They know what is right and wrong. Nothing gets under the radar for humans or ET from the collective conscious. Earth is a playpen. Try telling a child that the toy he is playing with is a useless waste of his or her time. All the toys we get to play with do help us grow, so they are not a waste of time. Most people don't like the idea that Earth is a playpen. They prefer to think of it as a hellhole. It's actually both. But no one has to believe what I write. Life is not a reward for everyone. For some it is self-imposed punishment. Your choice is your choice, and what you do with those choices will determine if you return to the hellhole you created for yourself or move on to something more to your liking the next time around, assuming you don't figure it out while you're here now. E.T. is not going to fix your problems for you or the Van Goghs of the world. They gave him a talent, and they gave the world the painting he produced. No one grabs you and shoves genius into your head. You have to go out and work for it, and you might get lucky and they will give you something, but happiness is elusive. That is one thing you have to get on your own. E.T. provides opportunities. What we do with those fleeting opportunities determine who we are. Our souls know that we are not alone, and when we are in fear we cry out for this unknown power to help us. And they do here because no one is ever alone in this world. Conquering fear is the reason for being down here on Earth for most people. Everyone has to fight some form of fear. But fear and pain also have a purpose. We don't stick our hand into fire because it hurts, and we don't do stupid things like walking on a ledge of a high building for fear of falling, unless those are specific things you wish to master. All fear is illusion, and nothing can hurt our souls unless we are evil or pursue evil things and thoughts. Hate and envy are the two main stumbling blocks that get people into trouble. If you are a good person and have no hate in you, then you have nothing to fear, including silly spirits. You have heard the term life is a stage. Well, life is a stage, so put on the best act you can while you are here. You are not part of an experiment, and ETs are not tracking you. They can follow us around and remain completely invisible. We all belong to the same family. I know that doesn't necessarily mean anything here on Earth, but it does in the big picture. Life on Earth for the vast majority is not pleasant, neither is boot camp. For example, take one classroom full of children. Some children are disciplined more than others, and some are not disciplined at all. Same with life on Earth. Fully enlightened souls don't frequent places like Earth. Not that they are too good for Earth, but they are occupied at high levels. Most of the people on Earth live in third world countries. Do those humans higher up the food chain go live amongst them? A few do, but they do it for their own spiritual needs. Existence, as we humans obviously don't know, it is far stranger than anything we can imagine while in this life. Everything we call physical realms, like what we have here on Earth, is really not physical but illusion, and everything we call or believe to be spiritual, ephemeral, apparitional is in reality real and more physical than this existence or life. Why ET shows things like the tsunami to some people before they happen yet don't let them do anything about it is because, for one, nothing happens by accident, nor via the so-called act of nature. Some people carry the burden of guilt, perhaps believing that they could have done something to warn before it happened. Some think these things are warnings from the gods to get our collective 6.5 billion people act together, like that is even possible. We all have our own ideas and we all see things a little differently, and most of us see hype in the camps we don't agree with. ET shows these things as they do many other fantastic phenomena as a means to give a little peek behind the curtain of illusion that this life is, which most of those stuck in this life are clueless about. Human brains are transmitters, therefore every thought is picked up by ETs. They ignore most requests for obvious reasons. This planet is not a theme park and the most of them are here doing certain jobs. They understand our individual situations and they know that everyone will get their invoice or bonus points at the checkout counter. ETs are behind our inspirations, our technology, and everything that makes the world what it is. People are placed into certain situations. Pain and suffering are secondary concerns to the broader reality of life experiences. Regret of opportunities lost is the end result for those clothed in the muck of arrogance and stupidity. Few escape the allure of those two great transgressions because down deep inside we all crave to be bad. That's why we are here. Didactic me, my unintentional nature. It's no accident that the human body is a pain machine. It was made that way. Today we are fortunate, we can only take so much and the body dies. In the old days that was not the case. And the wardens could place an entity into a human body or even into the body of an animal, and they could be killed or tortured indefinably. This planet remains a prison. Some have it easier than others, and no one escapes. Suicides are returned immediately or sent to a similar planet elsewhere. But there are exceptions for some suicides and for others. This planet is a prison because few can choose to leave it, but many people are here to learn something, not necessarily to expand their understanding of the big picture. That's not important for the vast majority. Countless humans are not here to learn anything. They are simply incarcerated, doing time, and once they leave they will be returned to this planet without knowing or vacation time in between the two lives. I can nonchalantly talk about things of this nature because most will not or cannot believe, and that's a good thing. There is a fine line between punishment and proving ground. The best swords are those that get lots of heat and pounding. You are here for a different reason than me or anyone else, so the answer to your personal problems has to come from you. Somehow you have to determine what is broken, try to fix it. Fixing it is secondary, trying to fix it is primary, but most of our problems are connected to some level of hate and some level of envy. Some individual in this planet are free, many are not, and the most are simply doing time. One might call that predestination. Because the universe is generous with us, it only seems right that we are also generous with the gifts we have, not to say that we can't reap the rewards of our labor. We can never be overly generous, and each of us will reap what we sow, good or bad. Here on Earth the vast majority live no better than animals. The main difference is that those on the other side know that resources of the mind are limitless. Here many believe that they came from slim and others believe they must live impoverished lives to appease the gods. Rubbish. Each of us have the power of Superman, and each one of us is as wealthy as our brethren on the other side, filthy rich with unlimited resources. No one can make a flower bloom, the flower must bloom on its own. No one on this planet can hold anyone down. The power to shine or not to shine is within each of us. Each soul came into this world alone, and each soul will have to find its way out of the muck on its own. Some people appear to have advantages, and that's because they do. They came in at a higher level. Earth is not utopia. Earth is a proving ground for those who want to get to utopia. However, everyone is capable of improving their own lives considerably while here on Earth if they pick up on the clues all around them. When we begin to use our minds and not abuse them, we become aware of the bigger picture. There is no need or lack. Those are illusions to keep people in their place, wallowing in self-pity and despair. We can break free of those chains or remain in them with the rest of the congregation. We as humans are aware of many things: poverty, war, hunger, greed, loss of loved ones, Being aware of those things don't make us happy, but those are things some have learned to live with. Careful what you ask for, because we always get what we ask for, sooner or later. ETs could end hunger and poverty and wars and diseases and make this planet a utopia, but they are not going to. However, they are going to slack up on it and make things better than they are now, but we still have a couple of speed bumps to pass over before that happens. The religious wars are the main bumps, and like everything they have to play themselves out. Many weak souls will get the opportunity to show what they are truly worth. Weak souls are not worth much, and they will prove that to themselves by their actions. Combat, terrorism brings out the worst and the best in people. The other main bump is the resistance to change. Too many people fear the future and are reluctant to let technology lead the way. It's a planet for many things, as well as a prison and place for punishment for many souls that did not come here of their own free will. They are incarcerated here. Everyone, regardless of the reasons they are here, are free to get off the roller coaster, mentally speaking, if they chose to, but that can take a lot of willpower for some. Our experience here is extremely important. Truth is persistent and will eventually break through the toughest barriers. Some people find it early and therefore move forward sooner, others take longer and require more lifetimes on planets like Earth before they make contact with the truth. Those who are here strictly for punishment are blocked from leaving and will, depending on why they are here, have to do several tours before they can get out. Many are in their last stages of their reincarnation cycles, and many are here for learning purposes and will leave this Earth once they achieve their goal. And some are on vacation. If the horse you're riding isn't taking you where you want to go, get on a different horse. It takes power to restrain consciousness. Once we are free of our bodies, we become infinitely more aware. The body is the power plant that keeps the brain alive and the soul entrapped and restricted. We humans have the ability to love, we just don't have a good handle on it, and we are stingy with the little love abilities we do have. Yes, we show our worth by displaying love to other earthlings, if it true, and only ET and the person know. Love is energy unto itself, which few humans on this level have yet to truly experience, because life gets in the way, lol. But we do not eventually become one large mass of love, we remain individuals. Love is what we were made from, and we crave it because most of us down here don't get enough of it. Love is a tricky substance. We are willing to give it only if we get it. But it don't work that way. We have to give it unconditionally to get it, and when we stop or cut back in the giving department, we in turn get cut off. Love is what we want to receive in abundance, but stingy we are sharing it. Love is not punching the lights out of someone that pissed you off. Instead, forgive them. Do that enough times and your cup will overflow, and people will love you for it. Love is not about receiving but about giving. Giving the little things to those around us, like understanding, forgiveness, be an asset, not a burden. Whatever makes life more enjoyable, go to the park with the kids, not the bar with the buddies kind of thing. Love is something that develops over space and time. Infatuation is what most people get initially. If it's mutual, then you start building a relationship, one brick at a time. Love is knowing someone near and dear are temporary gifts. Love is the fear of losing those precious gifts. In 3D land, love is more a selfish thing than a real deal thing. We love those who love us, and or we love to fill a hole in our souls. Yes, we do care for those we love, but often on our terms and with conditions. Pure love on the other side is far different than the stuff we embroil ourselves in down here. Much hate and despair comes from broken love, or loss of love, or loss of a loved one. That could never happen in real love. It's easy to give love, difficult to receive it. Focus on giving it, and if you get some back, it's a plus. We are all soulmates, but that don't mean we can stand to live under the same roof. Killing for reward, real or imagined, is a good indication of what a soul is made of. How can a person know if they are on vacation or if they should involve themselves in a religious war? Most are not aware consciously, but down deep they know. If you think you are on the right track, then most likely you are. Certainly America is the only superpower and can be clumsy with other countries here on Earth, but when compared to ET we are ants, the smallest ones. Do we live in a fish bowl or a toilet bowl? Depends on one's perspective. The fish don't think they live in a toilet. For any of us to move to other levels in this galaxy, we will have to prove we care about our fellow man and woman. You don't skate free, and if you do it will be into oblivion. The world is filled with Lego toys and we can play with them and construct things with them. And also be proud of our achievements if we wish. I understand that sounds demeaning and condescending, but it's a fact that will be apparent to all humans before the end of this century. You find out now or later, that's the way it is. We learn about ourselves by the way we interact and treat others. Everything else is entertainment or whatever else we manage to make out of our life with what we are given. External influences put us into situations that test us, but no matter how bad someone believes they have it, it's all illusion, and someday that soap bubble of illusion will burst and you will find yourself somewhere else, perhaps in another part of the galactic space we all live in. There is an advantage of knowing certain things, like there is no death and life keeps getting better the higher we climb that ladder. If you were in jail, do you think you would feel like you fit in? Still, it's way better to know what is going on out there than remaining in a bleak life and believing it will never get any better than this. Man, does it get better for most. Nothing can ease the mind of a parent when it concerns the death of a child. The whole gamut is available to people on this earth, only dependent on what level they are at. Many will not know until they expire. We are all spiritual beings even here on earth. Our bodies, ball and chain, vibrates at a lower frequency than our soul. We are being held in place by inferior matter. Talent. You are free to achieve and pursue whatever it is you wish, but most of the work must come from you, and there is no guarantee of success. To be fair, I will tell you that many come into this planet with certain talents, privileges, and gifts that they have earned beforehand, and they basically step into their privileged positions as they grow up. There most certainly are those that are gifted and privileged: Einstein, Tesla, Beethoven, Galileo, and the list is endless. They came to Earth with their gifts intact, they only had to unlock them with a little key. The rest of us need a much bigger key to unlock whatever it is we have, lol. We are all free to reach for the stars, and many will catch a ride to greatness from sheer blood, sweat, tears and determination. That's a gift we all have. But those that come in with their gifts, they don't have to make the same effort, because they have already earned it before coming here. There is no free lunch, and everyone will earn what they have. Talents and any advantage uploaded into our lives before we come down here is pure privilege and a gift to make the best with while here. Some squander their gifts and deprive themselves and the world around them of perhaps a new invention, prose, song, leadership, etc. Some of us come here with all the ingredients ready to go, gifts earned in other lives, but they can be squandered. Others will need to work hard and long to do or achieve what they want, not having earned it, until they make it happen, which is allowed. Are we allowed to carry them over to another lifetime? Depends if we are advancing or regressing. We humans in truth are in possession of pre-existing gifts, talents, not of our own doing. I like throwing around the phrase there is no free lunch, which is true to a point, but the fact is everything is free and for the taking, or borrowing. Most just don't know that. You have full access to your abilities without entering into the machinery behind them. Where is the line between inspired acts, creativity, and free will? If I consciously choose to hit a sequence of piano keys, how is this an act which a higher form of life has communicated? Did you build the computer, your brain, that sends those electrical signals to your hand to hit the keys? Did you, or did your brain accumulate the info that got you to where you are now, experimenting with the piano keys? Who inside your subconscious mind provided you with inspiration, choices to pick from, ability to know what sounds right and what doesn't? You are free to pick the good from the bad, that is free will. Some do come here with past talent or are given talent when they come to good old planet Earth, What's the scoop on kids and their talents? Some of us come here with most of the software pre-installed and only need unwrap it to expose it. Are we given talents and gifts borrowed from our most recent past life to use or fix? Yes and no, but most don't. We usually get a whole new set of toys to challenge us, to make us better or worse. Talent is a gift we enjoy and share, even in hell. Like Bob Hope would take his troupe of actors into battle zones to entertain the troops. A gift from the gods is simply a job description. Those who make music are not the music, they are only doing a job. Same with all gifts and talents that help or affect other humans. A superstar gets a rude awakening when they wake from this life, and realize that their gift was simply a gift and a job, nothing more. Our thoughts, the tools we are given in the toolbox of our minds? Our capacity to love, hate or be indifferent are the tools of the brain. They are pre-programmed into our hard drive, and we use whichever suits us at any given moment. Stealing is another matter and comes with consequences. I don't advocate snitching. I grew up in a neighborhood where turning someone in was a quick way to get hot lead into your head. And most people look down on whistleblowers unless it's against a competing politician or corporate CEO. In America, those in need can get assistance if they want it. Some people don't want it. My parents, for instance, they refused welfare even though we were always hungry and our clothes old. Interestingly enough, my friends who did live in public housing and on welfare have continued to do so. All my friends shoplifted candy and toys, things they didn't really need. I seldom had toys or candy but never felt the need to steal, yet it never bothered me that they stole. It was the norm. The bottom line, we all have to draw those lines on how much we are willing or able to tolerate in this life. Because there will always be a reason to do something if we really want to do it, or overlook it. We have to make these crazy tough calls, and depending on our level of consciousness will determine how difficult those calls will be. We are not here to judge and police every negative petty activity of others that cross our paths. The big stuff is another matter. Stealing is a funny thing unless it's your stuff that's getting lifted. We feel it most when some thief has the audacity to enter our home and trash our treasured valuables and personal belongings, for a few items that will be sold for a few dollars on the streets for drugs or booze. Even law-abiding folk can justify stealing when it's small, like a paper clip from a filthy rich CEO, or an apple from a small mom-and-pop grocery store for a hungry mouth. Robbing Hood is popular more so in our day than in the past when the need was more real. When I was growing up in my very tough and rough neighborhood, some of the food on our table was provided by one of the dons in a social club across the street from where we lived. My parents didn't take charity from the government, but they did take it from some shady characters now and then. Perhaps they made them a deal they couldn't refuse, lol. So where do we draw the line on the hot merchandise? That's for each one of us to decide. Buying hot stuff knowingly is worse than stealing it. Those who steal take certain chances that those who buy don't. Stealing comes with a high cost and few exceptions are allowed for it. Many of us have stolen something, mostly little things around the office and work. That doesn't carry the same penalties, but it is dishonest, and that does. Catholics can go to confession and say a few Hail Marys, the rest of us have to make amends somehow. Best do it while still alive. The best way to happiness is making other people happy, but that's not always possible. Nevertheless, happiness is contagious, and it's a good thing whenever we can create it for ourselves and then spread it to others. We are here to be happy and make others happy, if at all possible. Even those under sentence are free to be happy if they so wish, even if being burned at the stake. The mind is a powerful machine for those who figure out how to use it. Earth is not our home, it's a transition to other more fantastic existence, but our time on Earth is extremely important, otherwise we may not make it to the other neat places. From what I'm told, it's impossible for humans to leave this solar system while in their corporal bodies, and only ETs have the technology to do that on a large scale. Earth is not utopia. People have to die and go through certain experiences, depending on why they are here in the first place. No one is on Earth by accident, everyone was put here for a reason. It's much easier to handle before the teens, it's almost normal, but once the mind becomes used to Earth it blocks out much of reality and the past existence, and life becomes intimidating, and the ET's equation that much more so. Believe me my friend, you have seen planets too, and will again. They certainly didn't create the solar system exclusively for my pleasure, lol. Certainly this planet could use a bit of shaking up, and in fact it gets quite a bit of shaking up with all the wars, poverty, and the far too many people with that couldn't give a crap attitude. There is no easy answer for this quagmire, and I definitely don't have one. ETs mutate sperm, embryos to keep genetic generation weakness from happening, or to make it happen. There are several variations of human bodies in this solar system, every body is customized to fit the person or entity, even here on Earth. There is nothing unique about Earth, there are bazillions of similar planets in our galaxy alone. Nevertheless, those that throw trash out of their cars and pollute the streets of our cities will be sent to garbage dump planets to live, well they should be, lol. The great thing about this planet is that no one can be forced to do what they don't want to do, tempted yes. In the end we prove what we are made of by what we have done to, or for, others, in our everyday lives. No one need become a missionary to accomplish the simple things. Have you picked your colors for the new planet yet? People have greatly underestimated what heaven is really about. Earth is part of heaven. One room in a mansion filled with bazillions of rooms. Earth is like a hall closet. Once you get into the living room and kitchen, you will be blown away, that's where all the fun is. Taxes are Earth-based punishment, lol, and a means for inferior economic systems to operate with. Inmates are free to lean, the smart ones get their college degrees via taxpayer dollars while serving their time. The others only complain that it's society's fault that they are what they are and do nothing to improve themselves while they are in jail. Most come right back once they are let out. Have you noticed? Earth is a school and many will make something of themselves while here. Others will only complain about how bad they have it and not make any improvements while here. They will be back. As a matter of fact, when we serve ourselves we miss out on upward mobility. Nevertheless, our own well-being is principal to the well-being of those around us and those we touch. Young children, some, remain connected to the other side and have frequent contact with people they knew before being dropped off on this planet. Why the human race is here? That's the $64 million question. Do I get the cash if I answer ? Lol, it's so simple that many will only laugh, and I have said it many times before. We were all flown here, some in huge ships cramped into them like sardines, from various parts of the galaxy, tagged with work orders and provided with bodies and lives individually designed for each and every one of us, all 6.5 billion people, for only one reason, drum roll please. Not to prove anything to any god, wife, husband, children, parents, mother-in-law, scratch mother-in-law. Simply to prove what we are made of to ourselves. Let me say it again, forget it. The meaning of life is simply to be good for nothing. How many people during your lifetime that you have met fit that description? Obviously life is much more than that, but to know yourself is paramount, and it will determine which planet you get to visit next. Every one of us have assignments. They are mostly personal assignments, and when they are completed many get picked up by a strange craft and taken elsewhere for their next assignment. Some, most, will get beamed directly to another star system. This Earth experience is fleeting. Best grab the important things in your life and make them work. Makes the next journey much easier. Creativity doesn't come from easy living. Look at Van Gogh and other geniuses. Some lived in horrible conditions yet their craft thrived. There are many on the path to destruction. Part of the free will, 30, often highlights. Each physical body's contract is a private matter, and we are not being exploited by anyone or any entity. We rise and fall on our own. None of us are here to lead anyone to anything. Have you noticed how individualistic most people are? Some of us have stories to tell, about our lives or the lives of other people or situations. History books are good examples. All anyone can do is give whatever information they have. And people will peruse the information and either discount it or take from it what they want or need. You are in the twilight zone now, as are most humans here on Earth. Believe me, your next stop will be a much better place. Nevertheless, no law against enjoying the twilight zone while you are here. It will make Rod Sterling feel good, lol. There is no barrier around Earth, it's not needed. Humans can't leave their bodies without help. Earth is a stage, and we put on our best show. Those higher up than Milton will review your performance with you, like Simon. The massive lies, deception of the world's religions. The true nature of world political leaders, evil, self-serving. The reality and scope of ritual child sacrifices practiced today. All those truths are self-evident for those inclined to understanding the reason for this life. Unfortunately, the facade of evil is necessary for certain sting operations for those not so inclined to the purpose of this life. No one suffers needlessly more than fools. Those doing are caught in their actions, and some of those receiving have dues to pay from previous indiscretions. All of us will suffer on Earth. That is the price tag for being here. Even those on vacation will not slide completely by unscathed. Earth is filled with repeats from the First and Second World Wars, repeats that have done unthinkable horrors to others. They are in turn being paid back for past actions. Everyone gets the best deal possible. No angels are sent here, and the top brass allows for that reality. Only a fool doesn't want the best for him or herself. A poor and broken man helps no one, least himself. Humans are, after all, just what God made them to be. Well, that's the short and easy answer most of us want and will use as our defense while standing outside the padlocked pearly gates, lol. Have you ever been to a prison? How many inmates believe they have been set up? It's not their fault they got caught hacking to death some old lady for the $2 in her purse. That little kid starving in Korea. Even if, and I say if, the child is here suffering for some past mistake, that does not preclude us from offering to help the child. After all, humans showing love to their fellow humans is one way to beat back darkness. Shortly after my army days, I was sitting in my apartment knocking down one beer after another while watching television. During a commercial, one of those organizations came on, showing starving children and pleading for people to make monthly commitments of $15 to $20 every month. I was not making much money back then and thought to myself I would have to cut back a couple of cases of beer to make that payment. Giving up my beer was not easy, and I thought long and hard on that one. Finally, I decided that 1 or 2 6-packs a week was worth helping those children. I've added several more to that list in the last 35 years, yet millions continue to starve. Millions of people contribute billions of dollars every year to offset this seemingly growing problem in the world to no avail. Do I advocate we stop trying because the problem continually overwhelms us? Of course not. Nevertheless, people are suffering not from lack of compassion but from lack of political stability. And evil is perpetrated via politics. And my positions on politics in this world is well known on this board, yet the world seems to be taking the side that perpetuates evil, in my humble opinion. We should never do anything because it will win us points and grease our slide through heaven's door. We should do things because it comes directly from the heart. If we become cold towards those we deem unworthy of our kindness because they have been bad in this life or a previous one, we demonstrate what we are made of. Fingerprints serve a human purpose, and lower-level entities, higher-ups, know us via our non-biological soul tag, which is also imprinted in our DNA. A leaf is a machine, your body is a machine, and the cells in our bodies are machines. The word machine has a negative connotation, perhaps because of the mob, lol. An atom is a machine, and so is the universe and everything in it. There is a hidden, sleeping power that humans can activate in this life, and the most of us hide it between our ears. If you are aware of past discrepancies and changed, you are free to put more tire on the road. But how much road to becoming normal depends on the gravity of the discrepancy, in other words level of damage to other souls. We all can sell our souls. Problem is their true value remains with the soul. There is nothing tangible to say a Satan, in a person's soul. Selling a soul in the literal sense of the word is not a possibility. Now cheating yourself out of a good and prosperous life is allowed, but never encouraged by the wardens. Any warden abusing their powers will lose them immediately. Life is our true education. Like one grain of sand makes a beach. There is maximum security and minimum security on this planet. Many people are in minimum security, and it may not feel like prison, but they can't up and leave without severe repercussions. There is a fourth category, but those in it are not asking questions. They know why they are here. Many want to know if they are working for ET in a subtle manner, or if they are being primed for a future job. Most of us are here to work out personal issues, slowly, over an excruciating, painfully drawn-out time period. They say patience is a virtue, and a tough puppy to earn. It is. Awareness is gradual over time and depends on your level. The brain holds an infinite amount of information, yet most people cannot tap into it while in their bodies. Same when you are out of body. Info has to be unlocked for you, at this level. There are humans on higher levels that are connected to a kind of solar system network. But that's a whole other can of worms I don't want to go fishing in. Belief in a god or lack thereof are not paramount to what we are and where we will go. A shining soul moves up and a tarnished one moves down. It's really that simple. If you knew the size of your extended family on other planets and dimensions, you would be walking on cloud 9 all the time, but then you might get distracted from focusing on this life. Depending on if we are advancing or descending will determine who will be our family companions, but not only family member, our family, many friends, our true family from the other side also. There are no coincidences. We should treat everyone equally and love one another as our brother, no matter what race, religion, sex, etc. And love is the key. Seems like a great concept, but beware, if you talk such stuff many scoffers will attack you. Few who try it will pass through those hot coals unscathed. The few that succeed will be kicked off this planet, no longer worthy of being here, lol. We are all dying, otherwise we never get off this crazy planet, lol. What is love? Doing for others without expecting anything in return, nibbling on your spouse's ear, reading a book to your child when they ask you, when you would rather be nibbling on your spouse's ear. Love is not something many of us get very often or very easily. It's not a commodity to be traded for, nor can it be bought at any price, at least not the real stuff. You say no one loves you? Do you love anyone? Tomatoes don't grow without first planting the seeds. BTW, tomatoes give me hives, so I don't plant them anymore, lol. Those that don't get to move on to better places often repeat another tour on Earth or go to another planet more suited for their particular situation. Some people linger in these lower level type planets for long periods of time. If I go into more detail, everyone with a religious opinion will chime in and muck up this thread more than they are now, so I will not elaborate further on it. ETs can see with our own eyes and witness everything we do. Kind of scary that every biological optical device, eyes, including those mounted on insects and animals, are transmitting signals that are picked up by ET. Everyone smile. If the human has been on Earth a while, he or she qualifies as native. Perhaps. These three basic categories of souls in humans on Earth seem reasonable. More advanced than human. Native human. Less advanced than human. We are not all recycled souls, there are many fresh ones running around here on Earth. You may even have bumped into a few and wished you had not. Can we commune with all of our earthly family, loved ones, and settle scores before taking on another body in another life? Depends on what privileges one garners while stumbling around in this life. You have a mission, and if it's not a personal one, it will make itself clear in time, but until then it's a personal mission and only you can figure out what that is. Oh yeah, some of us are soulless machines, There is no shortage of humans that have thrown in the towel because they believe the world cares nothing for them. Unfortunately, we are not here for the world to care about us. We are here to rise above our personal feelings and perhaps show some concern for others, to plant seeds we have no intention of reaping the fruit they yield. The more we do for ourselves, the emptier we become. Certainly there is plenty of gloom to go around and plenty of us hoping to be ruptured from this dreadful place, and we all will be in due time. Thousands will get the leave today and every day more will follow. It's a smorgasbord here on Earth concerning levels of awareness. Many of us people like you and others that already know there is something going on besides the puny things of this world will retain these memories and more, and even have a choice on their next grib. It all depends on the why you are here in the first place, volunteered, or sent. If volunteered depends on your credentials, most volunteers have no idea until they leave that it was their choice to be here. People have always killed or sabotaged for ideals and beliefs. Traits that go back to the bad asses remain strong and desirable for many weak souls. Are there humans from the future on Earth? The only humans on good old terra firma are those from the past. I'm here now in the year 2007 from the year 1952, and may or may not plow through a few more years into that mysterious thing we call the future. Some secrets must remain hidden, otherwise what purpose this life? Besides, many answers are between the lines for those so inclined. I think some of us can guess what category, fun, punishment, etc., we fall under. Nevertheless, category means little because everyone is allowed to enjoy their lives regardless of the conditions they find themselves in. Every situation is 100% mental, and for those that manage to access that power in their head, they can change the terms of the contract. Nevertheless, the picture I painted of Milton and the galaxy we exist in is accurate once we upgrade to a higher version of mental software. However, ETs don't give that upgrade out willy-nilly. Earth is a kind of soul plantation, and as the soul grows it gets repotted in another container, planet. There are many ways to cultivate souls here on Earth. One only need look at the many different cultures and standards of living we have on this planet. Earth is not unique, but it's also not the only way it's done. There is a lot of variation, some more pleasant and some not, but not going further into other types. Be suspicious of anyone claiming to be you from another dimension. Here on Earth we call it identity theft. Each body all the way down to DNA is crafted to suit and fit each person. The ACLU is not going to like that one. Don't think that those souls, volunteering to Earth, all live in beautiful healthy bodies. Many come in mangled up physically and mentally speaking. At least that's how they are viewed by other humans. Why you are here has nothing to do with ETs and everything to do with you. You have the power to rise to the heavens or fall straight down to places like Earth or other places that may be much worse. The key to the vehicle that will take you up or down is in your hands alone. You are here, and where you go from here is up to only one person. You may not believe that or accept that, but nevertheless, it is true. Until we force that finger to point away from everyone else and point it at ourselves, the problem will only get worse. If you truly believe that the light side seemed like the bad guys if you looked deep into it, get used to feeling the way you do, because it could be a long and dreadful ride. This life is more about our connecting into and being more honest and forgiving of both ourselves and others. It's so simple that the bulk of regret when we move to the other side is how much we have wasted our lives in the small insignificant details, and needless worry. There is no law against anyone enjoying themselves to the max, yet many of us feel guilty every time we have a little fun. Within law and sound reason, this excludes evil intentions or desires. Go figure. You are being prepped. Don't worry, be happy. Why is that such a hard concept? Perhaps because misery loves company, and those who have it want everyone to have it too. A lot of people need only live well, and not step on other people's toes. Not everyone is here to prove themselves. They have already done it. You can tell by how your life has been and is going. Peace of mind is a key to where we stand in the scheme of things. Is passive resistance to evil the right way to go against the overwhelming power of evil in the world today? Only if they have a better and workable economic plan than the one they are trying to replace, which neither of them had. Nearly 1 billion people starving to death is not a great legacy. There are several levels on this planet. There is no average time for the maturity of a soul, and no way of knowing how long it takes to reach nirvana. Death penalty. No one dies, they go elsewhere, therefore there really is no death penalty, and most criminals get sent right back, so they get a new start. That's a human issue and concept. Death is not in the ET vocabulary. There is no death, only new situations. Clarity is relevant to our stage in life, and at this stage we are clear on death and taxes and everything in between. If you are asking for clarity in Milton's world, you have to be at Milton's level. The only way to get something in this universe is to earn it. There are no deals or selling your soul. No one wants or can have your soul. Your soul is non-negotiable and only has value to you. There is no higher self, you are it, and if you want something you have to create it yourself. Very few humans that are sent here are at the level of what we call ETs. The exception are humans that volunteered to come here for one of 1 billion reasons, or those on sabbatical, or vacation for lack of a better term. Humans mostly don't know who or what they are. Some are hedging their hopes on finding the missing link to the apes to give them some assurance of where they come from. I don't think we need go as high up as Milton for that answer. Most of us humans know, but we like it when we are on the winning end of lies and deception. There are many foods that make you feel good and are good for you, but none that will lead you to enlightenment, although chocolate nearly does, lol. At early ages we are not far from our past lives on other planets, and those that have come here from other planets retain some subtle memories of space flight. Unlike many who have been stuck on this planet for several incarnations, they are the ones that have the toughest time believing that anything of significance is out there. There are no coincidence. Many come to this planet with advantages earned elsewhere. It's part of the deal you worked out when coming here. You know more than you realize, but being on this planet where such knowledge is frowned on, we subconsciously keep a lid on that reality lest we offend those normal people around us. Family and situation we find ourselves in are designed to suit each person on this planet. A higher understanding can facilitate a physical act, and give it real meaning. Sure sounds like a fortune cookie answer. A high school student can't get into college without grasping concepts of advanced study. Okay, they can, but should they? We can skate through this life without learning anything or much of anything, but that ends at the exit door. On the other side, off planet Earth, they expect and demand results. Higher understanding is not an easy gig, but it's more fun. No one can cheat or nap their way up the ladder of illumination. Nevertheless, many will not know or understand their level of enlightened while under the cloak of illusion here on Earth. Why we do the things we do determines our level of understanding, and that can only be done in a blind test dash. Before we take tests at school, doesn't the teacher give us all the answers, or many of them? Only those paying attention will remember them at test time. The answers are given to those that ask for them by higher beings than those here on Earth like me. You know the old saying, seek and you will find. Well, sometimes the answers are put under our noses by humans, and many of them simply get sneezed away, lol. There is no endless loop. Everyone gets off this planet eventually. It mostly resides in our hands when that will happen, believe it or not. If we don't learn from past mistakes, we get to repeat them. Many people do believe this life is futile and meaningless. But the fact is, this life is anything but nihilistic. Every second in everyone's life will be accounted for and will be the measure of where to from here for each one of us. There is no such thing as nihilism on Earth, let alone higher up. Is it truly possible to find deeper meaning in life in this way, nihilism? Yes, for humans on this level, because most thinking people of any worth would dismiss such concepts as absurd. Philosophy is the pacifier for the intellectual, but also a repository of wisdom. Flawed ETs have no power here on Earth over souls. The ETs overseeing Earth have society's best interest in mind, but this is a very complex prison system, with many levels to oversee or let be. The definition of prison in the case of Earth is that few can up and leave and go to other populated planets on their own or at will. Most humans are confined here for a certain amount of time, and once that time is up they can leave. Some will travel from this planet in alien ships to other parts of the solar system or other star systems in this galaxy. Many are here on assignment, some are here on a kind of vacation, yet they may not know it other than their lives run smoothly. Some are here for things they have done in previous existences on this planet or other planets. No one is here by mistake, everyone is here for a reason, and knowing that reason is not important, and most will not know. You need not be in turmoil even if stuck in a turmoil-ridden body, because it is the body that is defective, not you. You are you no matter where they put you. Some info from past lives remains in your subconscious mind, the rest is in your hall locker. This life is, certainly new, but you are the same. Humans experience new all the time. A vacation in China is a very new experience for those that never been to China. But we remain the same soul with each new adventure, only adding a new facet to what we are. For far too many people refuse for one reason or other to smell the roses, or look up at the night sky and be awed by it. They are zombies, robots, lost in the fog of this life. But they will wake up once they die and realize that they were the creators of their own stupor here on Earth, and wasted precious time. At that point they will know, and will wish they didn't, and perhaps beg that the memories they created be washed away. The only way to suspend those memories is to come back and try again. This is not a utopia planet, although it was millions of years ago, and maybe again, but not for a while. Every smile cast onto the waters of fellow humans is sharing a part of the magic. We meet some people that make our day and others that try and sink our boat, and sometimes the same person will do both. Many of us fit that mold. Those humans of a higher order do the heavy lifting on a regular basis, show-offs. Miracles happen all the time, yet how many of us notice? I am because I think. We are because a higher order granted us an opportunity to be, or not to be. How many of us built the car we drive? We didn't build it, yet we can use it. How many of us built the computer we design things with, write books with, waste time on the internet with? Yet we take credit for what we accomplish using things made by others, which is fine and by design. Likewise, no human created the brain that helps him or her imagine, which also gives power to the hands that making building things possible. In other words, we are supplied with the things we need in whichever playground we find ourselves in. And for those who find that demeaning, they will have to work on their attitude a bit longer. Are babies born with a soul, or does a soul come after they're born? We can't drive a car until it is off the assembly line, same with babies. Do people get a 1-month assignment like when babies or young kids get killed? Depending on how young they are, there may or may not be anyone in there. If someone was in there, it was strictly for the parent or parents. For young children that leave early, they had a short assignment, and moved on to a higher planet from here. For many with long and prosperous lives, it's a blessing and a gift. Is there a law of attraction? Perhaps to a certain extent, but in reality we live in a world where hippies from the 60s who loathed the corporate world, in turn became the CEOs of that same world in 80s. Sometimes our own negative energies propel us to do positive things, and it works the other way too. You have heard the saying that until we hit rock bottom we can't begin our climb up. For many that is a true statement. That's why they have rocky planets like Earth. Life on Earth is more like an Alice in Wonderland contradiction. The more we try and make sense of it, the deeper inside the rabbit hole we fall. Oh, you probably only wanted a yes or no answer. Sorry. We only gain true knowledge from individual effort and experience, blood, sweat, and tears, and as much fun as we can squeeze in between those three constants. There are no shortcuts to enlightenment. Is suffering, duality, our job on this planet? No, We have to make sense of our life the best way we can. If not, we look for guidance in churches or political leaders. Our beliefs are secondary to what we learn in this walk through life. What matters most is who we are, not what religion or lack thereof we hooked our wagon to. Is it our job to understand this duality enigma, and rise above it? We have no such duty. It doesn't matter if we believe in God, Darwin, or the Tooth Fairy. At the end of the day, all that matters is what is in our heart. If we can keep that fire alive in all our hustle and bustle, we are ahead of the game. Why did we choose to go through this mess? It's in the eye of the beholder whether we are on a mess of a planet or a perfect planet. This is a perfect universe, and this planet is in the perfect universe, therefore this planet is perfect, hard to understand certainly, yet perfect nonetheless. We humans are definitely in a hall of mirrors, but that has nothing to do with our purpose as genetic incubators. A wise man once said the Sabbath was created for man and not man for the Sabbath. Same principle. Sometimes choice is based on past experiences, but not always. Some people can erase many things during each life, and build on their newfound perspectives, and completely alter their destiny. All experiences are stage props. We are the actors on the stage of life, and it's not the audience that is naked for all to see, but the actors. Do evolutionary factors related to geography and climate contribute to humanity's diversity? That is part of the illusion geneticists cloak themselves in. Geography and climate are minor factors. No matter why we end up on this planet, once here the rules can change, sometimes towards the good, sometimes towards the bad. There is little rhyme or reason that will make sense to us because of the blinders strapped over our minds. Nevertheless, we do have a certain amount of power to improve our lives while here, regardless on why we are here. Millions of people do it every day. For most, Earth is what we make it. We can't leave at will, so it is a prison, but we are allowed to squeeze as much enjoyment out of our stay here as we dare try, or we can live the nightmare. It's more a choice what our lives will be, more so than most people are willing to admit. There is no lesson learned in suffering, only wasted time, and those who do it for no reason will pay dearly for their indulgence in it. Suffering begets suffering, and for those sentenced to suffer they can't do much about it, but most are not here to suffer, and therefore they have no justification to suffer. To remember past live experiences means compromising your quest, and the reason you are now on this planet. You have been given the choice to compromise or not to compromise, and so far you have chosen not to concede. Some people, the zombies, are here to do time for the crime they committed in a previous life or in this life. They inhabit every economic strata, but some will get lucky and see the light before their release date. However, many will simply be sent to other places in the galaxy, to planets frozen in the Dark Ages, Gothic-type planets where the sun doesn't shine much. Once we are accountable to ourselves, everything else falls into place. BTW, the zombies on the fast track back to square one seldom get reviews. Ironically, they are the ones that need reviews the most. But even a simple review must be earned. We live in a world where expectations are someone owes me a living, someone must take care of me, all the while demanding complete autonomy on how we live our lives. Many of us are walking contradictions, immersed in the blame game, as long as the blame is aimed at others. Until we examine our own delusions, life will not be worth living. How many take criticism from others without getting offended? Therefore, it's your life and your responsibility to take a hard look in the mirror. Besides, that's the prerequisite for a ticket off this rock and into the real game going on in this galaxy. Don't take this life so seriously, and steal away as much happiness as you can get away with. But beware, too much happiness can get on people's nerves. All human actions are motivated by love, hate, jealousy, or something in between. And why we do things, including fighting in battles, will determine whether a soldier is a cold-blooded killer or simply doing a job. Can being laid back and generous with an almost constant feeling of thanks and being blessed go too far? Few people have that problem. Perhaps they are on vacation here on Earth, lol, and heck no, they can't go too far with it. The higher up we go, the more awe we are in for about this whole universe thing. As long as we are moving up, it keeps getting better and better. Everyone is free to use whatever stimulant they wish to try and connect with the other side and make sense of this life. My advice, for whatever it's worth, don't go there. We have the choice to be master over the material world or slaves under it. It's hard for those that can't or will not get on the bandwagon to understand those that have. The world can be everyone's oyster as it is yours. Strangely enough, not everyone wants it or believes they can have it. Aren't special guys that give a human race a good outlook, seeded souls to move the vibe higher? This is not a special guy's deal or assignment. Anyone can jump in and make this life a tad better for the next guy or gal with minimal effort. It's not rocket science really. Everything on this planet is a challenge. Love for this world and its people is a hard task. That's the challenge those sent here are destined to bear and overcome if possible. The human brain is not designed for the paranormal, yet many find themselves entangled in it anyway. But the fact remains that there is absolutely nothing in the paranormal world that can take us down. We hold all the cards, mentally and spiritually speaking. Fear is not an entity and only holds as much power over us as we let it. And I think you have figured as much. Is the human lower-level planet phenomena time invariant, or has it had a beginning somewhere? It's always been and always will be this way. Everyone on Earth is on the clock, but the pay is not equal. What is good without temptation? We are tempted by many things: food, drink, drugs, sex, money, sick days. The list is non-ending. We have to develop a sense of self-control. That's what this life is all about. The devil nor anyone else has control of those choices that we have to make, and live with. The only people that will be deceived are those that deceive themselves because it was the easy way out for them. There are no shortcuts to enlightenment, only to failure. Sure, you can decide to do the vacation now. For those that manage to do so, they are ahead of the game. It doesn't matter why people are here, or how bad or good their lives are. The fact that they are here is a gift, a privilege that none of us have earned or could ever earn. We have been given immortality and all the dazzling magic that goes with it. We don't suffer collective punishment, and if you did any rape or killing in past lives, it would have been several lifetimes past. Otherwise you wouldn't have the opportunities you have in your life now. Choose to go through this life is better than being sent here without your okay. All of us are unique, and our visas are from different places and for personal reasons. Not everyone here on Earth have been cast off other planets as degenerates. Many are here on vacation, administration, and a host of other duties or reasons, and they live normal human lives, many unaware of the bigger picture from where they came, and quite content with their lives on this planet. Some of them have innate advantages, some are here for the challenge and adventure. The concept of original sin is easy to understand in a world as violent and selfish as Earth has always been. And Earth is not a destination point for enlightened souls high up the ladder. Nevertheless, not everyone here is here because they are tainted. But have you met anyone that fits that profile? The paradox is that people that are tainted see things with clouded eyes and minds and seldom see the goodness in others. This planet is designed to bounce back from anything we could ever throw at it. The Earth was here before we arrived and will be here after we all leave. It will do just fine, and so too will all the inhabitants on it once they realize this life is nothing but a theatrical production with lots of drama, violence, sex, upheaval, and buttered popcorn for those smart enough to sit back and enjoy the show. Some emotions are amplified for a reason. They are part of the package, part of what we are here to do. Certainly we can break free from those restraints, if that's how we view them. But most of the software programmed into us, like shyness, fear, bravery, maudlin, keep us from doing certain things and keeps us more focused on our strengths, rather than our weaknesses, for those who figure that out anyway. Not all of us are here to be public speakers, prime ministers, boxers, evangelists, soldiers, painters, etc. But we are all here to exercise and develop whatever talents we do have. We are free to go down fighting against our weaknesses or to find what we are good at and excel from there. Nature and nurture are excuses, and neither can hinder or override our initial program unless we kowtow to those beliefs. There are nearly 7 billion people on this planet, everyone with a slightly different perspective on life. Every one of us is unique, and want and need differently, so whose change is going to fit the best for all mankind? Millions of people want to change the world, to suit their particular ideas of the way life should be. Some of those people couldn't stand to be in the same room with each other and have very different ideas of what a perfect world is. Some people are perfectly happy living in mud huts, others in tiny apartments inside of skyscrapers. And what about political persuasions or religious affiliations, or lack thereof? Some like communism, socialism, capitalism, Darwinism, atheism, Buddhism, Judaism, Islam, Christendom, etc. Would you like to live under any one of those? Many people don't, and the many people do. Have you noticed how many conflicts are in the world at any given time? Thousands of conflicts and outright wars because most people are not on the same page, and many don't want to be on the same page or in the same room with others that don't believe as they do. You want to change your world, by all means do so. The best thing about this life here on Earth is that it ends, therefore why worry about things we can't control? We are not here to concern ourselves over every detail about living or dying, but to live as best we can while we are here. That's how we grow. Nothing more required of us. This world was designed to function exactly the way it is functioning, with delicate balances of economies, or lack thereof, hence third worlds. If we are not challenged on some level on a daily basis, then life has no meaning. Besides, what else we going to do with all those illusionary brick walls? Lol. Are there humans without souls? Heck yes, we've all met soulless people, lol. Their sole purpose is to get under our skin and make life miserable if they can. All humans have souls, some threadbare but souls nonetheless. Propaganda and fear-mongering are two of the pistons that power the engine that makes life what it is on this planet. Unfortunately, most people respond better to bad and inaccurate news and misinformation than they do to truth and good tidings. That's why most are stuck in neutral or first gear. When I was in basic training, I hated my drill sergeants, but I did notice that they pushed some harder than others. Those that could take more got more. In the end, it worked out perfectly for everyone. We are not all the same here on Earth. We burn at different energy levels, but we are orbs of energy once out of our human body. Many are simply doing time and have no mission or purpose. They may have a mission on their next trip here. Not everyone has a specific assignment. Many are here in a living storage type situation. Tramps or criminals. If life has no or little meaning to us, we are moving in the wrong direction and will be back for another round, again and again, until we make a concerted effort to step off this merry-go-round. That accomplishment thing is not the same for everyone, but those that score are those that manage getting through this life by dodging everything that was thrown at them, with attitude and tact. Holding ourselves accountable for everything rather than looking for excuses and scapegoats is divine knowledge, and the payoff is true freedom. The universe belongs to such. Even though everything is an illusion in this life, what we do is not, and that is what counts. This planet is nothing but a stage, and we the people the actors. It's pretty much improvisational, and we have to at a moment's notice be ready to change costume and roles. Out of this make-believe stuff, what we create becomes real pain, real happiness, for ourselves and for those around us. There is only one person running your show, you. Regardless of our lot in life or the hardships we go through, it's the choices we make that will determine who and what we are in this life and where we go from here. The world and those running it have nothing to do with anything other than create stage props for us to role play on. So, break a leg. Any human can become a mover and a shaker, a leader in government and industry. We don't really need androids running things at the top. We humans put people into leadership positions and sometimes we take them out of them. ET doesn't need to be in absolute control. The stage is self-propelled and people are thrown into situations almost randomly. When we change course for the better, that's moving in the right direction. Those that are coming back for sure don't even know they are leaving. They think this life is it, and so they are living their lives as if there is no tomorrow. ETs and humans are not illusions. Only perceived situations in this life are illusions. Human bodies are machines, and sometimes machines need tweaking, modifications, and repairs. We make choices all the time out of fear, out of respect, out of hate, out of love. We are a culmination of those choices. If you decide to be a bad person because of peer pressure, that is your choice. If you do it because you are afraid, that is your choice. Everything is a choice. The straight and narrow path is the most difficult path to stay on, otherwise there would not be testing ground planets such as Earth filling up a good portion of this galaxy. Doesn't matter why we do the crime against ourselves and fellow souls. Once it's done, it will be made right, if not here and now, then at a later time and another place, with interest tacked on. Those able to rectify their behavior while here will be better off. Earth is a minimum security prison. They get a hell of a lot worse. Humans can think on their own, but unfortunately it has all been said and done on other planets many eons ago. A great philosopher once said there is nothing new under the sun, but he got that from a space traveler who stopped on Earth for a brief visit from a civilization a millions years older. Our future is some other planet's past. Our past is some other planet's future. It's a deep rabbit hole we are in. People are allowed to take the easy way out. That's a trap far too many fall for. That road is a dead end and they will eventually have to do twice the work to backtrack out of it. What we call matter, in this instance referring to our bodies, is pure energy, but it is energy with a clause. It holds and restricts our travel and our knowledge of the universe we inhabit. The clause I speak of, as I'm sure you know, is a play on words. Matter, the stuff we are made of, is pure energy, as most everyone agrees on, but energy, the stuff humans are made of, is different from the stuff ET, souls, magic, and Bill Murray are made of. The energy field humans are strapped into, our human body containers, are designed to hold tight the soul, that thing you don't believe exist. Anyway, the soul is placed into human body containers and can only be removed by certain entities with special keys. Death is never by accident, always by design. No one leaves their bodies permanently until their tour is up. We all know that matter doesn't matter once we put it into an atom smasher. Particles break down into smaller particles and then into wavy stringy things, and then they turn into pixie dust and become aware of us as we lose track of them. Spooky stuff, man. So how do we stuff billions of universes into one universe when they are all equally infinite without beginning and ending? It's a consciousness thing. A certain number of higher-up entities join together and create vortexes of illusionary reality. The funny part is the beginning and ending paradox. There is a paradox but no explanation for how they fold out the beginning and ending. There is no human way to elucidate it, even with 2 glasses of wine, my limit. Everything has a beginning and ending because we are born and then we die. That's how we rationalize it, and nothing else computes. But say that being born is an illusion and so is dying, which is true. Just look it up in Sleeper's dictionary, lol. If our being born is not really a beginning and our dying not an ending, then the concept of beginning and ending is false. The games, whether by the gods or man, are played for specific reasons, to teach, to punish, or entertainment for us. There is no chaos or battles for domination in the land of the gods, only in the minds and lives of humans. You have heard the term, it's not the destination but the journey itself that matters the most. Not so at the higher levels and lower levels of existence, but very true for the vast majority on this planet. There is no way to put ass kicking into a good perspective, and those who are undergoing them will not see the light at the end of the tunnel even if they are near the end of that dark tunnel. But everything has its purpose whether we can understand it or not. If you don't get your money's worth while in this amusement park called Earth, they will not refund your money. You get to do the roller coaster ride again, so try and keep from puking, and hands over your head is optional. ETs supply the means when we supply the will to reach for the stars, and there are plenty of reachable stars here on Earth to try on for size. If we can make it here, the afterlife will be a cinch. Success is as much perception as it is physical reality. If we achieved it in our mind, then it is valid. The crazy thing about this whole existence is that even those that don't believe or can't make that mental leap concerning the big picture are nevertheless included in the big picture and receive the same benefits as everyone else: eternal life in one fantastic playground known as the Milky Way, no way around it. Everything is real, our emotions are real even when they are not justified, like in fear, hate and envy. Why do all my friends and me agree about the reality of this illusion? You and your friends share the same reality as most of us do. If you and your friends go on stage and look over the props, you will agree on the materials the props are made of and what the storyline is that the props portray. For instance, a play about Red Riding Hood would have a forest motif. Yet we still see things a bit differently because we are not carbon copies of each other. Chances are you and your friends don't agree completely on many things like politics, religion, love and war, etc. And why don't we agree 100% if we all see the same reality in this life? Because it's not the same reality. Why do 5 witnesses of a crime give 5 different accounts to that crime? Why is it that juries of 12 people who are shown the same evidence come to different conclusions? Because we all live in our own little world of beliefs. Why should it be important for us to learn lessons based on experiences that are elusive? Because the canvas is easier to wipe clean after each use. What happens when you start to figure your life out and start to take advantage of that knowledge? Depends on what you do with that knowledge, but most improve their outlook on life and grab opportunities they may have passed up before their eyes opened. Why some people are protected. They earned their stripes in a previous existence, brownie points if you wish, and can only fall so far or not at all. Why are some families more open to this subject than others? Why do some siblings in a family get it quicker than other siblings concerning attitude, and life in general? Any number of reasons, including advantages earned elsewhere, same principle. All families look out for each other, some more subtly than others. What makes certain families keep things secret until they find out that their kids understand what they have known about since before they were born? It's a judgment call, and sometimes there is disagreement between members. Most want little to no contact if there is any possibility of compromising a member's reason for being here. They will not let you remember face-to-face contact, but they know what you are thinking. So ask away and then look for the answers. Sometimes they are obvious, sometimes not. It depends on how bad you want them, which will determine if or when you get something. If you try and pull their chain, they will pull your chain. Everyone on this planet is from star systems in the Milky Way galaxy. The bad apples need to be around other apples and oranges, otherwise there is no hope for them. There are good apples that can be corrupted by the bad apples. If so, then they have a flaw that has to come out and be dealt with. The system may not seem fair from our point of view, but it has been refined and tweaked over an incredible amount of time. Even though time is an illusion and does not exist on the other side, it is an element they use in this human reality. This planet is the best of all possible worlds for those of us who are put here. This planet has a spectrum that spans good to very bad, and most on this planet have it bad. Only a small fraction have it good. This planet of nearly 7 billion people is pure prison for 6 billion people. Most are in maximum security, third world countries where they have no opportunity to escape their plight. The rest are in minimum security and they have more leeway to improve their lives and have a 50-50 chance to escape coming back here. Those who have it good are on vacation, or here to do jobs for the system, or have a few things they need to tidy up before moving to higher ground. But the demographics of this planet do change often, as those who are sent here requires Supposedly a better class of people are coming to live here in the next century, and their living conditions will be an improvement over what we have now. Death is the only way off this planet, and the Grim Reaper will take us out one way or other, for most death will not be bad regardless of what it may look like to those that witness it. Anyway, this life is not easy because the payoff is kick-ass fantastic for those that persevere through all the bullshit. On graduation day, high school for instance, the teachers, your friends and enemies, all the highs and lows of those 4 years, don't matter anymore. You are out of school and have your diploma. That's the bottom line. That is all that counts, but without all those elements you wouldn't have gotten to that point. Happiness is so solitary only on planets like Earth. Happiness is the elixir of the soul and is what we are made of. Technically everyone should be happy all the time. Those that make it so are on the fast track to enlightenment, the stuff not easily shared with others. Punishment and reward are human level and below contraptions and devices. They have no real meaning at higher levels of existence. Punishment and reward are doled out to humans on this level and below. We spank or put our little children in timeout, or treat them to ice cream or some other reward. Those tactics don't apply to older children and young adults. Hitler as other leaders who made and make those kinds of calls are themselves following orders. If we prosecute people who follow orders, then all soldiers would be accountable for their actions in war too. When Harry Truman said, "The buck stops here," talking about himself, he was mistaken. It was not his call to drop the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. If you have the most amazing luck in the world and your life is extremely fulfilling, no fear of dying, no fear of being maimed, no fear of losing loved ones, no nightmares. You may be one of the many who are here on vacation, and the clown, well, there is a reason besides early birthday parties and circus acts that they put fear into many otherwise rational people. Our extraterrestrial escorts like clowning around, and they look funny too. Even those on vacation can't wait to go home, and become impatient and bored. But the moment we wake up it will all be a dream, and it will be over. The checkout line really does move faster than we realize, and soon we are home and remember there was something else we needed to do or get before leaving the store. So while waiting it's best to check that list twice and make sure you got everything you want before you get into the checkout line. This life is big time important. The blinders are made extra thick so that the majority remain fast asleep in their daily lives, and it is important that most remain fast asleep, otherwise they will fail at the reason they are here in the first place. But there are many that this kind of info is not detrimental to, and will not affect their reason for being here and may add to it. The worst thing that could happen to us is that we fall in love with this life because it's only a temporary dream. You can feel the hole inside because there is one. Our real lives are not here, and most of us who are half awake and aware know that. But we can't leave the battle in the middle of the action lest we lose the war. Not making a political statement, just pointing out facts of life that most should be able to relate to in their personal lives. You are immortal with eternity to live out your life. If that's not some kind of experience, I don't know what is. For most it's straight up from here. Stories of people experiencing superhuman strength in times of distress and lifting cars, etc. Not rubbish, but it helps to have a helper nearby, like what we call angels. Wonder no more. All but the worst cases get to choose their families. The reason we fall so madly in love with our children the instant we see them after birth is because it's a reunion of a loved one from the other side. Everyone is being watched, and I'm not talking about Big Brother, lol. Forget about locking the bathroom door, they see all, but it's no different than us watching goldfish inside an aquarium. Things we think is a big deal is not a big deal at all, so throw modesty out the door. They don't care. Peace of mind, that's the big trick in this life, and it shouldn't be, because we are immortal and nothing can harm us. Our bodies are disposable, but we are not. This life is a mind game, nothing more. Fear and anxiety are illusions that exist only in our minds, nowhere else. We are part of something really big, and we are made of primarily the same energy. Some have more, others less, But nevertheless we remain individuals inside a nucleus or family, which is part of a larger nucleus, and from there on up it gets really crazy in a mighty fine way. A great philosopher once said, "The only constant is change." On the other side, constant has a bit more consistency than here on Earth, where change in attitude and character is the name of the game. We humans can't magically imagine things into existence, but we shape our very being by the way we think. And the way we think is all that really matters. Get it, matters? What if the most fun a person can think of is being falling down drunk ... if they are drunk like this all by themselves and not bothering anybody else? You mean like people who injure themselves for fun or religious reasons? Those are not actions of fun but of hidden problems. What about in the case of a seriously demented person whose idea of fun would be torture and or murder of innocents? That's why we have jails. What is acceptable to us is a judgment call we all make, and that will determine what size cage we are put into. The vast majority on this planet are not free to do as they please, which in many ways that's a good thing. There are many nuts on this planet. Those that deserve more freedom will get more freedom, but not while on this third rock. Emotion is built into the physiology of the human body and mind. It's not a dimension, it's a chemical component with a purpose. As one becomes aware, faults become obvious, and we become painfully aware of them, so change is inevitable. That is a primary reason, but only one facet of the total equation. This whole deal is not like in the movie Gate Packs, where only one person can grab hold of the light beam. The real light beam everyone will ride sooner or later, but always and only when the time is right for each individual. We are all unique and will reach our destination in such a way. I think it's a good movie and it brings out some good points without having to be accurate. Politics are influenced by guides, and yet ETs are politically neutral. Ambiguity all over the place here, I know, but few humans are politically galvanized in one belief. Instead they expect certain politicians more able for their causes than others. The problem arises when we vote for our own personal interest rather than the right thing in general. The Earth is a huge mess because most are stuck in the egocentric mode, but Milton and others like him can put into the mix additives that make things more clear, or more cloudy. These things are not politics per se, but sometimes that is how they come across. Unfortunately I have to tiptoe around many things, otherwise my info will be misconstrued. Most of us have been around small children and we know that most of the crying and whining that comes from them is usually over nothing at all, but they believe it a big deal, hence their tears and healthy vocal cords. The Miltons do what they can to soothe our boo-boos, sometimes. The universe is a library filled with everything we need. We check out what we need, and most of us believing that it is ours, that has been allowed in the past, but things are slowly changing. How do we cope knowing that we are not the geniuses our parents, teachers and society tells us that we are? Not very easy for egocentric souls to accept, and few will. Most will go to the grave clutching tightly to their ego. This world will always need doctors, scientists, shrinks, religious and secular leaders, plumbers, garbage collectors, philosophers, writers, painters, sculptors, and good deed doers, plus a whole bunch more stuff. Do what brings pleasure in your life, do it to the best of your ability, and never cut corners like I do with some of my answers, lol. Everyone has a gift they can share. What you talked about in the above paragraph is your gift, I presume. It's called a gift because someone or something gave it to you or us to use for ourselves or for others. We didn't create this planet, the air we breathe, or the flora and fauna we feed off of, nor the elements we use to build things with, nor the brain we use to think with, nor the hands and feet that gives three-dimensional illusionary reality meaning, or our blinded eyes to see only what we want to see. Yet most of us have free use of all those things, but we can't claim them as our own, except for our temporary blindness, that is truly our own. You can go to a shrink and they can try and get you back into the protective bubble with the rest of society, or to your Catholic priest and ask forgiveness for straying away from your old beliefs, and perhaps he will perform an exorcism on you and warn you away from internet boards such as this one, where people like me lurk. This world is filled with tough choices and plenty of hidden mental landmines. Billions of people belong to one religion or other because they simplify things for them. All they need do is follow a few basic rules and perform simple rituals, and that's it. They can then sleep at night knowing that the gods have been appeased. The stuff you stumbled on in this thread freed your mind a bit perhaps. That is not scary in itself, but those middlemen, those ET guys and gals, they are fine while they remain fictional characters in books and movies, but not if they lurk in dark places in our bedrooms. Well, is it really that different than when our mothers tucked us in bed and told us angels were watching over us so that we wouldn't be afraid in our dark bedrooms? In other words, there were angels in our room hiding somewhere. That's all ETs are, but if you prefer to call them guardian angels, that works too. Remember in the Bible stories when angels appeared to the patriarchs, the first thing they told them was fear not, because angels were scary creatures not of this world, and they had to block people from the fear. We humans fear what we don't comprehend, be it angels, ETs, clowns or Nancy Pelosi. All of us know fear. Fear is inevitable, but we need not indulge in it. As for women having souls, it depends if it's that time of mouth, lol. For those not amused by that comment, please forgive me. We men have our own times of the month when hormones get all bunched up in knots too. To suggest that women don't have souls is absurd. Not sure where he is coming from to make that kind of statement. Perhaps you wanting to bang your head against the wall is your test. Everything else is only a stage. All those people that are frustrations in your life, only extras hired by the film production company. Why are you being pushed so hard? Because they think you can take it? The rest of the world will get along just fine without me, you or people like Mother Teresa. Every one of us is here to face our own unique challenges without the aid of others. If we happen to learn something from others, that's a plus for us, but not a necessity or requirement in the big picture. Those who see themselves as caregivers are doing good work, but mostly for themselves. That's a tough one for most to swallow. Nevertheless, it's true. Your calling may be as a painter, golfer, or any number of things that might bring more joy in your life. If you are frustrated in what you are doing, it may be a sign that you should be doing other things. We are not here to make everyone happy. That's an impossible job. We are here to make ourselves happy, and when we are happy, people around us are happy, and then the whole world would be happy. Unfortunately, that is not the case because too many people get frustrated doing things they don't want to do. Life should be a vacation regardless of your occupation. Even if your job sucks, it only sucks because you think it sucks. What sucks is not being able to see past the illusions we create in our own minds. You have heard the saying, if you don't like where you are now, change what you are doing. A gift is just that. It brings pleasure to the one that has it and perhaps to others. A gift is a good thing, otherwise it's not a gift. Most of us can't handle but one gift at a time. Choose one and make the best of it. This planet Earth is one dynamic ride for most people. Ever since people were dropped off here, it was created to be that way. It seems like everybody wants to be in a movie. Are these souls that don't get enough lifetimes and they need to act out additional ones? Are actors souls with too many lifetimes trying to get out? It must be for the 15 seconds of fame and lifetime of bragging rights should they score a role. None of us are in our present situations by accident, or by chance. We all earned our spot in this long line here on Earth. I know most don't want to hear that, or believe that, and they certainly don't have to. Pointing fingers and being judgmental towards others is also a test many of us fail at. Most of us are here because we also lack in the perfection gig. Therefore, if we can't add or give help to those worst off, best to move along and let those who can and will do their thing. Infinite realities, dimensions, Earth TV reality and games shows. Hillary damn. Yeah, it's enough to tempt a sober man to drink 2 glasses of wine, Lull thinking can be overrated, and sometimes should be avoided if at all possible. Why are we wired for this robot routine? Sleep, eat, work, entertainment over and over and over. For no other reason but to piss us off, at least those of us awake enough to realize how monotonous this life can be. That's the worst thing about this planet, and another movie that sheds a bit of light on the why, Groundhog Day. On our level we don't have lots of lives happening simultaneously, but on higher levels they do. Everything we could ever imagine has always existed, and toys can reduce drudgery on planets like Earth if put to good use, hence the computer many of us play on every day. They are portals into the minds of millions of other humans. That's some toy, don't you think? I get a headache if I sleep too much, but some get headaches when they try to grasp the big picture. Perhaps a happy medium somewhere in between the two extremes. We are all different and we need different amounts of information to get through this life. Struggling and frustrations may be indicators that we are trying too hard. If you can't enjoy the flowers and the other gifts all around us, then we are wasting this life. This life need not be difficult, should not be difficult, especially for those who are aware. All but the worst of us get a vote in all of our lives to a certain degree, including the one we presently have to endure. No matter our perceived problems, the sun will continue to shine. No law against enjoying the sunshine, that's its sole purpose, pun intended, lol. If we can't enjoy the little things in this world, how are we going to handle the big stuff that awaits on other worlds as well as on this one? We must abide by human laws. Other than that, we are all free agents with exclusive dominion over our destiny. Our freedom of movement and achievements is totally in our hands alone, regardless of our lot in life. We rise and fall like a hot air balloon depending on the ballast, weight of our own egos. The rich-poor game played mostly by politicians with an agenda creates more hate and anguish than any other human malady in history. They say money doesn't bring happiness, but neither does poverty. Money certainly doesn't buy peace of mind, and neither does poverty. Peace of mind is only achieved somewhere between the ears. But it doesn't just happen, it takes hard work, mental work. The mind must push out the dynamic duel known as hate and envy, the two bums that have claimed squatters' rights in our mind and soul. The paranormal is more real than the so-called normal. Spiritual experiences, cosmic consciousness, bliss are all pretty much one and the same. Spiritual awareness/cosmic consciousness equal as much or as little bliss as we wish to take on. Some of us cheat ourselves out of happiness because we feel guilty and believe that there is only so much of it to go around. The fact is, bliss is as endless as the sun, it will burn nearly forever, and the sun is nothing but a speck in the galaxy, and the galaxy is nothing but a speck in the universe, and the universe is forever, as is bliss. There is no shortage of bliss, only a shortage of takers. There is no picking those locks, or removing those anchors, put into our bodies from achieving things such as heightened psychic abilities, without higher entities involved in the process. We can hand over the car keys to a 2-year-old, but what good will it do them? Negative numbers have no application in the big picture. They are simple tools for economics and certain theoretical sciences. There is no theoretical above this earthly plane. How's that for a paradox? There are many planets in the universe at the same level and higher as Earth, and they use these equations and principles. Other than that, zero is a zero, with absolutely no purpose. But what's really weird is that positive integers also have no real purpose other than to educate. We are unique individuals no matter where we come from. They say there are two sure things in this world: death and taxes. Well, death really doesn't happen, we only go someplace else, so taxes may be the only sure thing. We humans via ETs are not a conglomeration of minds creating this holographic existence we have here on Earth. We only have to live through this semi-nightmare created by others for our personal growth or demise, and make the best of it. They, I will call them ETs because I don't want to elaborate on them yet, will facilitate our desires, be it good or bad for us. They are neutral. We hold all the cards on our destination, whether it be up or down. For some, human life is only a game. For most, it's pure business with much to gain or much to lose. Not knowing gives credibility to our actions, and even for those who say they believe this stuff, there is still doubt in their minds. We can't cheat because it only affects us, and it will be us, the individual, that will make it up somewhere down the line. There are no experiments going on, each has his or her own syllabus to work through. This human science project is a single grain of sand on a seashore, anything to write home about? Do what feels right, and is right for you and those around you. It's as simple as doing your best, nothing more, nothing less. There is a lot of mess out there to clean up. Some of the mess is on purpose. Do what you feel is right, but we are not here to change the world. That's for the gods and the busybodies to do. You have heard that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's because of the good for who factor. Many do things because of the benefits they believe they will derive from them. It's not easy to do things strictly for the benefit of others, and so many falls into that trap and end up doing more harm than good. For instance, a group of do-gooders once paid an amount of money for the freedom of certain individuals in an African country. The person was released, but the next day 2 people were abducted and held for ransom. The ransom was paid and the 2 released. The next day 3 people were abducted. Get the drift? Sometimes the things we do create the problems we wish to extinguish. Everyone is being tested. Do we look the other way or help? A little bit of both. But in the course of it all, why not smell the roses if we have the opportunity to do so? Is anyone being lifted before point of death? Many do. Some will fade in and out, especially terminally ill or those rotting in nursing homes. They spend most of their time on the other side, coming back every so often for family and friends. Take off them shades and act like you are on top of the world, and you will be, because the best opportunities to soar are right in front of us. There are many different political situations, and they range from ruthless to not so bad. We have minimum and maximum security prisons. Some have more freedom than others. This is a subject that most humans cannot comprehend, and it is a landmine to try and explain. No human is equal, only machines, animals and insects are equal. All of us have to create our own identities with blood, sweat and tears, some more than others. Some are here for punishment only, and are not here to learn anything at all. Even those who are here under punishment are allowed to be treated fair by truly benevolent human beings. How we treat others worse off than us reflects on what we are made of. If the rules of how we treat others were plain to see, then what is the point of this life? All cultures need and want the same things, but there are those that do things differently and are not acceptable to other cultures concerning a number of things. Certain people require certain situations to make them what they will ultimately become. Some need things that I can't mention on here because it would offend most. There is no human that is going to change the world. The world is the way it is because that's how it was created. Some think it's a zoo, and for them it is. Some a hellhole, and for them it is, and so on and on. Cultural difference makes this planet interesting while also providing unique learning experiences. All the perceived bad, and the real good are necessary gears in this complex character-building machine called Earth, where we came to be changed, not to change others and certainly not to change this world. Make yourself better and you add to a better world. There are humans being fed things that do nothing to make things easy on this planet for other humans, by pandering and promising things they are not equipped to supply, do or achieve. Those who fall for deceivers are looking for the free lunch, the easy and quick way out of complex problems. They want all their needs taken care of by others even though they are fully capable of doing it on their own. Sure, all of us want easy street because this is a tough and ruthless life, but the fact is if we can't hack this life we are not ready for the big stuff that comes after. A majority of souls have yet to fall of the turnip truck, but there are many souls here that are above average and way above average, here to brush up on a few things before they go to where no man or woman has gone before. Yeah, right, anyway that's where they will be going. Might it be possible that some here on vacation take the wrong turn even if they are on higher levels? Only those on the lower end can make mistakes and the consequences will fit the crime or screw up. Some on vacation know who they are and can do whatever they want, except tell anyone who they are. Entities at those levels are not bothered by hurricanes or other human maladies because they are immune to all human woes. Those who are not aware of who they are cannot leave until their tour is up, but they remain above the fracas and need not abandon ship for any reason. Humans are not cattle, nor are we equal. We all need different merit badges. That's why there is so much diversity in cultures and gaps in the standard of living. This train wreck of the planet is not an accident. The gods will play any game we insist on playing, but until we stop playing games and get down to business, we play with their rules, and those rules can be ass-kicking. No one gets anything they don't deserve, and everyone gets what they deserve. When we leave this earthly restaurant, we are presented with a bill due in full, or a rebate check. The trick is not to fret over what the other dinners are feasting on. What is on their table goes on their tab, not yours. 100% of how we view this world is between the ears. Everything else, all of our problems, are nothing but smoke that will blow away with time. If you are one of the lucky people that feel incredible joy when a child is born to them, then you can understand a piece of that mystery. The monkey suit, human corpse, amplifies what is inside of it, us, our irrational fears left over or picked up from times long past. Stuff we fail to deal with in other lives seeps through to be dealt with in this one. Terrestrial life is a prison of our making, and only we can unmake it, escape from it. Most of us keep putting it off because it takes work to face up to it. Many choose the revolving door stuck on the small details because they believe it futile to go on. Besides, it's much easier going in circles repeating mediocre lives than to make real change. A fudge may seem petty to us, but it only takes a very small object in our eye to create huge pain and blurred vision. The soul is like an eye, extremely sensitive to impurity. Some of us know this stuff to be true because we all lived it. We were brought here from other planets and solar systems and placed into a virgin human brain customized specifically for each of us. A new canvas was placed over the old, and the new canvas is not aware of the old one underneath it. But it's there, and sometime bits of info permeate through, especially if our memories are jiggled. Our souls are extraterrestrial in origin. We are brought here in many ways, including ET ships of sorts. The bodies we are placed into are homegrown here on Earth and are tweaked via DNA and other physical attributes to withstand the period in time and type of living conditions we are subjected to. Is it even possible that they originated also from another dimension? Absolutely. Each of us alone hold our destiny in our hands. The higher entities only facilitate our destiny via whatever means they see fit for our particular situations. There is no time limit to get it, so yes, many that are slow to figure it out are doomed to repeat their mistakes until they get sick and tired of repeating them. Those who are above these slowpokes have the ability to not be affected by them, dragged down, should they choose to use those powers. Our greatest test in this life is that we are allowed to think anything we wish, and we can wallow forever in our own stench, believing that the stench is not our own but that of others, until we point our own finger in the correct direction, back at ourselves. We will remain lab rats lost in the labyrinth of the blame game. The only way out of the maze is to realize we control every aspect of our lives and situations. I know that is too high a mountain for most to climb, but it's the only way out of the rat race. Lab rat is a perception, so is the rat race. Those who believe themselves in it are by default of that belief. We are here to prove to ourselves what we are made of. Those higher up than us have already done that and continue their journey upwards. They have no time or desire to look back at those below them and snicker. Some of the higher-up entities do come down here and play the sheepdogs, but most never come down to these lower depths once they ascend to higher ground. Would you? Why are some people colorblind/color deficient? Is there a purpose for this? There is a purpose for every nuance and irritation in our lives that will make absolutely no sense until we get our walking papers off this rock. In the meantime, it's best to appreciate and concentrate on whatever goodies we are allowed, take full advantage of what you are given and learn from all the potholes we end up hitting. What more can we ask for? ET only build perfect containers, human bodies, yet we look out there at all the dysfunctional masses of humanity. What gives? There is an answer, but too few want it, need it, or would believe it. So it gets put out the masked between all my rhetoric to be found only by those ready and willing to hear it. Aren't I an arrogant sob? Why do people put up with me? Lol. If someone picks up bad additional habits while trying to work off other bad habits, he only adds to his burden and will probably die of cancer, or not, and may have to come back and work on more problems the next time around. Unfair, absolutely. But it will be the same someone who makes that call against, you got it, himself, for adding additional problems to his itinerary. Sometimes they rip you open and put things in. They may do this for a billion reasons, so there is no one answer, but the soul is a highly complex substance and the learning process it gets put through is nothing but a labyrinth of mind-boggling complexity and proportions. Need I say more? I know the answer, lol. No one can know if they will get off this rock after death, and those that think they know are mistaken. Treat others like you want them to treat you. We can't make others that way, but we can make ourselves that way. Treat others better than you ever expect to be treated in return. Those are the qualities that break the chains from this prison. For most it's only a prison in our mind, we make it that. Certainly we can't come and go off his planet as we please, therefore it's a prison, yet may manage to make this prison into a vacation hotspot and end up enjoying their lives. That's what this life is about, making changes that will improve us and those around us. If you have family, do you enjoy them? If not, why not? Your job or occupation, is it fun? If not, why not? Do you look forward to each day with anticipation? If not, why not? If you can get through the whys without blaming others, you might be onto a fulfilling life. And if we fail to do that, we cheat ourselves and those around us of untold pleasures ripe for the taking. If anything, many are evolving going in the other direction. That's because of where some souls hailed from and dropped off here on Earth. There went the neighborhood. What percentage of the world population are soulless? Is there any way of physically identifying them? Depending where one lives, it would seem a lot of people are soulless, but most bodies have souls. Exceptions are people in comas, in nursing homes where they are barely conscious, and others that I will not mention because it would offend. People in comas, nursing homes, etc. all had souls, and the souls under certain circumstance can return for short intervals for the sake of loved ones who find it difficult to let go. The little knowledge we are allowed on Earth is nothingness because of the illusion we are draped in. We can't dare compete with the gods who hold truth and real wisdom. However, here on Earth we demonstrate our worth by appreciating the gifts bestowed on us, small or large makes no difference, and to enjoy this life any way we can, creating happiness in ourselves and those around us while in the midst of madness that is this world. That is the challenge and duty of every one of us. Those who achieve happiness against all odds are truly wise and will move forward in this life and the lives still to come. Happiness is a gift we give to ourselves and requires no ego. I rarely smile, and most people may think me sad or grumpy. Happiness is not a superficial face feature or giddy personality. Happiness is the absence of gloom and doom, unless gloom and doom is what makes you happy, and then that's a whole other story. Why is the average lifespan on Earth 70 years? Why not make it shorter for those who wish to move on sooner? Because there is a process that takes time. Besides, I'm not here to teach or preach, only to tell my experiences and answer a few questions to those interested. Those not interested need not drink from this fountain. There is a very strong element on this planet that wishes to keep people in a constant state of fear and ignorance about what life is really about. Life is not as complicated as many wish it be. Obviously, as you have stated about your own family, convincing them of the bigger picture is an uphill battle, but the fact is we are not here to fix other people, we are here to fix ourselves first, And if we can accomplish that, then we can concentrate on other things and be better equipped to do those other things, whatever they may be. Information from the gods is privileged info and has never been a right. Nevertheless, seek for the right reason and you will find everything you need to know to get your life in order. Those who do that may then get additional info afterwards. Impatience is not a virtue but a stumbling block for those who drink too much from it. The problems on this planet are immense and thousands of higher entities are working on them night and day. 6.5 billion people is no small task, and each and every one of them, us, depend on personal attention from these entities to get through their lives down here, and only those highly qualified have those assignments. If there are 3 or 4 of them assigned to you alone, you are a challenge because usually one entity handles hundreds or thousands of people. The higher up the ladder, the more horsing around there is. For those who don't like playfulness, they will need to cool their heels down here a bit longer. Everything in moderation is a good rule, and a place to start for those with detrimental habits. Besides, why be a slave to a weakness? Take charge of your own destiny. Compromise should never be an option when so much is at stake. The have and have-nots, we are talking material goods. That stuff has nothing to do with the big picture other than to create hate and envy. Perhaps that's the whole idea behind it. Hate and envy are flaws that need to be dealt with. Who dies or lives with the most toys doesn't matter one iota in the scheme of things, only moral fiber. Each one of us has the power to achieve anything we wish. That power has always been there, and it has been put to good use by millions, who are now the envy of the rest of us slowpokes, lol. Many of us worry too much about what others have and don't concentrate on getting our own. Whatever that might be. Get rid of hate, envy and ego and all the other problems will disappear. Changing political systems is a shell game that has been played since the beginning of time. Truthfully, the inner workings of a common Earth television are too profound to understand, by the very humans that watch it every day, and even those who are into electronics don't really understand how it works. It just does. Things here on Earth are profound and they are measly toys in the scheme of things. Therefore the big stuff is not easy to understand nor easy to explain. Hence, next time your TV repair person comes over, have them explain what is going on inside those microchips that make pretty pictures and sound appear on the screen and speakers. They can't, nor would most understand if they did. The engineers that make them don't even understand. The containers, human bodies, are not the problem. What's inside them containers, the soul, is the problem, and some human souls are slow to get it and end up gumming up the machinery. It's a lot of work cleaning up that mess, and humans are the ones who have to clean it up and make it right. Are we talking about the most profound thing that has ever happened, or will happen on planet Earth? Not really. It's old news, cut and dry, happens over and over again on millions of other planets just like this one. The meat and potatoes is reserved for those that get the job done, cleaned up their own act before trying to clean up the acts of others. It's not a movie for sure, it's a grand illusion, but it will have a curtain call, and when the curtain goes up, time for cleaning up your act is over. What does race mean if it only relates to an engineered container? Simple diversity. The few strains of race on this planet is but a fraction of what is out there in this galaxy. What would cities like New York be like without the smorgasbord of cultures rich in their peculiar traditions? Lol. On other star systems the diversity is often mind-boggling delightful, makes for superb gastronomical adventures. The majority of people are happy where they are concerning their beliefs and are not interested in changing them. Have you tried changing anyone's beliefs? If so, you know how impossible a task that is. Now if you wake up and take a good look in the mirror and decide that the person you are looking at needs changing, then you are onto something. If you are having problems directing that finger in your direction, everything seems hopeless. As long as your happiness resides in the hands and actions of others, you will never be happy. It's your life. Stop expecting others to make it better for you. Quit the blame game and take responsibility for yourself, or stick with your predetermined program and waste yet another lifetime. Karma. It's a big part of everyone's reality. We are what we feel about the world and ourselves, and we radiate negative or positive energy to those around us. This energy is way too potent in the hands of mere humans and therefore it's restricted, otherwise there would be more chaos than there is now in the world, because we humans spew out far more negative energy than positive, regardless that we wish to believe otherwise. ETs can deflect bad karma and direct it back to the sender tenfold, happens often. Life is no piece of cake, but neither is it the labyrinth of dead ends that many end up making it. Some think they deserve all the hell in their lives, maybe they do and maybe they don't, but all of us have the key to escape it in our pockets. Is there any way for us to find out what our soul's mission is here on Earth? Yes, find what you are good at, what you like doing and do it. Are our family members on Earth also our family souls on other planes of existence? We tend to follow each other a few at a time, but each of us have huge families to fall back on. Money and power have nothing to do with being banished to prison Earth. People in poverty and every strata in between are being punished here too. Are ET waiting for the rest of humanity to catch up mentally, socially etc. before they allow us to leap of this planet? Humanity would never made that leap alone, we are being taken there kicking and screaming. It's a slow and winding process, but everything in its time more or less. ETs will endeavor to amplify individual needs and desires to the fullest extent that the individual wants to take their weaknesses or strengths to. Be it greed, envy, hate, philanthropic, benevolent or whatever floats one's boat. ETs will let us indulge in whatever we wish to indulge in, if that be stupidity so be it. Are they entertained by our suffering? Are you entertained when a child falls and gets a boo-boo? I was in the army and they threw all kinds of obstacles at us, hated every minute of it but it sure as heck worked. They managed to turn a bunch of lazy hippies, that's what they called us back in 1970, into highly trained individuals capable of surmounting just about any obstacle. That's what life is about. Getting through obstacles. Those who refuse to do it for whatever reason will get to come back and try again, just like in basic training. ET's agenda is no different than that of a drill sergeant: get people trained and off this camp so that they can fulfill hard duties in other realms. Down syndrome children, trisomy 21, is one of those subjects that requires hundreds of pages to explain properly, but here is the short of it anyway. Most of these souls are here short-term and are not being tested at all, nor are they here to receive much in the way of what we think makes life worthwhile. They are the challenge, blessing for those they come into contact with. To look at some of them it would seem like the worst kind of punishment, but it's not, for most of them anyway. In many ways they are higher beings because they straddle both sides of existence at the same time. They have one foot in heaven and one in hell, so to speak. Hell being Earth. Many of them are working off a minor indiscretion from a previous existence while tasking others whose lives they were sent into. They are burdens for some and blessings in disguise for others. At these lower levels, separation, with the deceased loved ones, is one of the painful realities we have to endure, death of loved ones being the hardest. It's only short-term but it feels like an eternity for those in it. The planet is not going to change. People will, or will not. No man had the right to make boundaries and do the things they did. And no man or woman ever have placed boundaries on others. That's only an excuse. There is no meant in we. Everyone has different needs and desires and everyone is free to pursue those needs and desires at their own pace. We can lead a horse to water but we can't make it pee before the race. There are billions of reasons that everyone is not on the same page of physical prosperity, but the main one has nothing to do with physical luxuries. It's a spiritual thing. If your spirit's right then everything else will be too. That's the only equalizer. You lose money in Vegas? But did you and they get their money's worth of fun while you were at it? If so then there were no losses, and if not you all gained experience. Everything comes out in the Washington. We can't know what we truly are. Most of us are not equipped to handle it all at once, not without lots of wine from the gods. but chipping away at some of the encrusted ego build-up around our edges is a good start. We come face to face with most of our challenges every day, and how we work through them or ignore them determines what will come at us the next day. Sitting around trying to figure out the details before they manifest will only drive us crazy. Getting through this life for those who are aware to a certain extent should be a piece of cake, or is that pie? Complication is for those who are not aware and are hiding in their safe bubble created by society to keep them fast asleep and deep into complications. Everyone is living the lives they are aware of, but few are aware of why they are living those lives, and would not believe it even if they were told. Some of us have lives behind the curtain of so-called reality, but to what extent remains off limits. Most of the people aware of the kind of recall I talk about do not tell others for obvious reasons, plus they don't have the need or desire to come out. How we go to a higher up place, or we have to take another assignment if we didn't complete it on Earth. It's simple, basic and cut and dry, and no one gets away with anything like some do here on Earth. Those who do the crime will do the time, no ifs, ands or buts. Even those who believe they will be forgiven, which they will be, but they still have to pay the fine. Great people never see the greatness in themselves but only see the potential in others. If your parents are honorable people, it would be dishonorable not to follow their advice. If you're just really confused about a lot of things, it sounds like a good start. Most of the great people in this world had that same problem. We are unique and detached from one another as we are in our human bodies. But we are bound, connected by a mysterious substance that allows us to remain in communication even if separated by infinite space and dimensions. Though much of the communication seems one way to us here on Earth, it's not. We don't generate our physical being, it is generated for us by higher-ups for a multitude of reasons. Mankind, because of being infected with certain undesirable entities not of Earth in past and present history, has been cleansed by higher beings not of Earth but often disguised as human powers. All of us are here on Earth to mature emotionally, but we can't do it in mass. We are at different levels, and we mature at different rates. Intellect and intelligence are tools the same way a computer is a tool. Some people are more proficient with using them than others, but like computers, they add nothing to our spiritual achievements, they only add to our physical requirements. We need to focus on our own faults, they are heavy enough to carry. Focusing on others and their evils is a distraction that keeps most of us from advancing. Earth is not utopia, and shared the resources we had is not for lower planets such as Earth. Some need more adversity in their lives than others to get to the same place. We earn our place in the sun. No one can bribe or cheat their way up the universal ladder as they can here on Earth. Some are looking for a messiah, a savior, a new age to rescue mankind from his or her own ills. It's been that way for centuries. We want and need this to happen to pull us out of our drudgeries. The reality is we can only pull ourselves out of our drudgeries, or fall deeper into them. Why wait for 2012, which is only a number on the calendar, to make this cataclysmic change in our individual lives? Do it today. I know, it's easier said than done, and so people will continue to wait for something or somebody to make this change in their lives for them. Fine. The universe we live in has all the time in the world to wait. It's not going anywhere, and neither are those who wait for things to happen. Most of us know why we are here, however, we would rather not acknowledge it because it doesn't seem to have glamour to it, so we keep searching in all the wrong places, mostly because of that pesky envy thing. Instincts can be good, keeps us on the right side of the road and out of oncoming traffic. But then again, they also tend to get way more attention than they deserve. Our purpose in this life is to take chances and not always play it safe. Death will catch us in due time, its own time. We can't escape it or certain fated disasters. Most will not be put in those dreaded positions, yet they will fret their whole lives away in fear that they will be. The result is wasted opportunities and wasted life. Why ? I say screw any and all negative fears and feelings and live your life as if it was a fantastic journey, because then it will be. Physical or monetary handicaps are not excluded from the fantastic journey because most of it takes place in the mind, soul. Life is going to happen regardless of how we choose to live it, in fear or head-on. What attracts us to this crazy stuff is the fact that the crazy stuff is the only real stuff out there, and down deep inside we all know that to be true, but few want to be the first to get on the dance floor for fear of ridicule. BTW, I hate dancing. This theatrical production is for no other reason but to gauge what we are made of. Our brains are designed to filter out most everything but the illusion. That's why it's so difficult to believe in the paranormal, the real stuff. On a beautiful sunny day we see blue skies, an illusion which hides all the real stars that are up there. Night stars are acceptable, few could handle that kind of disruption in the day sky. Do we exist in other places, realities, dimensions at the same time? Certainly feels like sometimes, but something catastrophic has happened to every large body in this solar system repeatedly over the long history of the planets. So many people claim to have a purpose in this life. When the time comes, such people have graced every generation for eons. If true, they should not require fanfare or publicity. They need only show up at the appointed time and do their thing. The wise old phrase, actions speak louder than words, applies. The problem with those concepts is that no one can save us from ourselves. That remains the exclusive domain of each one of us. We can learn from others but not be saved by others, unless we are talking about lifeguard, police, fireman, lawyer, etc. Prophets and prognosticators who come to save humanity as a whole, are the only constants. Along with taxes, death and a few other items I have already mentioned. All leaders have jobs to do, like be mindful of the economy, protection from enemy attack, and general welfare of those they serve, but their jobs and their physical survival is a good thing. But that's not what this life is about. This life is about spit shining your soul for the real life that will take place elsewhere. I was in the military and some of us put forth the effort and hard work to spit shine our own booths. Some paid others to do the dirty work to spit shine their booths for them. Well, when it comes to army booths it really makes no difference who shines them, but when it comes to building integrity it can only come from your own effort. Belief is a powerful tool, and many sick people are healed by plain old sugar pills, placebos, and that's the bottom line. In the old days it was called snake oil, and people swore by it too. The Catholics bless their water to give it supernatural powers to heal against demons, and for those who believe it, it works. Aquaware manipulates water to give it supernatural powers, and for those who believe it, it works. The magic is real for those who believe without an iota of doubt. Mind over matter, now that's ET technology. There is no ET evolutionary plan, they simply provide the tools we need to fix what is broken within ourselves. The tools are integrity, empathy and goodwill. Many of us buckle when the going gets rough, those never-ending life challenges that can come at us in rapid succession. Those who manage to succeed are those who steadfast use their tools regardless of the blood, sweat and tears that using those tools may bring. It's much easier to throw in the towel and blame someone else for our miserable lives. That's why most shiny new tools in our toolboxes that come into this world with us end up leaving shiny and brand new when we leave this place, because many don't even bother to open their toolbox. Must neglect opening that toolbox because they mistakenly believe they have some universal cosmic rights protecting them. For them I suggest the movie Groundhog Day. Simply waiting for those rights to kick in can get monotonous, and will never happen. Toolboxes are a hassle, they demand so much of us, and the payoff is so far away. Most tools remain pristine, shiny and new, they get very little wear and tear. Most of us need baby steps to get to where we are going. Using hypnotherapy on past life is very inaccurate. They normally fill in the blanks with nasty probing type materials, and stuff that scares the bejesus out of people. When they don't want people to remember certain stuff, human hypnotherapy is not going to undermine or reverse that. It can be dangerous if the hypnotherapist unintentionally introduced phobias into the person. Furthermore, the human subconscious is not a trifle place to mess around in. There is stuff in there that could melt steel and bring it to a boil. Few humans are qualified to mess with the mind, let alone check under the hood. To some degree we are all selfish assholes. That's why most of us are here, to work on that, or something else, but why let others who are further down the evolutionary ladder bring us down? Those further up the ladder of understanding should reach down and help those assholes under us. That's what it's all about. Tibetan monks have moved to higher and better places. Those who persecuted them are back on Earth going through the ringer again and again. So who are the winners and losers? Those ETs running the show have passed the test, but the endurance test on Earth is for us, not them. Did we humans sign up for this tour of duty, or did we FK up, or are we an experiment, or are we here to discover all of the above without judgment? All of the above, but that judgment thing snarls many in its sticky web, where most end up rotting. Darwinism, atheism, all the sciences and even political insanities are nothing more than toys, designed to amuse us and keep us out of trouble while we are isolated inside our playpen, prison Earth. I don't mean that as demeaning in any way, and for those who are offended by such slander on the human intellect, they will be put in timeout. Those who are aware to any degree should sit back and let life happen, but don't quit your day job. The mortgage and other bills still need attention. Everyone pays their dues, now or later. Even those rich snobs born with a silver spoon up their ear, and the poor snobs who drool with envy because they don't have a silver spoon up their ear. That silver spoon thing is a rhetorical statement, meaning that the size of one's wallet has nothing to do with why we are here and certainly nothing to do with where we go from here. Yet most of us get hung up on those small distractions and end up with attitude. ETs really do empathize with those who are struggling to truly understand the program, and they never laugh when there is sincerity and determination to understand. But they do get a lot of laughs at those people whose egos have bloated up like balloons and have surpassed the force of gravity to keep their feet firmly on terra firma, lol. Some of us come to give our parents a reason for living. Some come for a specific lesson they will learn from a particular family or the family structure. The reasons are as numerous as there are people. Many of us have crossed paths many times with those we are presently with. That includes non-family members like friends, neighbors, work associates, and even enemies. Who we come to, for many it's a choice, but not all who are here had a choice on family or anything else. Those who are here for a specific purpose or reason other than to improve themselves are not searching, they know what it is they are here to do. The rest of us, the vast majority, are here to fix or rejuvenate ourselves. Once we do that, we become assets rather than drains on those we come into contact with. We make the world a better place by being better people. If everyone on this planet was up to speed in a good way, this planet would be a cool place to live for all. Regardless of our lot in life, we all can add our 2 cents towards a better world. It's not rocket science or an impossible task to achieve, it's simply the removal of hate, envy and ego from our repertoire. Dang. That big word makes it sound so painful. There is a lot of positive material out there for people to read. Unfortunately, most of us want the gore, the dirt, and the gossip, and the media delivers what is popular. What is worse than the media and our lust for the negative are some of our history books which keep alive the atrocities of the past, like slavery and the Holocaust of many different peoples in the last 100 years. People can't live well together when those things are constantly kept on the front burner and never left to cool off. The next generations of Japanese are now being primed and stoked over the bombs dropped on their ancestors during WW2. Certain world leaders get into power by stoking hate in their countries. Hitler and Stalin brought massive destruction via hate using those simple tactics. Many an American will not let the slave issue go away and continue to stoke racial hatred and division with it. That tactic has driven a huge wedge between the races in the US, and it will be the source of increasing unrest. For now it mostly simmers under the surface. Does the fight against indulging in negative emotions still feel like crap no matter what, and that's what we have to endure? Depends on how deep in the crap we are. Many of us have learned to enjoy the adrenaline rush we get from making others feel bad. Capturing those feelings one at a time and analyzing why we enjoy hate, envy and ego should eventually break one free of the insidiousness of those plagues. Once out from under that cloud, life will be enjoyable and not something we have to endure. To succeed you may need to run with a different crowd. Whether the crowd is virtual or physical, they have equal influence on how we act and think. Peer pressure and all the other influences we try to emulate in others so that we can fit in is our biggest obstacle to cleaning up our attic. This planet is a rat race and a dog-eat-dog world. If it wasn't, then what purpose would it serve? This Earth is not utopia, it is a place designed to separate the rats and dogs from those who don't wish to live like the rats and dogs. Does soul occasionally leave the body, or is removed from the body, from time to time, and later returned into it, before and after use by these higher entities? Souls can acquiesce to higher and lower souls for certain periods. I want to be able to have total awareness of all I have read, heard and thought in my consciousness at all times, even in this short lifetime. Is this something we can accomplish in the here and now? The brain is willing and has the capacity to perform what you asked, but it's not allowed, without giving something else up. The trade-off is not worth it, and I advise against pushing that envelope too far. There are mysteries that are not for us to indulge in at this level of existence, and there are entities that break rules and deliver mischief, sometimes irreversible mischief. Many of our emotions are hormonal. Our physical bodies are affected by what we eat and our environment to a certain degree. But our core emotions are software loaded into our brains. Our soul is also software loaded into our brains. Our emotions are software loaded into our hard drive. We chose what software to run, and how much time we spend in those programs. Emotions are simply soul software that we choose to access via our action. Thoughts are not emotions, but how we think creates emotions. Sometimes we overdo it in the thinking department. Best to relax and find something we enjoy doing. Everything will fall into place on its own, no need to bring it down upon us. Most people fear death because it is unknown. What we don't know we fear. We are suspicious creatures by design. The Tower of Babel thing. Every human since the beginning of time has been chipped, biologically chipped that is. Not everyone wants to work together. We all have unique minds, ideas and desires, so whose ideas take precedence over the others? We are created unique for a reason, to be different. We are not cattle or zombies, or worker bees. World peace is not in the cards for this planet anytime soon. Although that idea sells because everyone yearns for world peace, we can attain individual peace for ourselves but can't give it to others. It is an individual thing. The only thing that could work in certain, desperate, situations is people asking whichever God believe in to help a person or a family. The more the better. It's a numbers game. People that have good souls usually have other good souls around them. This can work even if his number is up, but only if there are many requests to keep a person here. Do what you can, every little bit helps. Many of our situations are our own doing, whether we see that or not. We pay for things we did in this life and other lives. The game plan is what you see unfolding. People are not alone. They have entities all around them who understand the world much better than any human can. Life on this planet has always been a hellhole for a large portion of those sent here. If we could see why some of us were sent here, we would understand better some of the atrocities people find themselves trapped in. We don't see that because then few of us would step up and help others worse off than us. And we are here to help anyone we can without judging them. Most of us come into this world with an itinerary in place, but we can deviate from it by the choices we make. All choices have consequences. Some will shorten our lives, others will lengthen them. Everything we experience, be it good or bad, is paid for in full by us. Nothing is free. We earn our good times and our bad times. Learning a lesson and paying for damages done to self and others can have carry-over charges. Many things are not settled at the exit door. Sometimes people leave with a huge tab that will be paid in full at some other point in their existence. Has ET ever interfered with the outcome of a sporting event? Well, don't tell this to your bookie, but yes, they interfere frequently. There is no learning process while we are dead. That's why every second of this life or any life is important, yet few believe that. Squandering a life is a very bad thing, but that's info that they don't want out there, so keep it to yourself. Those who fail to give it their all by taking shortcuts or cutting corners when they don't have to, those who have talent and don't use it, those who let opportunities slip away again and again. Most of us know what we are capable of, but we get lazy. Earth, as a war planet. For warriors to mend their attitudes or to play out the war game for fun and profit? To immerse in the stench of the blood and gore, left-over cravings from times past. However, most of us are only armchair warriors for now. Mind over matter brings things our souls yearn even when we are unaware of the specifics of what we want and need. People who are wasting their lives are unconcerned about it and remain mostly unaware that they are. Coasting and stalling is no biggie, and neither is going from one failure to the next, because there is no failure, unless failure breaks you and you stop trying. Those who are happy and content and make those around them happy that they have known them have achieved everything that is important in this life, and can coast away. Not all of us are here to struggle. Yet even those who are here to struggle, they can break their chains with the tools everyone receives when they are dumped here, if only they would open their toolbox and use the tools. The toolboxes that all humans have access to. We have every tool in the universe at our disposal between our ears. With these real tools we can do and achieve anything our little hearts desire. We can build and we can tear down. We can be virtuous or hateful to our fellow companions on this rock. Unfortunately, many leave this life without ever opening their toolbox. They were never bad but never good either. They did just enough to get by each day and ended up wasting a whole stinking life. We are not here to walk on water and be the greatest thing since sliced bread, but the very least we can do is try to enjoy this life and show some appreciation for it, yet for some even that is asking too much. We are all good at something, and most of us know what we are good at. That's the clue on what you should concentrate your efforts on. We can alter anything about ourselves with pure will. But few believe it possible. The stronger your will, the greater your success. All humans have superpowers locked inside their heads, and unfortunately that's where they stay for most, unused. Taking any assignment is a huge gamble, but life is a gamble. We never know what we are capable of until we jump into the water. If we knew what lay behind every corner, there would be no adventure, no danger, no learning, no courage, and courage is important. And we need do it all while keeping the flame of integrity from burning out. That's the biggest challenge, and few make it over that one hurdle. Without integrity nothing counts. Courage, good looks, magnetic personality, aptitude, success, and all the prayers in the world, will not put Humpty Dumpty together again, without the glue of integrity that is. Forgive me for sounding like a broken record. This planet is powered by the two pistons of hate and love. We chose which piston we wish to fire behind, regardless of which country we live in. Boundaries and countries are simply pens. Earth is one zoo with many cages for different types of animals, each with different diets and requirements. Those who show appreciation get more of what they appreciate and enjoy having in their lives.